Section 1 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. In the Winding Walk, Part 1. When people go away from Clonmalrowan, they go away, as a rule, very thoroughly. Their absence is an absence more complete than that of other persons from other places less out of the world and behind the times. Once any traveller's departing form has been beheld pass round the turn in the deep-banked boreen, or watched dwindle into a speck on the straight road streaking the wide bogland, the chances are that little news of him will reach his former neighbours, till some day that same speck is espied growing into human shape again along that same road, and acquaintances remark to each other in the course of conversation, and so Big Pat Byrne, to put case, is after coming home with himself. For Clonmalrowan is but meagrely provided with the means of communication, and its inhabitants are mostly ill able to make use even of those which it possesses. It is as yet untouched by the wonderful thread of wire which has put a running string through the web of human lives, puckered up in a moment from Hong Kong to Cambridge, and the shining metals with their rush and roar, still halting many miles short of it, are lamely prolonged by the wheel tracks of the jiggetting sidecar with a slenderly filled mail-bag on the well. The letters it brings are commonly brief and obscure, the difficult product of certainly no excessive ease in composition. They convey little more than an intimation of continued existence, led among surroundings only mistily imagined by readers whose own journeying has lain within the radius of a day's tramp. Beyond that limit, everything is vague and dim, a mysterious region from whence the absentee seems not so very much more likely to reappear than do those who have been seen off with a wake and a keen. Not that such returns even as these are by any means unheard of at Clonmalrowan. Would the friends of Michael Laracy, who duly waked and buried him 3 years ago, aver that they have never set eyes on him since, or ask anybody, almost, in the parish, why he wouldn't take half a crown to be crossing after nightfall that bridge over the Rossbride River near Sallinbeg, where a poor tinker woman was swept away and drowned in a flood some few autumns back. Then everybody knows that several of the Denny family have walked. Therefore the assertion it was himself or his ghost is not regarded as containing a very unequally balanced hypothesis, especially if himself has been supposed away sojourning in those unknown and imperfectly reported lands. But there came one autumn when far and far away from Clonmalrowan began to happen events which had such a heart-burning interest for many of its people that some news of them did penetrate the densest barriers of ignorant resourcelessness. Mere sparks, perhaps, as it were blown from some huge conflagration whose distant flames make only a sullen glare behind a smothering smoke fog. Yet a spark may blacken a body's home over her head, or sear the sight out of her eyes. a great war was thundering and lightning across wide seas under alien skies, a war which in no way behoved Clonmalrowan, and which might have stormed itself out, little heeded there, had it not been for the circumstance that Pat and Mickey and their brethren are terrible lads for going and listing, and that the regiment they had for the most part joined was understood to be up at the forefront of everything. After a while, moreover, it was not those wild, irresponsible boys alone that this lurid cloud engulfed in threatening glooms. The reserves were called out, people said, at first without any clear notion of what the phrase might signify, but soon perceiving too plainly how it meant that men whose soldiering days were long past and nearly forgotten, except just the little pension, must now break the ties they had peaceably formed, and once more set forth campaigning. Murtagh O'Connor of Narracor had to leave a wife and 5 children on his bit of a holding in a quare distraction, his friends reported, for when he was killed, what could happen them but the Union? And many another household on that countryside had to consider the same woeful question. So all round and about Clonmalrowan there came to be an intense craving for the latest war intelligence. Never had newspapers been in such request. At Donnelly's bar, the Freeman and the Independent were as badly tattered as strips of ill-preserved papyri by the end of an evening's reading. The witty Gallagher would be walking wild about the country the length of the day, folks said, for the sight of a one, be raisin, they added, of her 2 sons. And another illiterate and sceptical old Mrs. Linders, for similar reasons, was tormentin' everybody to read her out every word there would be on the paper, even if they told her 'twas only the market prices. The elders, indeed, were often at a disadvantage in this way, owing to the inferior educational arrangements under which their generation had risen. Big Brian O'Flaherty, who had an independent and ambitious spirit, demeaned himself to set about learning the alphabet from that little spalpeen Larry McCrilly, in hopes of subsequently reading his news and no thanks to anybody. But Larry was impatient and sarcastic, and Big Brian slow-witted and irascible, so the course of lessons one day ended abruptly with a clout on the head to the taunting teacher. With more modest aspirations, old John Connellan got the schoolmaster to print for him, the way it would be on the paper, the name of Private Patrick Connellan, and he might be seen on many a cold day sitting out on the rimy grass bank before his dark door for the sake of the light, and comparing with this scrap the unintelligible lines of the Independent. It was very slow, puzzling work, since the columns were many and lengthy, and his eyes none of the best. Old John seldom could retain the loan of the wide sheets long enough to assure himself completely that his grandson's name was happily absent from them. For no news was certainly the best that could be looked for from the papers. What, indeed, was likely to happen a lad save one of those casualties which were so briefly recorded? Och, woman dear, they're sayin' at Donnelly's that there's a terrible sight of officers kilt on the Freemen today, so there'll presently be a cruel big list of the rank and file. God be good to us all, woman dear, and poor Mickey and the rest. I'm wondering will they be apt to print it tomorrow. Thus the winter, always at Clonmacnoise in a season when cares and losses are rife, was beyond its wont harassed and haunted by fear and sorrow. The calling away on active service of the captain from the big house was one of its incidents that tended to deepen the general depression. His stalwart form and sturdy stride and offhand greeting were missed going to and fro, and much commiseration was directed to poor Lady Winifred, and she not so long married the crother, left all alone by herself up at the big house. End of section 1, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 2 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Winding Walk, Part 2. It was only comparatively speaking a big house at all, though it made some architectural pretensions with its pillared front and porch and balustraded roof. Its lower windows looked out of a spacious hall and a few ill-proportioned sitting-rooms. Upstairs, rambling passages and wide-floored lobbies cramped the uncomfortable bedchambers. Disrepair prevailed within and without, ranging from the rough work of wind and weather to the minuter operations of mouse and moth. Even at its best, all had been ugly and inconvenient enough. Nevertheless, to become mistress thereof, Lady Winifred had not merely left a far statelier and more luxurious establishment, but had quitted it under a cloud of disapproval, with an assurance that she was taking a long step down in the world. For her captain was a person so impecunious and impossible, with such an unsuccessful past career, and such unsatisfactory future prospects, that nobody could imagine what she saw in him, and everybody thought the worse of her for seeing it, whatever it might be. The marriage was just not discountenanced and forbidden outright, but most austere visages were turned upon it, and the wedding, Lady Astormont's maid declared, couldn't have been quieter if an affliction had occurred in the family only the previous week. Notwithstanding that inauspicious send-off, however, Captain and Lady Winifred O'Reilly passed a surprisingly pleasant year at this shabby old house of his among the Bog-Lands. Lonesome and monotonous are the Bog-Lands, and creep up very close to the big house, but it stands set in a miniature glen of its own, with a wreath of shrubberies around it, and during the months after they arrived, the O'Reillys busied themselves much about additional trees and evergreens, wherewith to screen their domain more effectually from the dreary outlook and roughly sweeping winds in the years that were to come. Many improvements, too, had to be made in neglected plots of garden ground, where the captain looked at geraniums and pansies and carnations through another person's eyes, until at last he saw something in them himself, and learned with extreme pride to call them by their proper names. This lore gave him more pleasure on the whole than he had ever derived from his familiarity with the colours worn by jockeys or stamped on playing cards, studies which had hitherto engrossed a larger share of his attention. His wife and he diversified their gardening with long rides together on steeds not expensively high-bred. Clonmacnoise opinion waxed somewhat critical when the pair came trotting by. Her ladyship, they said, didn't look the size of a wren perched on that big rawny baste of a chestnut, with an ugly coarse gob of a head on him too, and the brown mare was something slight for his honour, who must ride well up to 14 stone. But the riders themselves were satisfied with their mounts. Their contentment had showed no signs of waning. In that mild November weather, with its pearl-white mists and wafted odour of burning weeds, when the likelihood of his going out loomed up suddenly on their horizon. The certain news came one morning while they were working away near the back gate, where their small bog stream flows under steep banks on which they had designed a plantation of rhododendrons. In the black peat soil these thrive amain, and by next June would have lit a many-hued glow in the shadowy little glen. Lady Winifred tried hard not to see that this interruption of their labours was to the captain scarcely such an unmitigated calamity as to herself. Her recognition of the fact made her feel doubly desolate, not that there was more difference in their sentiments than had to be in the nature of things, or than left him otherwise than miserable at their parting. She tried further to go on with the plantation, as he would no doubt return in time to see it blossom, but she was relieved when a spell of bad weather presently set in and let her stay indoors. Yet indoors it seemed as if the whole solitude of the great bog had pressed into the empty house. All day, it said, wherever she went, upstairs or downstairs, one word to vex her: gone. But at night she had various fortunes and dreams, good and evil. And every morning at breakfast, in the low, broad-windowed book-room, she sat opposite to the captain's place, just as usual, except that the place was empty. She chose that seat because from it she could watch for old Christy Denny coming by from Sallinbeg post office with the mail bag. That window looked out on a small lawn, bounded by a shrubbery through which a path ran leading round a corner of the house to the front door. The laurel bushes straggled into frequent gaps, so that between them the approach of a passer-by could be fitfully descried. And any morning might bring the letter for her, the foreign letter. To think of how it was perhaps in those very moments journeying towards her in the battered old brown bag made her so hungry and thirsty that she sometimes forgot to pour out her tea or cut the over-large loaf. Nor was she always disappointed. Every now and then a letter did come, and in its re-reading she would find a refuge through the terrors of the day, as in a flattering dream by night. All the while, indeed, she knew that she was in a fool's paradise, that, being so many weeks old, it could give her no assurance of its writer's safety. The hands that had folded its sheets might ere now have grown cold beside some far-off stream, where geysers of deadly hail broke out rattling on the hills, and the wide air was as full of murderous stings as a swamp of sweltering venom. she might more rationally rely upon the newspapers with their flashed tidings. But these she never dared open herself, and she could not forbear to hang her hopes upon that delusive correspondence. One midwinter morning she came down to breakfast with her heart set more than ever eagerly upon the arrival of old Christy, partly because she had not had a letter for longer than usual, and partly because it was Saturday, and on Sunday no mail comes in Sallinbeg. This last was of course no reason at all for expecting a letter, but it did seem to her almost improbable that fate could intend such harshness as to make her wait 2 whole days and nights before she could begin hoping again. So she looked out of the window with shining eyes and set about crumbling the bread on her plate before she had tasted a bit, and thought Christy was late before he had well started on his 2-mile trudge. It was hard weather, and on the corner of lawn she looked into lay a sprinkling of frozen snow. Only a sprinkling. She had seen it whiter last June with daisies spread to the sun. But the frost was keen, as she would have felt by the air blowing through the open window if she had been at leisure to consider anything except the possibility of their bringing the sound of footsteps on the hardened path. Old Christy was late, really, and she listened in vain. When at length he did come, she saw him first, a shadow moving along within the still shadow of the laurels. Just opposite to the window, a gap in them made a ragged arch, and Lady Winifred knew that if Christy had anything special for her, he would come through the opening and straight across the grass to her, instead of following the path round the house to the hall door. For a minute, a half-happy minute of doubt, she watched him nearing the fateful place, fearful, hopeful, blindly impatient, and then stunned. Old Christy had gone past the gap, hurrying a little, it seemed, as if he wished to get out of sight. This, in fact, he did. Sure now, the mistress's face is all eyes these times, he said to Mrs. Keogh in the kitchen, and looking at me they do be like as if she thought bad of me not bringing her aught. But bedad, if she could see to the bottom of me heart, she'd know it's sorry I am I haven't got something for her at the bottom of the old bag. Troth would she so. And Mrs. Keogh replied, "Ah, sure, it's frettin' she is. Goodness may pity the crother, she's frettin', and doesn't ate what would fatten a sparrow. It's my belief she'll do no good." The mistress did not appear to be fretting as she sat without motion and still gazed out over the lawn. Though its aspect was quite unchanged, it had become a grave wherein her hope, newly slain, must lie buried until the sun had set and risen, and again set and risen. Even by the uncertain measure of years, the mistress was very young yet, and otherwise younger still, so that the edges of the experiences which make up life had not been worn smooth for her to expedite their slipping past. A whole day looked nearly as interminable to her as to a small child who gets out of bed with no clear prospect of ever getting into it again. And now her own bedtime lay beyond more than 12 leaden-footed hours, so early was this desolate, sunny morning. It seemed late, however, to some of her neighbors, who were keeping round eyes on her movements, and considered her as tardy as she had been thinking Christie. Perhaps a chirp or a rustle may have reached and prompted her unawares, or perhaps she merely acted from habit, but by and by she got up and scattered her plateful of crumbs upon the rimy window ledge, where they lay like a little drift of discoloured snow. As she strewed them, she said to herself bitterly towards fate, and ruefully towards her fellow victims, "Why should the birds go hungry because I have no letter?" And she was careful to shut down the window sash, lest the sleek black cat should, according to custom, lurk ambushed within to pounce upon a preoccupied prey. Then she stood aside, half hidden by the faded crimson curtain, and looked out at nothing with a cold ache in her heart. The small birds arrived in headlong haste. Some of them were almost pecking before the window closed, for the frost's tyranny had made of not a few among them desperate characters, fluttering with reckless enterprise. Even a scutty wren ventured out of cover and advanced along the ledge in a dotted line of tiny hops, scarcely less smooth than a mouse's run. A robin redbreast, alighting, brought a gleam of colour something brighter than a withered beech leaf and duller than a poppy petal. Two tomtits in comic motley suits disputed with tragic audacity the claims of all their biggers, thrushes, blackbirds, finches, and sparrows. The whole party twittered and fluttered and wrangled together, blithe and pugnacious, but the spreader of the feast gave no heed to any of its incidents. She smiled neither at the abrupt gobblings of the large golden bill, nor at the absurd defiances of the blue and yellow dwarfs. Her act of charity seemed to have gained her nothing. Then, all at once, at some caprice of panic, the assembled birds whisked themselves down from the window stool into the gravel walk below. Each one of them bore off in his beak a breadcrumb which looked like a little white envelope, and gave him the appearance of a letter-carrier. The sudden movement caught Lady Winifred's attention, and she was struck by the fantastic resemblance. But at the same moment she remembered keenly how she had been reft of her hope for that day and the next, and immediately, as if the frost at her heart were broken up, she saw the mock letters through a rain of tears. She had not foregone her recompense after all. End of Section 2, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 3 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Winding Walk, Part 3. Near the back gates of Lady Winifred's big house, the Widdy Connor's very little one makes a white dot on the edge of the black bogland that winds away towards Lisconnell. She lived in it quite alone after her son Terence had listed on her, which he did one winter when times were hard and work was scarce. Everybody almost concurred in the opinion that there wasn't apt to be such another grand-looking soldier in the regiment as young Terry Connor, or in an army of regiments bedad. For Terry's good looks and good nature and athletic prowess were celebrated round and about Clonmel Ruin. 6'3" in his stockings, and not a lad to stand up to him at the wrestling. There wasn't another as big a man in the parish, unless it might be the captain. But, of course, it was not in the nature of things that anyone else should equal the extravagant pride and pleasure in those preeminent qualities evinced by Terry's mother. She made a show of herself over him, according to the view entertained by some matrons with smaller sons, and now and then, when the widow had exceeded unusually in vaingloriousness, one of them might be heard to predict that she'd find she'd get none the better treatment from him for cocking him up wid conceit. Little enough he'd be thinking of her or minding what she bid him. The widow, for her part, always declared that the only thing he'd ever done agin her in his life was listening, and that he'd never have thought of it if the both of them hadn't been widden tomorrow morning of starvation. And perhaps the affliction which that step caused her was not so very far from being made amends for by her exulting delight in the splendor of his martial aspect when he came over to visit her on furlough in his scarlet with green facings beautiful to behold. One of those carping critics declared to goodness after Mass that she had come into chapel with him looking as sot up as if she was after catching some sort of glittery angel flying about wild, and had a hold of him by the wing. But then at that time the regiment was safely quartered at Athlone, a place no such terribly long way off, and known to have been actually visited by ordinary people. It was a woefully different matter when the Connemara's were sent off on active service to strange lands about which all one's knowledge could be summed up in the words furrin and fightin', words of limitless fear. Then it was that retribution might be deemed to have lighted upon her inordinate vanity about her son's conspicuous stature. For this now became a source of special torment, as threatening to make him the better mark, singling him out for peculiar peril. And you'll be pleased to tell him, Mr. Mulcahy, she dictated to the schoolmaster, who was also cobbler and scribe at Clonmel Rowan, that whatever he does, he's not to be running into the forefront of the firing, and he a head and shoulders higher than half of the lads. He'd be hit first thing. God be good to us. Bid him to be crouching down back of something handy, or if there was ne'er a rock or a furze bush on the bit of bog, he might anyway keep stooped behind the others. But if he lets them get aiming straight at him, he's lost. Mr. Mulcahy, who was stirring up the sediment of his lately watered ink, received these suggestions about conduct in the field with decided disapproval. "Bedad now, Mrs. Connor," he said, "there'd be no sense in telling him any such things, for in the first place he wouldn't mind a word of it, and in the next place, goodness may pity you, woman, but sure you wouldn't be wishful to see him coming back to you after playing the poltroon and behaving himself discreditable." "Troth and I would," said Mrs. McConnor, "if he was 20 poltroons. All the behaving I want of him's to be bringing himself home. Who's any the better for the killing and slaughtering? The heart's weary in me doubtin' will I ever get a sight of him again. That's all I'm thinking of, tellin' you the truth, and if I said anything different it'd be a lie. He might bring home a trifle of honour and glory, and no harm done, Mr. Mulcahy urged, but Mrs. Connor said, glory be bothered. And in the end he only so far modified his instructions as to substitute for her more detailed injunctions a vague general order to be taken care of himself. It may perhaps be considered another righteous judgment upon this most un-Spartan mother, that while these precautions of hers were entirely neglected, little of the honour and glory which she had flouted did attend the fate of her Terry. He was shot through the lungs by a rifle posted a mile or two distant from the dusty hillock on which he dropped, and where he lay gasping and choking for what seemed to him a vastly long time, before the night fell suddenly dark and cold, and not to pass away. As this particular casualty was not discovered till the next morning, his name did not appear on the list which Barney Keogh spelled over to the Widdy Connor a few days later, and at the end of which she said fervently, "Thanks be to the great God, there's no sign of himself in it." But on the very next evening a half-line in the Freeman ran, "Add to killed Private T. Connor." And when Peter Egan down below at Donald's read it out by chance, the Widdy, listening, felt as if she had just wakened up into a dim sort of nightmare. All the more she felt so, because everybody round her was saying, "May the Lord have mercy on his soul," as if anybody could believe that Terry had really become to them a subject for such pious ejaculations. So she hurried back through the wide spaces of the bleak March gloaming to her little silent house, where she shut herself in to sleep off her dream. But it woke up with her in the grey of the early dawning. Lady Winifred's captain was killed about the same time as Terry Connor, and, like him, without anything specially glorious in the circumstances of his death. Rather the contrary. The occasion of it was a minor disaster to the arms of his side, a check, a reverse, over which it could not be but that someone had blundered. In point of fact, a highly distinguished general, dictating a draft report of the same to his discreet secretary, had expressed an opinion that the regrettable incident had been brought about by want of judgment on the part of the commanding officer, the late Captain O'Reilly, when the younger man coughed significantly and casually remarked, "Ah, O'Reilly, he married one of Lord Astermount's daughters, the third, I think, Lady Winifred, a little fair girl. Her people didn't like the match at all, I believe, but still—" His chief appeared scarcely to notice the observation, but Captain O'Reilly's want of judgment was not mentioned in despatches. End of Section 3, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 4 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Winding Walk, Part 4. When their world came to an end for the widow, Lady Winifred O'Reilly, and the widow, Ketty Connor, the Bog-Land was just beginning to turn springwards, and everything on it stirred under the strengthening sunshine. Round about the big house the birds, who now despised breadcrumbs because other food wriggled abundantly in the dewy grass, sang much and gleefully in the fresh mornings, and through the long golden light as it ebbed off the lawn. But Lady Winifred, looking out no more for letters, sought a refuge from it all in the book-room, which was a dusky brown place in the brightest hours. There she sat on the floor in a corner before a far-stretching row of annual registers, and read them volume by volume. She had chosen this course of study just as she might have chosen the top of an adjacent rubbish heap in a suddenly surging flood. Steadily through she read them without skipping: History of Europe, Chronicle, State Papers, Characters, Useful Projects. Even when they included the specification of Dr. Higgins' patent for a newly invented water cement or stucco. Poetry, even when it was by the laureate William Whitehead. That is to say, her eyes travelled down and down the double columns where the faded ink was less distinct than the damp stains which mottled the margin. It may be doubted whether they conveyed many thoughts to her brain, but they blocked the way to others. One of the most definite impressions she received was a feeling of resentment towards those persons who were recorded to have lived 100 years and upwards in full possession of all their faculties. One showery afternoon in the last days of May, Lady Winifred was interrupted in the middle of the events of the year 1783 by the entrance of Rose Ahern, the housemaid, who came to take leave of her. Rose, who was now summoned home to tend an invalided mother, had lived longer at the big house than its mistress, and often remarked these times that anybody'd be annoyed to see her mopin', and the two of them that gay and pleasant together only a half-12 month back. On this occasion, having repeatedly said, "So good-bye to you kindly, me lady, and may God leave your ladyship your health," she continued inconsistently to linger in her place, making small sounds and movements designed to attract attention. But Lady Winifred had reverted to her volume 26, and was inaccessible to any save point-blank address. At last Rose went almost to the door, and turned round to say, "I beg your pardon, me lady, begging your ladyship's pardon, but what colour might the master's uniform be, me lady? None of us ever seen his honour wearing it, it so happens." "It was scarlet, I believe," Lady Winifred said, continuing to look at the pages. "Oh, yes, scarlet." "There now, didn't I tell Thady so?" said Rose, "and he standing me out 'twas blue it was, the way it couldn't have been him we seen, and declaring 'twas apter to be poor Terry Connor, thinking of his mother. But sure it's a good step to her house from where we seen him, whoever he was, last night." "Saw him last night," Lady Winifred said, looking up. "And indeed now," Rose averred afterwards, "'twas like opening a crack of a window, her eyes shining out of the dark corner. Oh, Rose, what are you saying?" "'Deed then, maybe I'm talking like a fool, me lady," said Rose, "and you've no call to be minding me. Only when I was seeing me brother Thaddy down to the back gate last night, there was somebody in a red coat at the far end of the winding walk. There was so, and a big man too. And this morning I heard several saying there did be a soldier seen in it this while since of an evening. But sorra a one's stopping anywheres next or nigh Clonmel Rowan. It's a quare long step he's apt to have come between us and harm, and I dunno what should be bringing poor Terry Connor there instead of to his own little place. But the poor master always had a great wish for the winding walk. Many a time have I seen him myself, smoking up and down it before he ever got married, and last year he was a dale in it along with yourself, me lady, looking after the wee bushes plantin', begging your ladyship's pardon, and all the while very belike it might have been just a shadow under the moonlight, only red it was, that's sartain. But people do be talking foolish, your ladyship, and may God lave your ladyship your health. It was as like as not to be nothing at all. Oh, very likely, Lady Winifred said, indifferently, nothing at all. End of section 4, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 5 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Winding Walk, Part 5. But that evening she left the house once more. She had intended to wait until dusk, but its slow oncoming wore out her patience, and there were still rich gleams and glows receding among the furthest tree trunks when she stole forth into the open air. It breathed freshly fragrant on her after her many weeks in the mouldering mustiness of the book-room, and the blackbirds were singing with notes clear as the gathering dews and mellow as the westering light. The season was now the late autumn of spring, when most blossoms are falling, though the young leaves are yet in their first luminous green. On the lawn the laburnums and thorn bushes stood with their outlines enamelled on the grass in gold and pearl and pink coral. Along the shaded avenue and shrubbery paths lay softly drifts of dimmer blossoms and blossom dust in faint ambers and russets and crimsons. But the white plumes of the guelder roses were still glimmering ghostly above her head as she went by, and some of the firs were studded all over with little pale yellow tapers like wild Christmas trees. Lady Winifred was going towards the back gate, and presently came where the winding walk, under a dense canopy of evergreens, runs parallel with the avenue on the right hand, and on the left, within hearing of the fretted rocky stream, in the bit of a glen below. Once between the screening laurels and junipers, you could see, however, only up and down short curves of the waving path. About midway in it was a rustic wooden seat, niched in a recess of the shrubs, and Lady Winifred intended to sit down there and wait and watch. But when she reached it, she found it already occupied by someone who had also been watching, as was clearly seen in the look that leaped forward to meet the newcomer, and at sight recoiled again. and this tall woman, with a black shawl over frosted dark hair, Lady Winifred recognized the widow Connor, concerning whom, ages ago, before the days of the annual registers, she half remembered to have heard about the loss of a soldier's son. The older widow was rising up with many apologies for the boldness of slipping in there, never thinking any of the family would be coming out, and she would have gone away, but the other hastened to sit down beside her and kept a hand on her shawl. "I won't stay myself unless you do," said Lady Winifred. "I only came out because it was so warm," she explained, as she had been explaining to herself, "and such a fine evening." "Tellin' you the truth, me lady," said the witty Connor, "me poor Terry himself would sometimes be smoking a pipe in here of an evening when there was nobody about. I was tellin' him he'd a right to not be making so free, but sure, after all, he done no harm. There's great shelter under the shrubberies when the weather does be soft, and be the same token we do be gettin' a little shower this minute, me lady, and that's what's rustling in the leaves. So 'twould be natural enough if Terry was minding the place, but trespassing or annoying the family now he'd never be intending. Just comin' of an odd evening he might be, the way he used. Anyhow, Pauline Nolan and Jim McKenna was positive 'twas him they seen, and they all going home from the hurley match. The other lads said different, but that Anthony Martin's a big stook-on, and his brother's as blind as the owls. Nor I wouldn't go be what Rose Ahern says." "Rose has very good sight," said Lady Winifred. "Ah, then you're after hearing the talk, me lady," said the widow. "Faix now, they'd no call to be telling you wrong, and bringing you out under the wet for nothing, to get your death of cold, because Terry it was, whatever they may say. But there's wonderful foolishness in people, for some of them says they wouldn't believe any such a thing, so what would they believe at all? And more of them says it's a bad sign for anybody to be walking that way, and what badness is there in it if a lad would be taking a look at a place he had a liking for, and where he might get a chance of seeing his friends? And it's the queer sort of unluckiness 'twould be for one of them to get a sight of him, if 'twas only going by, and ne'er a word out of him. That's what I was saying this morning to old Teresa Joyce. For says she to me, 'It's unlucky,' says she, 'and you'd do better to be wishing he'd bide paceable wherever he is, till yourself comes along to him,' says she. But it's aisy for Teresa Joyce to be talking, and she as old as a crow. She can't be living any great while longer, so I was saying to her, and it's something else she'd be wishing, if she'd no more age on her than meself. Sure, I was reckoning up, me lady, according to things that happened, and at the most I can make it, I'm short of 50 years. That's lavin' a terrible long time to be contentin' oneself in." "And I'm 20, said Lady Winifred. "Well now, the Lord may pity you, and may goodness forgive me," the widow said compunctiously, as if she had somehow been an accomplice of this cruel fate, and were all at once smitten with remorse. She seemed to ponder for a while deeply, and at last said, "If be any odd chance it isn't Terry after all, and only the captain, I won't be grudging it to her. No, the crother, I will not." Thereupon silence continued long between the two watchers, and nothing befell them except that their blackness was gradually softened into the shadows as cobweb-colored dusk enmeshed them. Then there came a moment when the older woman saw the younger start, and, quivering like a bough after it has bent to a waft of wind, look fixedly in one direction. "In the name of God, do you see anything, me lady?" Woody Connor whispered, and as she spoke she saw too, for a small rent in the straggling laurel on their right made a spy-hole, which brought within view a curve of the winding walk near its gate end, many yards away, and there, moving and glimpsing in the twilight, from which it seemed to have absorbed the last lingering brightness, went a gleam of scarlet. It was coming towards the seat, and the faces turned that way looked as if a white moonbeam had fallen across them. Almost immediately branches rustled close by, and out into the path a girl hooded with a fawn-colored shawl stepped warily on the left hand, and stood poising herself for a swift dart past the recess, unintercepted if not unobserved. Lady Winifred could not have noticed the leap of an ambushed tiger, but her companion sprang up and caught the girl by the wrist. "Nora Greyhan," said the widow, "and who at all are you watching for this night? Me son Terry was spaking to ne'er a girl, I well know. He'd have told me, so he would. Who are you looking to see?" "Och, Mrs. Connor, ma'am, lave go of me," the girl said, twisting her arm and struggling, "and don't let on to anybody that you seen me, or there'll be murther. It's Jack McDonald that's waiting for me below there. He that listed about Christmas, and now they're sending him to the war. He and me are spaking this good while back, unbeknownst, be raisin of me father making up a match for me with some other man. I dunno who he is, but I won't have him, not if he owned all the basties that ever ran on 4 legs. So I do be slipping across the stepping stones of an evening for to get a word with Jack, that comes over the bog from the dear knows how far beyond Lisconnell, and if they knew up at the farm I'd be kilt." "And maybe the best thing could happen to you," said the widow. "Ah, don't say so, woman dear. He'll be coming back one of these days for sure, a corporal maybe, or a sergeant, with lave to marry. And he's planning to contrive for me to be living with his mother's sister in Sligo till then. The way they won't get me married on him while he's gone, no fear. He'll be telling me about it tonight, and bedad there he is whistling to me. Ah, let me go, Mrs. Connor, but wisht like a good woman," said the girl, wrenching herself free, and speeding away between the half-visible dark foliage. Then Lady Winifred, who had heard the last part of this colloquy, got up also and said, "I think I'll go home now. It's a very pleasant evening, but the air feels rather cold." "'Deed now, you'd a right to not be out under the rain, with nothing on the head of you, me lady, but the little muslin cap," said the widow, and added as Lady Winifred went, "and troth, it's the cruel pity to see the likes of her wearing any such a thing. Aye, indeed it is. Nora Greyhan and Jack McDonald. Sure now, the two of them's at the beginning, and she's at the ending. But there's an ending in every beginning, and maybe, plaise God, there's a beginnin' in every endin'. Lady Winifred, meanwhile, was not pitying herself. As she walked slowly back to her empty big house, along paths odorous with the rain, whose drops began to pierce their leafiest roofs, she felt again a stunned disappointment, only vaguer and more chilling than the overdue letter had caused her. And there were no little birds about now to mock her into keener consciousness. After all, things were just as they had been when she set out, no worse, surely, and how could they be better, except in a dream? But a dream she might have before tomorrow came, and brought back her long day in the brown book-room with the companionship of the annual registers. There were still so many unread of the dusty volumes, clasped with blackish cobwebs, made ghastly now and then by the shriveled skeleton of the dead spinster. She need not yet consider what she should do when they were all finished. As the witty Connor went towards her little silent house, she was saying to herself, "Jack McDonald be dad. Sure the height of him isn't within the breadth of me hand of Terry. Everybody knows that. It's my belief 'twasn't Jack they seen that time at all. They couldn't ha' mistook him for Terry, the tallest lad in this countryside. And I says to Teresa Joyce, the heart of me did be leppin' up wid pride every time I'd see him have to stoop his head, comin' in to me at our little low door. But it's lower his head's lyin' now, says I. Low enough it's lyin'. And says she to me, if 'twas ever so low, the heart of you'll be leppin' up twice as high wid joy and pleasure, says she, the next time you behold him. But sure, it's aisy talkin'. I'll see him come stoopin' in at it no more." A dramatized version of this story will be found in the author's volume Ghost Bereft, with other stories and studies in verse, published by Messrs. Smith and Elder. End of section 5, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 6 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Money Crop at Lisconnell, Part 1. The widow McGurk flung down a black sod into the midst of the blossom-like pink and white embers and ashes on her hearth with a shock that splashed up vivid sparks in all directions, causing a pair of long-legged, panic-stricken chickens to fly higher, far less nimbly, and seek refuge from the startling shower among the rafters overhead. Her action was symbolical, for as she performed it, she said, "It's gone. There's the whole of it, and you might as well be holding your tongue till you've got something reasonable to say." As a matter of fact, her niece, Minnie Walsh, had not been making any observations, but Mrs. McGurk had some excuse for indiscriminate censoriousness just then, seeing that she referred to the loss of nothing less than what she called the greatest chance ever she got in her life's length. Perhaps that rather long length had really been not more productive of great chances than is usual in the lives of people who dwell on the boglands at Lisconnell. Yet her neighbours were disposed to consider that she had enjoyed a somewhat full share of good luck. They all remembered, for instance, the handsome legacy of 6 half-crowns that had once come to her from the States, and some of them would say when discussing her affairs, "And she without a crother to be thinking of only herself." This latter circumstance could, of course, be otherwise stated as the fact that she had not a soul belonging to her in the wide world to be doing e'er a hand's turn for her. And when she was first left a childless widow many years ago, that view had predominated. It still prevailed among most of the older inhabitants, whose children were grown up and capable of lending a helping hand, sometimes from across the western foam, but they of a younger generation, whose long families were as yet the burden which the Gaelic sorrowfully calls them, would speak of her loneliness in a tone implying it's well to be her. In this opinion, the widow's proudly independent spirit helped to confirm them, her habit being to pose as a prosperous person, resentful of any sympathy which appeared incongruous with that attitude, while she adopted an extension of the principle, "Tell thou never thy foe that thy foot acheth," in this respect treating everyone impartially as an enemy. Here, however, was a quite exceptional occurrence, upon the cruel unluckiness of which the most stoical pride could scarcely be imagined to forbear exclaiming. It came about thus. Early in the summer, Mrs. McGurk's portly yellowish hen had hatched her a clutch of eggs with such singular success that not one of the whole baker's dozen failed to produce its chick, and had brought them up so discreetly and warily that all, save the solitary victim of a bright-eyed hawk's swooping pounce, had come securely to a more profitable fate. Mrs. McGurk, furthermore, had obtained remarkably good prices, as much sometimes as 18 pence a couple, for them down beyond in the town, and the consequence was that, after paying her rent at Michaelmas, and buying several parcels of tea for distribution as well as for her own use, she found herself one day possessed of 2 shillings, which she had no immediate occasion to spend. Now it happened that she was at this time entertaining as a guest her niece's daughter, Minnie Walsh, who had been visiting some relations away over beyond Moyallen, and found her great-aunt's cabin a convenient halting-place on her journey back to her home near the town of Ballytrave. Her father's cousin, Peter McGonigal, had promised to pick her up in his cart, which would be passing within a mile or so of Lisconnell on its return from leaving a couple of calves over at Letterfrench, and Peter's own destination being within an easy walk of the long car from Ardlesh to Ballytrave, Minnie's route lay smooth and clear. All the while she stayed at Lisconnell, she kept on counting the days until she could set off, less from impatience to rejoin her domestic circle than because of a wonderful festival which was in prospect at Ballytrave. It would even be grander, she had heard tell, than the ones last autumn, and everybody had said that the like of them nobody had ever beheld. Play-acting and dancing and the beautiful music with a room full of fiddlers and pipers, and a couple of big harps that were like a fairy wind through the trees, and the songs that would make you wish you couldn't tell what, and think you were come just near to getting it somehow. And the whole of them in Gaelic, too, the very same way, people said, that they did be in the old ancient times. She wouldn't miss it for anything at all. Minnie Walsh was generally a silent, quiet girl, but when she spoke of this fish, she brightened up out of a dullness which made her enthusiasm the more striking by contrast. Its glow was caught by her hearers, and often gave a livelier turn to assemblies of the neighbours, whether on the swarded edges of the bog, basking in long honey-coloured sunbeams, or gathered closer on rough-hewn stools and benches about a less distant hearth-fire. Mention of the jigs and rinca-faras would set the young folk dancing, and their elders' memories were stirred into another sort of activity, producing fragments of half-forgotten ditties and familiar phrases long disused. For Lisconnell had hardly any Irish speakers in those days, except Pat Ryan's very old mother, who so seldom said anything that her language might indeed be a matter of conjecture. She pricked up her ears one evening upon hearing her son exchange certain guttural greetings with Joe Sheridan, and she suddenly declaimed in her corner a long Gaelic ballad relating the adventures of a princess, a giant, and an enchanted steed, which seemed but gibberish to some of her audience, and to the rest would have seemed so, only that it being a widely spread folk tale, they were able to guide themselves through it by the clues of a word or name recognized here and there. At the end of it, Widow McGurk sighed profoundly with a regretful satisfaction, and said, "Sure now the sound of it does me heart good. It must be a matter of 50 years since old Kit Maher would be singing the very same at me poor father's house away in Asher Clogher. But bedad, if I got a sight of a one of them reels Minnie says is to be in it, I'd consait I was a little grishake again. I would so." "And why wouldn't you come see them?" said her grandniece. "Me mother was bidding me many a time to be bringing you along, and me cousin Peter'd take the two of us just as ready as one, and he could drop you here on his way back in a couple of days as handy as anything. Them 2 shillings I have saved would just pay me car fare goin' and comin'," said her great-aunt, "supposin' I was fine fool enough to think of such a thing." It was from this doubtful beginning that Mrs. McGurk's resolve to attend the Ballytrave Fèis sprang and rapidly matured. Everything helped it on. Minnie Walsh, desirous of company on her formidable day-long journey, coaxed and cajoled, the neighbours, athirst for even vicarious variety and excitement, encouraged and urged her, and above all, her own wishes took her by the hand. It would be one while, she said to herself, before she got such another chance. You might think it had all happened on purpose. Her pitaties finished lifting, and her turf well saved, just at the time when a cart was going and coming that way, and she so far beforehand with the world that, as she reasoned, the journey wouldn't cost her a penny. So the expedition was speedily determined upon, and her plans approached the brink of accomplishment without a check. The possibility of the whole project, however, was for the time being compressed into the shape of 2 current coins, those marvelous seeds from which most heterogeneous crops are raised at all seasons, and since so much hinged upon her possession of them, sure now Mrs. McGurk was the very foolish woman, as neighbours repeatedly pointed out to her, to go put her 2 shillings into a pocket with a hole in it. Yet that was exactly what she did one unlucky afternoon. She had been in the act of transferring them from a little lustre jug on the dresser to an old patchwork bag, when sounds of barking and bleating made her apprehend that the Sheridans' young collie was molesting her kid, tethered on a grassy strip beside the bog stream. Whereupon she had slipped the shillings into her pocket and ran down to the rescue. And, alas, as she was recrossing the stepping-stones, she had put her hand into that pocket and discovered there only 1 shilling and a hole very amply large enough to account for the absence of the other. From the first it seemed a sadly hopeless case. The bit of ground on which the shilling must have been dropped was, indeed, of limited extent, not many yards square, but the rough surface, shagged with tangled tussocks, furzes, heather clumps, and marsh greenery, mocked at the quest for a thing so small, and she had, moreover, passed the black mouths of 2 or 3 bog holes, which might have irretrievably swallowed it up. Mrs. McGurk almost despaired on the spot, though she groped wildly till she was too stiff for longer stooping. But when the news of her loss spread, there was no lack of volunteers to carry on the search. A party of them, including representatives from nearly all the half-score houses of the hamlet, were to be seen at any day-lit hour diligently employed. The children especially found it a fascinating new pastime, and, fired as much by a spirit of emulation as by several promises of a halfpenny, threw themselves into the pursuit with ardent zeal and supple joints. Yet the widow drew little or no comfort from the sight of their energy. She said they might all as well be looking for it to come tumbling down out of the stars, the way crazy Mick was looking for his wife and childer that died on him. Her neighbour's other attempts at consolation were equally unsuccessful, Mrs. Doyne's being perhaps the most complete failure. A person of invariably dark forebodings, she now suggested that if Mrs. McGurk had gone, she might have been very apt to lose her life. Them long cars were terrible, dangerous things. Or else the playhouse at Ballytrave might be going on fire, and everybody in it burning to ashes. The Lord have mercy on them. She was reading of that same happening on the paper not so long ago, and it would be a deal worse than losing a shilling, or 2 shillings for that matter. Mrs. McGurk replied that if some she could name lost all the sense they ever had, it would make no great differ, and strode indignantly away from the group of bucket-filling women, while Judy Sheridan said apologetically The crathur's annoyed. Sure her heart was set on gettin' the jaunt. The mishap had necessarily brought the whole scheme to an end, for as she no longer possessed the price of her return fare, how would she ever get home again to her cabin on the knock-on's side, her field fleck, her turf stack, her few hens and her old kid, all her worldly wealth? 'Deed then, ma'am, 'twould be like slammin' a door wid a handle on the wrong side of you, Mrs. Rafferty reluctantly agreed, when talking over the disaster with her. Mrs. Rafferty was to have had the kid's milk during Mrs. McGurk's absence, in return for boiling the few hens their bit of food, and the arrangement had seemed to her so advantageous that she regretted its collapse on personal grounds. But regrets, interested or otherwise, were alike futile, and now, on the day but one before she should have been starting, Mrs. McGurk, shaking off the last twining tendril of withered hope, had gloomily faced the worst. Having thus summarily mended her fire and snubbed her grandniece, the widow McGurk went out of doors again in pursuit of a white chicken which she had espied astray at a dangerous distance when she was fetching in her turf. It gave her a long and exasperating chase over the bog before it would be captured, and as she tramped back heavily with it under her shawl, she commented to herself that the only thing she wondered at was how it had contrived not to get lost on her too. The golden beams that slanted to her from a fiery scaffolding in the west dazzled her sight and made her stumble over stocks and stones, but in her mind she beheld nothing except the eclipse of her bit of pleasure darkening with its shadow her whole horizon. Yet at this very moment Minnie Walsh, with sunshine and glee brightening her fair hair and blue eyes, was watching at the house door for its unforeseeing mistress, whom she greeted with, "It's found, Aunt Bridget. Glory be to goodness, it's found." "Och, don't be romancin'," Mrs. McGurk said, while the chicken screeched in her excited grasp. "Who has it?" she shouted jubilantly as she mounted the steep little footpath. "Old Mr. Rafferty brought it in just after you goin' out," Minnie explained, as they bustled in together. "He got it down below." And sure enough, there on the smoke-darkened deal table gleamed a silver shilling. Mrs. McGurk seized it eagerly, as if grasping a friend's hand, and then dashed it down with a rap on the table again, pressed under a wrathful thumb. "The old liar," she said bitterly, "the old liar," and closed a mouth whose grimness was mutely very eloquent. Minnie stared at her with a pink and white face of disappointed perplexity. "Is it letting on to you, he was, that this is me own shillin' he's after finding yonder?" Mrs. McGurk said. "And it with the new patron of the Queen on it, in the little quare crown, and 1889 on it as plain as print, when me own ones wore that thin and smooth you'd say she hadn't a hair on her head, let alone anything else, and 1861 just dyin' off it. It's fools he was making of you and me. And what's this, to goodness?" she continued, catching sight of another coin on the table. "A 6-penny bit it is, and where might that have come from, if you plaze?" "Sure, Mrs. Fahey it was come with that a little while ago," Minnie said with much diffidence. "She said she was just after picking it up on the very same place where you lost the shillin', and she had the notion it might have been 2 sixpennies you dropped, and I says to her, I well knew it was not, but says she to me it wasn't hers anyway, and she'd lave it with you on chance, so I couldn't forbid her." "The scamin' thief," said Mrs. McGurk, "and yourself was the quare stron'sech. Just let her wait aisy till I tell her what I think of herself and her impudence and her dirty sixpennies." In the meanwhile, she relieved her feelings by hurling away the white chicken from beneath her plaid shawl and hunting it to its roosting place among the rafters of the inner room, whither she followed it. Minnie stood looking out at the front door. She was cast down by the repudiation of the shilling, which had once more shattered her hopes of a travelling companion, and she perceived that her great-aunt considered her in some degree to blame for an offence whose nature she did not clearly understand. This made her view with misgivings the approach of another visitor, who now came quickly up the footpath. It was no acquaintance of hers, a tall, thin girl with a baby on her arm, and so poor-looking, even for Lisconnell, that Minnie thought her errand would be some request. But when a slender brown hand opened to disclose several dark coppers, Minnie was not much surprised to hear, "I'm after finding these 4 pennies down below, so I thought I had a right to be bringing them up here in case it was some of the money Mrs. McGurk is after losing out of her pocket." "It is not," said Minnie, "by any manner of manes. She lost nothing, only a shillin'. You might be taking them away, if you plaze, and thank you kindly, for it's annoyed me aunt is." She tried to intercept the girl, who slipped past her and laid the money on the table. "Ah, now, don't be lavin' them there," said Minnie in a whisper. "She's inside the room this minute, ragin'. Or, at all events, tell her yourself, the way she won't be blamin' me for lettin' you. For she's tormented already with people bringing her the wrong things. I'll call her out to you." The girl, however, said, "Ah, not at all," and ran swiftly away. While Minnie stood doubting whether or not to pursue her with the pennies, Mrs. McGurk's voice came through the inner door. "What talk was that you had with Joanna Crayhan, and what brought her traipsing up here?" "She's after finding," Minnie began to reply, deprecatingly, but a peremptory injunction cut her short. "Sling it out to her, then, and bid her not trouble herself to be coming next or nigh my place again," Mrs. McGurk shouted, with an evident desire to be overheard. Before Minnie could have taken any steps toward executing this delicate commission, a little gossoon belted into the house, and the jingle of something in his hand was hardly needed to apprise her of his business. "It's entirely too bad, and so it is," she grumbled to herself, slipping out at the door. "I'll just go and sit the other side of the hill for a while, till they've done picking up pennies and shillings down below. Plaise goodness, it'll soon be too dark now to see a stim. But bedad, there must have been a quare dale of money dropped on that one little small bit of ground. I wonder how it happened at all." Minnie, whose imaginative powers were limited, could descry no probable explanation, but she pondered over it among the furze bushes until the September dusk fell so grayly over their fairy golden lamps of blossoms that she thought she might safely venture back. When she went indoors, she saw her great aunt standing by the table, on which several additional coins seemed to have been deposited. More pennies, and, Minnie thought, another shilling. But the firelight flickered on them uncertainly, and the expression of her great aunt's countenance was a warning notice to questioners. Mrs. McGurk surveyed them in silence for a few moments longer, and then she swept them together with the side of her hand, more contemptuously than if they had been potato skins. "Just wait, me tight lads," she said, "and I'll learn yous to be litterin' up me house with your old trash." End of Section 6, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 7 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Money Crop at Lisconnell, Part 2. Joanna Crehan, the girl who had left the 4 pennies, returned with the baby, her youngest brother, to their dwelling, which is a bit down the road on the right hand, coming into Lisconnell from Bog-Land, and was the Quigleys before they emigrated. It stands on a flat slab of bare stone, which floors it evenly enough, and a low bank quilted with heather gives it a little shelter at the back, but it fronts the widest sweep of the Bog-Land just over the way. The rim of fine-textured sward is such a frequent playing and lounging place for its tenants that their feet wear many equally bare brown patches which grow rapidly in size during the drier summer months and shrink slowly all the rest of the year. They were at their largest this evening, and the little Crahans were using one of them for a game of marbles, while Mrs. Crehan and her second eldest daughter sat knitting on a big boulder, and her elder son lay in its long shadow, neither asleep nor awake. Joanna handed her the baby, and took from her the knitting needles with their dangling grey woolen leg, an exchange in which she acquiesced half contentedly, being divided between her wish to continue Mike the Crother's sock and to welcome Patsy the Crother's greeting grin. "Where was you off to wid him?" she said to Joanna. "I never seen sight of you going." "I went to bring Mrs. McGurk me 4pence towards her shilling," said Joanna. "How many stitches had I a right to keep on me back needle?" "Your 4 pennies to Mrs. McGurk," said her mother, "and what in the name of fortune bewitched you to do such a thing as that?" "She's distracted losing it," said Joanna, "and I'd liefer than 44 pennies she had it back." "The divil's cure to the both of yous, then," said Mrs. Crehan. "And is that all the nature you have in you, to be slinking out of the house with your pennies to her that's nothing to us good or bad, and your poor brother setting off to-morrow to the strange place with ne'er a halfpenny to put in his pocket, and yourself the only one of us that has a brass bawbee to our names, or the dear knows it's not begrudging him we'd be." "And I thought you and Mike was always so wonderful great," put in Nanny Crehan, taking up the recital of her sister's delinquencies. letting on you were kilt if anybody said a word agin him, and to take and give away the fourpence from him to old Widdy McGurk, that's as apt as not to throw them in your face. And I thought, did you ever by chance think that you hadn't a great deal of wit, said Joanna, not that you need trouble yourself to be telling anybody. Mike got off and sauntered off towards a group of people at a little distance, while silence fell on his mother and sisters, who this evening lacked spirits for vivacious altercation. Joanna sat gazing blankly across the vast floor of the bog, as it lifted up against the fading fires of the west. Every minute its dark rim extinguished some bright embers. She felt intensely miserable. It was the hardest grip of the unhappiness that had been pressing on her heart almost ever since the moment a few days ago when she had seen Mike set his foot on something shining silverly from under a dandelion leaf on the bog there below the knock-on, where they all were looking for Mrs. McGurk's lost shilling. In obedience to his warning frown, she had suppressed an ecstatic shriek, supposing that he had some plan of his own about the method of announcing his find, and she had presently seen him slip it secretly into his pocket. Never would she have imagined that he did not intend to restore it, but as time slipped by, this dreadful suspicion was forced upon her. For Mike made no sign, and when she asked him about it in private, at first answered evasively, but finally told her to hold her fool's gab and quit meddling. The mere possibility filled her with wrath and dismay. She had always thought so much of Mike, and she had never heard tell of anybody belonging to them behaving in such a manner. What made it worse was that Mike would be travelling off next day by himself all the way to the County Roscommon, where his uncle had got him farm work. He had never left home before, and only the strong propulsion of adverse circumstances, including a father bedridden half the year, would now have thrust him out. For Mike, long the only grown son in a flock of girls, was an important and cherished possession among the Crahans, not to be parted with lightly. Everybody agreed that none of them made such a fool of him as his eldest sister Joanna, and she had indeed taken his going sadly to heart. She had fretted much over the poverty which would oblige him to start almost penniless, as after providing him with the indispensable footgear, not a spare farthing remained in the establishment except a dwindled remnant of the shilling which Mary had earned last Easter by doing jobs for Mrs. O'Neill down beyond Duffclane. But though this had been bad enough, infinitely worse was it to think of his setting forth into the wide world laden with that guilty coin. It was apt to bring ill luck on him, she felt, and anyhow it was no thing to go do, a phrase wherein she acknowledged the supremacy of that law which a more philosophical mind than hers had marvelled at under the starry heavens. Various minor ingredients helped to embitter her distress: wounded pride and affection, disappointment, and a sense that she had been made in some degree an accomplice. Partly this last consideration, and partly a vague hope that Mike might thus be shamed into right doing, had spurred her to the desperate step of bringing Mrs. McGurk her fourpence. Now that the deed was done, however, she found, instead of relief, fears lest it should only confirm Mike in his felonious obduracy, or possibly draw the widow's suspicions upon him. So she sat out a disconsolate twilight, which lingered and loitered, giving her time to finish Mike's sock before she went indoors. Mike himself had strolled on and joined the little knot of men who were gathered at the front of Peter Ryan's house. But he scarcely changed into pleasanter company, for, "Musha, good gracious," he said to himself, "is there nothing in creation for people to be talking about, only that one's old shilling?" "Well now, that was comical enough," Audie Rafferty was saying to Kit Ryan. "I didn't see herself at all, and I bringing my shilling. There was only the niece in it. But of course she would be telling the widdy, and then you to come landing in while after wid a different one, and the same lie. You'd a right to ha' told me what you was intending, the way we might ha' contrived it better. But the foolishness of some folks would surprise the besties of the field. Shanking up to her they are wid pennies and sixpennies, and telling her they got them all on the one bit of ground. Sure an old blind hen 'ud have more wit than to believe the likes of that. However, it's right enough, so long as she's content to be letting on herself, and not calling us all liars and thieves of the world." "She kept the shilling I brought her ready enough, bedad, did she?" Kit said with a rueful complacency. "Is that me shilling you're after finding?" says she the minute she seen it, with the look of an old magpie on her. "To be sure it is, ma'am," says I. "What else would it be at all, unless it was another one?" says I. "Yourself's the very cliver man entirely," says she to me, and with that she grabs it up. "I'll take and lose it again," says she, "the next time I want to be making me fortune." I wouldn't put it past her, mind you, to be meaning something quare. But as for finding her own shilling among them coarse-grown tussocks, a body might be breaking his back there till the day of judgment for any chance of it. "Take care somebody isn't after getting it all the while, and keeping it quiet," said Audie. "Och, I wouldn't suppose there was any person in Lisconnell would be doing such a dirty trick on the poor old woman," said Peter Ryan. "She's as rich as a Jew anyway, wid half the countryside running off to her wid their savings," says Mike. "It's well to be her, bedad." He soon sauntered on, but did not attach himself to any other party, being irked by the prevalent topic of conversation. The next morning rose still and softly tinted, with a deep band of mist all round the faraway horizon. Mrs. McGurk got up unusually early for Sunday, and set off alone to Duffclane in time for the 10 o'clock mass, so that she got back to Lisconnell a full hour before most of her neighbours. They found her seated on a convenient flat-topped boulder by the side of the road, just at the highest point of the slight rise over which it slips down to run between the few dwellings of Lisconnell. Here the returning congregations always halt for a final gossip before they break up, dispersing themselves into the shadowy doorways of cabins to the right and left. She descried from afar their approach along the ribbon of road, white in the afternoon sun, and singled out among the shawls and hoods and broad-brimmed black hats the heads of nearly all the neighbors whom she especially wished to interview. The Crahans, indeed, were absent, owing to Mike's imminent departure. However, she hoped to fall in with him and Joanna by and by. When everybody had come up, and all were standing or sitting about, the widow rose and began what was evidently a set speech in substance, if not in form. Her great niece, Minnie Walsh, observed her with some trepidation, a feeling which was more or less shared by others in her audience. "Audie Rafferty," she said, selecting this small old man for the object of her address, "I was thinking just now of the way me poor grandfather would have me annoyed somewhiles when I was just a little grishake, like Biddy Ryan there, wid her mouth full of the red blackberries. For if ever I had e'er a penny of an odd time, he would be biding me run and plant it somewheres in the bit of a garden to see would it grow into a money plant for me. Raging I used to be, God forgive me, thinking he was only making a fool of me. But sure, he was right enough, poor man, and it's meself was the fool, for here I am, after dropping me shilling on the ground there scarce a week past, and here's the half of yous coming up to me yesterday wid shillings and pennies and all manner that ye got growing in it. Bedad was terrible quick going to seed, for what other way could they be there, unless it's making a fool of me you were, and I know right well you wouldn't have the impotence to be doing. But, deed now, it's not keeping the whole of the crop I'd be at all, and it's not even raised on me own bit of land. So I brought your share of it along, Audie, and the other people's too." She drew out a little grey plaid rag of shawl and undid a knotted corner. "This is your shilling, Audie," she said, "and here's Kit Ryan's, and Mrs. Fahey's sixpenny." She moved from one to the other of her would-be benefactors, restoring their contributions with a firmness which obviously was not to be gainsaid. Perhaps no dramatic scene at the Ballytrave festival could well have afforded her a more enjoyable moment. Audie Rafferty alone ventured upon an audible remonstrance. "Begorra now," he said, "if it's not a fool you are altogether, yourselves the proudest-minded, stubborn, steadfast old divil of a headstrong old woman from this to Cork, and maybe that comes to much the same thing, supposing you had the wit to know it." But even he did not utter this criticism until Mrs. McGurk was stalking away. She wished to find Mike Crehan, whom she conjectured to be still at home, but before she reached the Crehan's house, she met him coming along the road with his red cotton travelling bag. A troop of his younger sisters were withdrawing against their will, having been dissuaded by forcible arguments from accompanying him further. "It's following me to the end of the town they'd love to be," he had said to himself, "keening like a pack of old banshees, and making a show of me before the lads." He would have much preferred to avoid an interview with the widow, but that seemed impossible, and he halted reluctant. "So you're stepping along, Mike," she said. "It's well to be the likes of you, that has the suppleness yet in your limbs. Sure now, you might tramp the whole of Ireland before you'd come on an old man's mile that walks the end in the middle. And look-a, Mike, here's the pinnies your sister Johanna was laving up at my house last night by some manner of misapprehension. Belike you'd ha' room for them in your pocket, and this shillin' along with them. They're the handiest sort of luggage to be carryin' after all, if they're the hardest to get a hold on." A mixture of motives had incited Mrs. McGurk to bestow this gift. There was the need to be more than even with the Crahans on the score of Johanna's attempted benefaction, and the desire to get rid of a coin the possession of which did but remind her of disappointment, while to these was added an impulse of genuine benevolence toward the tall, ragged lad. In her own mind she called him a slip of a young bosthoon, whom she saw faring off alone into the wide, strange world, poorly enough provided for, she presumed, though she did not surmise the depths of his people's penury. As she hurried away from him, her feelings were mingled still, half satisfied, half regretful, and dominated by a sense that she had here definitely put off a flattering hope. Mike's feeling, on the contrary, was quite simple and of such unfamiliar unpleasantness that he hailed with relief the sight of his sister Johanna waiting for him at the Firs Gap. He would otherwise have reprobated her for protracting the hateful farewell scenes, but, as it was, he hastily thrust 2 shillings into her hand, saying, "Och, honey, run after her the quickest you can. She's just down the road, and be giving them back to her." Joanna looked at the shillings with eyes of puzzled wonder. "Sure it wasn't the boast of them she lost," said she. "Where at all did you get the other from?" "Herself," said Mike. "Run like the mischief now, when I bid you." "I will that, Mike Jewel," she said, and started forthwith. Delight at his act of restitution, of which she had utterly despaired, although intending to make one last appeal, superseded for the moment every other consideration. But as she caught up Mrs. McGurk, climbing the steep footpath, she became suddenly aware that she had a confession to make, and that it might put Mike's good name at the mercy of a third person. "Mrs. McGurk, woman dear," she said, rushing at her perilous explanation, "here's your shillin' Mike bid me be bringin' back to you, and thank you kindly all the same, for he couldn't be robbin' you of it, and he's got plenty of money along wid him. And the other's the one you dropped on the bog, ma'am. He and I found it a day or 2 back, and we just kep it a while be way of a joke. And I hope you won't think bad of it, ma'am. Mike was biddin' me this minute to not forget to bring it to you." "Saints above, it is me own one sure enough this time," said Mrs. McGurk. "Well now, that was quare luck and the quare joke. And truth to tell you, Johanna Crahan, I'm thinking yourself had neither act nor part in it, whatever you may say." Joanna's face corroborated this conjecture so disconcertedly that Mrs. McGurk hastened to add, "But after all, there's no harm in a joke. Like enough I might take the notion in me head to have a bit of a one meself. Suppose I was to be littin' on to the rest of them, I had the shillin' lyin' in the corner of me pocket all the while, and never seen it. Nobody could tell but that was the way it happened, and 'twouldn't be too bad a joke at all. 'Twould be the greatest joke ever was, and yourselves the rale dacent women for that same," Johanna declared with an enthusiasm which said little for her sense either of morals or of humour. Then they went their several ways. As the widow opened her door, all her eager plans for the morrow were in brisk motion again, like clockwork freed from some hampering hitch. Joanna, running homeward, felt conscious of nothing except the happiness of knowing Mike to be safely quit of the crime with which she had feared that he would burden himself irretrievably. She found her mother and sisters looking out from a knoll, whence the last glimpse was to be had of the dwindling road ribbon along which Mike would presently pass from sight. Mrs. Crahan was lamenting over the poor circumstances of her departing son. The crather, she said, tramping away wid himself into the width of the world, and ne'er a penny to his name, any more than if he was a bast driven to a fair. Not a shilling in his pocket has he. He has not, Joanna said, and added indiscreetly, Glory be to God. End of section 7. Read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 8 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The High Tide and the Man-Trappers, Part 1. All Abby Dowling's neighbors thought she was the very foolish woman to let her good-for-nothing father-in-law establish himself in her house again after his return from America, and many of them told her so frankly but fruitlessly. This was not surprising, as everybody agreed that the Dowlings were always as headstrong as mules. Everybody agreed, too, that her poor husband's people were none of them worth much, and that this old Patrick Mulrain, though not without some companionable qualities, was worth as little as any. Drinking and raising rows had hitherto been his constant occupation, and the whole parish of Clochranbeg knew what lives he had led his son and daughter-in-law, until, upon the death of the former, off he had gone to the States, whence nothing had been heard of him for the next dozen years and more, while the young widow was struggling to keep herself and her 3 sons and her invalid sister on their stony little bit of land. So now, when the boys are grown big and able to be working, back he flourishes with the notion he'll have them supporting him in idleness, and he, after laving all of yous to starve, for any thanks it was to him, raison you'll have to repent it if you take him in. Fighting with the lads he'll be, and frightening poor Maggie there, and drinking their earnings on you, besides learning them all manner of villainy. That's every hand's turn he'll be doing for you, ma'am. Mark my words. Her old and respected friend, Mrs. O'Hagan, tramped down a long and rough way to exhort her thus. But the words might just as well have been spoken to the seagulls skirling about Mrs. Mulrain's door. If her neighbors' remonstrances had any effect at all, it was merely to make her the more proudly careful that they should seem uncalled for, and the remoteness of her dwelling out of the way on the shingly strand helped her to keep up appearances. Yet she was not so successful but that some signs and many rumors of domestic troubles were soon in existence. Undoubtedly old Mulrain himself was often to be seen in various public houses, drinking and brawling. His grandsons looked ragged and poverty-stricken, even when they were known to have sold a couple of beasts advantageously, or to have done not too badly at the mackerel fishing, and their mother's aged and harassed aspect, her beggarly attire, and her miserable marketing became the veriest commonplaces of local gossip. As for reports of the old man's violence and intemperance, of screeches and roars heard in the vicinity of the Mulrane's house, and of raging warfare and patched-up truces within it, they were rife incessantly. Things had been going on thus, if not quite so ill as some people declared, yet certainly quite ill enough, for 6 or 7 years, when one autumn afternoon the 3 young Mulranes were away on the shore gathering sea-wrack. It had been washed up by a heavy ground swell in great rolls all along the shingle reef which spans a gap in the cliff wall, making a rough causeway, for at the end of it, next to the Mulrane's cabin, sea-water rushes under a natural rock arch to fill a small land-locked basin, never empty even at the lowest ebb. Today a spring tide was flowing, and nearly at its height. In fact, the boys had for some time been expecting every minute to see it turn, but the band of foam kept on seething further and further up, and their last bundles were lifted frothy and dripping. They were heaping the dark weed on a little low plateau covered with rough, tussocky sward, which just there sinks down to the water's edge in steep continuation of the pasture land cresting the cliffs, and Red Paddy had remarked to his black brothers, Art and Dan, that he thought they had nearly a boatload in it now, when a woman came rushing straight down the grassy slope. To judge by the silvering of her rough hair and the intricacy of her wrinkles, she was an old woman, but she moved with youthful agility and vigor as she abruptly set about shoveling up the weed, carrying and piling it all in silent, breathless haste. "You've no call to be killin' yourself, Mother," Paddy said presently. "We've got our plenty gathered, or very nigh. What kept you till now?" "Nothin' at all kept me," said Mrs. Mulrane, "good or bad." "She had to come along by the high path," said Art. "It's drownded she'd be if she was down under the cliffs. Seldom does it happen that one could not get thither dry-shod over the shingle and boulders at their base from the cabin some quarter of a mile away. But that short-cut was clearly impossible now, as waves were tumbling at a height which did not leave footing for a goat. "Quare full tides there are in it today," said Art. "Turning it is the now, anyway," said Paddy, "and we might better be loading up, or else we'll be bothered pushin' off the old boat. It's running out of the channel there this last 5 minutes." "Ah, hold your gab talkin'," said Mrs. Mulrane angrily, panting as she shook down a dank armful. "We've a right to get a good bit more while we're at it, and where's the hurry to be going back there this long while yet?" She turned away with a flounce, while her sons' 3 heads nodded together in recognition of her crossness, for which they thought they could account as usual. But at the same moment a creaking of oars was heard, and a small boat darted into sight from behind a screening rock. As soon as the 2 men who were rowing her saw the mulrains, they made for the shore, shouting loudly all the way, but the lads were prevented from listening by their mother's behavior, for she instantly sprang to them and caught hold of Art and Paddy, hooking one arm through Dan's so as to include him in the group, and dragging them all as closely together as possible, while she adjured them in a desperate whisper, "Boys, boys dear, let me tell yous first. It's after finding him they are, and they're come bawling it to us. Bad luck to them. For the love of God, don't be letting on I wasn't telling yous before. It's your grandfather's drownded on the strand up at our place. He come in a while after yous going out, and was grabbing at poor Maggie's bit of baker's bread I had in it, put away for her on the dresser, and when I bid him let it be, he made at me with the knife, troth he did, and swore he'd have me in littler bits than the bread. Mad drunk he was. So out I run, thinking I'd aisy get away from him, and he took out following me, and very presently down he come with his foot caught fast between 2 big stones. Ne'er a hit there was on him, only he couldn't wrench it out, and he all the while cursing cruel. So says I to meself, he might better be stopping where he was for a bit, till he got a trifle sensible, the way he wouldn't be doing murder on Maggie and me, and 'twould be soon enough for yous to let him up when ye come in to supper. For there wasn't a sign of the say next or nigh him then, I swear it. But by and by I noticed the unnatural height it was risin', and I thought belike I had a right to be calling yous to him, for ne'er an offer could I make by meself to be lifting the weight of him or the stones, and I legged it the quickest I could up behind the house. To look was yous on the point here yet, and 'twas then I seen the big waves rollin' within a couple of leps of him. But says I to meself, they'll be over him wild agin the lads could get round to him, and God knows the whole of them might be swept away into the deep say, and they tryin' to raich him. And it's foolish like I got with the fright, for I hadn't the heart in me to be stayin' or goin', and I run this way and that way up there in distraction, till I was sartin sure I might as well hold me whist till doomsday. So down I come to yous, and I never said a word. But those bayhands are apt to be seem me and him below on the strand, for now that I remember, they were fishing about all day, and if ye let on I never told yous, they'll say I left him drownding a purpose. You did so, bedad, said Dan, drawing his arm out of hers. And the best thing maybe could happen to us, said Art, pressing into his place. Paddy stood passively, as if dumbfoundered. Time failed for further opinions, as the Bayhan's boat was already bumping on the shelving, grassy ledges, and Larry Bayhan's voice overbore every other. "Och, Mrs. Mulrain, it's too late you are now entirely. Drowned dead he is, poor old Paddy. Ne'er a spark of life was left in him by the time we come, and he lying in scarce 12 inches of water. But great work we had getting the foot of him free of the stones that had him gripped like a rabbit in a trap. Sure we seen him with you on the strand a while ago, for lurking up and down the bay we are since morning, and some roars we heard, but we'd no notion anything was amiss. And when we seen you above on the cliff path, we knew 'twas here you'd be going to, 'cause we noticed your sons working. But next time we drew in shore a bit, We heard him shoutin' woeful, so we pulled up, and near swamped we were among the heavy rollers, and over him they were, and had the breath choked out of him before we found him, by the one arm crooked up above his head. So we left Johnny Rooney wid him, and come along straightways to tell yous. Stone dead he is. There's no use hurryin' now. But, och to goodness, ma'am, it's the very little good for pack them lads of yours are, that you couldn't get them persuaded at all to try save their poor old grandfather, while there was a chance. Afraid of the rough water they were, belike, and waitin' for the turn of the tide, and lavin' him there fast by the leg, the cowardly young man-trappers. For pity's sake, whisht, interrupted their mother. It was not clear to which party she appealed, but her sons stood in silence, looking down, as if a wave were actually passing over their heads. And it was thus they got the name by which they were to be known for many a long day in Meenal Clochran. End of Section 8, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 9 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The High Tide and the Man-Trappers, Part 2. Even before her favorite son Dan went off to the States on her, some of Mrs. Mulrane's neighbors had been thinking her partly quare in the head, and after that they thought so all the more, for it wasn't natural, they said, for any reasonable body to go about the way she did, with ne'er a word out of her, looking fit to swally any folks she met, whether they spoke to her or let her alone. This new misfortune did not befall her until 3 or 4 years had passed since the tragical end of her father-in-law, and dismal years they were for all the household in her cabin on the Strand. Never a happy one at best of times. A heavier cloud seemed to have settled down upon it, darkening the days for everybody, except perhaps helpless Maggie Dowling, from whose life a recurring violent terror had vanished with the departure of old Patrick. Not but what the poor man was decent and good-natured enough, so long as he hadn't the drink taken, she said. Like her sister, Mrs. Mulrane, of course, found things quieter, but that was for her a questionable benefit, because it gave her the more leisure for thinking, and her thoughts were poisoned with bitter self-reproaches. As time crept on, these might have been mitigated if they had sprung only from the manner of old Patrick's death. She might have argued them down in her own mind with a theory, more or less well-founded, that her share in the event was at worst merely an error of judgment, if indeed an error at all, and having thus convinced herself, she would not have deeply considered the neighbors' view of her proceedings, however unfavorable. But as it was, the panic-stricken impulse which had led her to cast upon her sons the responsibility for that fatal delay had in every way worsened her plight. For in addition to the dubious guilt of her hesitation to rescue, she had burdened her conscience with the indisputably criminal act of bearing false witness against her nearest and dearest. That it was also an act of utter folly she speedily learned by the experience which so punctually arrives just too late. By allowing her sons to be accused, she had more than trebled her own share of affronts and mortifications. She had opened a threefold inlet to the spears and arrows of disparaging looks and speeches that flew around her thick and fast. Old Patrick Mulrain had been one of those people who, though generally disapproved of, are not personally unpopular, and this made everybody feel all the more strongly about the dolefulness of his fate and the worthlessness of those who had so disgracefully forborne any endeavours to avert it. A tall, gaunt Debbie Ash, who spoke with some authority, declared that it put her heart across to think of the poor old man lying there, caught by the leg in the cruel big boulder stones, and watching the waves rolling in every minute to drown the life out of him, and those three great lumps of grandsons of his all the while standing within a goat's tether of him, that wouldn't so much as reach a hand to help him. Not though their unfortunate mother went down on her 2 knees to them. There was that to be said for her. No, indeed, not a one of the whole of them would, for fear the water might take them off their good-for-nothing feet. She wouldn't have thought there were the likes of 3 such young poltroons in the parish, and they were no credit to it, or to whoever had the rearing of them. Many other persons shared Debbie Ash's opinion, and expressed it in still stronger terms, which whoever had the rearing of these young poltroons often overheard, sometimes by accident, but more times by design. Often again she saw, or fancied that she saw, the shadow of such comments on the downcast countenances of her sons, which were usually gloomy enough to give her ample scope for conjectures of the kind. Amongst these was predominant a fear that the lads were thinking bad of her, grudging and resenting the ill turn she had done them. Reasonable as the apprehension might seem, there were little grounds or none for it, except in the case of Dan, her favourite, and even he said never a word. In fact, the whole household kept an absolute silence upon the subject. It would be impossible to ascertain exactly how she at length became aware that Dan was thinking of the Jim Envoy's eldest daughter Rose, and that she wouldn't have anything to say to him, and that, supposing the girl would itself, her people wouldn't let her, by reason of the talk about him and his brothers at the time their grandfather got his death, and the bad name it gave them among the neighbours. Perhaps Maggie, the onlooker, may have dropped a hint, and supplied her with the key which enabled her to spell out from a cipher of trifles how the matter stood. At any rate, it came to her knowledge, and brought keenlier home to her what a dire injury she had done Dan and his brethren. For at this time there was nothing else in the Mulrain's circumstances to make him a despicable suitor for Rose Envoy. Since their grandfather had ceased to squander their earnings, they had thriven fairly well on their bit of land, where Mrs. Mulrain herself worked desperately, and at sea, to which they now put out in a fishing boat of their own. They sometimes did so in soft or dirty weather, which daunted their neighbours, whose commentary on such an occasion often ran to the effect that Them young Mulrains was mighty ready to be foolin' off with themselves in a gale of wind when they thought they had a chance of grabbing a few mackerel. They were a dale more delicate if there was no talk of getting anything better out of the water than a misfortunate old drowndin' crother. Bedad, it looked very like as if they'd liefer he stopped where he was that time, and let them be shut of him. Or maybe what made them so hardy now was thinking it wouldn't be with drowndin' the likes of them were apt to get their deaths, no matter where they took it into their heads to streel off to. But sure it was a pity for old Paddy that they didn't take up with the notion of being so venturesome a bit sooner. Aye, it was, the young poltroons. Consequently, Mrs. Mulrain could not but clearly understand what was implied by the envoy's rejection of her son, and in her raging against it she had to include herself. She brooded and fretted over it for several weeks, till one gusty March morning, when the sight of Dan's haggard face at breakfast had sharpened her two most goading fears, which were that he might make away with himself, or else run off to the States, she formed a difficult resolve, and started up the cliff path to call on Rose Envoy's grandmother. The Dowlings and the O'Hagans were friends of very long standing, while Mrs. O'Hagan, a somewhat older contemporary, had known her all the days of her life, and was now rather poorer than herself, facts which made her errand less impossibly humiliating. Still, it needed a mighty effort, for she was inwardly furious at the envoy's impudence. Cock up the likes of them to look crooked at Dan, and sorely perplexed to imagine how she could set about effecting her purpose without compromising the pride of the Dowlings and the Mulrains. Her own, individually, she was prepared to let fall. For a task of the kind her qualifications were but meagre, tact, patience, and self-control being by no means her strong points, and even the stubborn will with which she was commonly credited seeming nothing more serviceable than a habit of adhering blindly to any position she might have hurriedly taken up in some access of fear or anger. So now, in her interview with Mrs. O'Hagan, instead of approaching its delicate object gradually yet steadily, as a skilful diplomatist would have done, she proceeded in a series of abrupt advances and awkward retreats, certain to draw upon her the very suspicions that she wished to shun. That she, notwithstanding, did never blunder or venture very near to the matter in hand will appear, however, from the part of their conversation which most directly referred to it. "'Deed now, I often heard an old woman I knew passing the remark," Mrs. Mulrain said, apropos of a reported marriage, "that her sons were well off to have ne'er a sister, the way there was no need to be saving up for their linen chests and bits of fortunes and selling stock for them or giving it away off the land. It's a great burden girls do be in a family, ma'am, all the one thing with the rates and the rent." "That's a bad word you're saying agin yourself and meself a while back, ma'am," Mrs. O'Hagan said, with a tinge of severity in her jesting tone. "Sorra the daughter I ever had, glory be," Mrs. Mulrain said, obtusely missing the point in her preoccupation with her own moral, "and ne'er a drawback me lads have at home, unless their poor aunt, that's not apt to last much longer, and that's no great trouble or expense at all. She has a couple of pounds hid away somewhere this 10 or 12 year towards her burying, I well know, though it's not grudging her I've a call to be, nor the lads wouldn't either if she hadn't a penny to her name. We can afford to be keeping her. To be sure, you had a daughter to marry, ma'am, and she has a good few grey-sotches growing up, and 2 or 3 of them red-headed. I do be noticing them on a Sunday. But Rose is a fine slip of a girl. I suppose they'll be settling her with somebody again next Shrove, ma'am, anyway. Och, they're in no hurry, said Mrs. O'Hagan. Did you happen to hear tell what way the widdy Hefferman's sick heifer was this morning? I did not. She and I aren't very great. But as for the hurry, that's the very thing I do be saying to Dan and his brothers at home. Sorra a bit of hurry there is on me to be seeing a daughter-in-law coming in. But all the same, ne'er a word I'd say against it, supposin' a one of them took the notion in his head. And if by any chance it was a girl out of his own parish, belonging to very respectable people, that he thought of making up a match with, all the better I'd be pleased. Me daughter wouldn't be wishful to marry a girl of hers, with any people living down along the Strand, that I know, Mrs. O'Hagan said hastily and flurriedly, as if running out from beneath a dangerous roof. She'd liefer they went to some place inland. People don't be getting their health so well, she says, living on the edge of the cold water. There's more than a few wouldn't get their healths to suit them unless they could be taking away other people's characters and putting an ill name on a poor boy that never done them a hand's turn of harm. Mrs. Mulrain burst out with bitter emphasis, this obvious evasion inciting her to one of her indiscreet rushes forward, but she pulled herself up with a jerk. I was thinking of something I read on the paper a while ago, she explained, about a couple of children got burnt to death in a house, I disremember where. But the Cruthers might have been took out safe enough, for there was them close by that would have gone through fire and water to reach them with ne'er a thought of drownding or anything else, only nobody seen the house was afire, barring a silly, doting old body, no better than meself, ma'am, and she never had the wit to tell the other people till it was too late altogether. So anything that happened was no fault of theirs, ma'am, whatever talk there might be afterwards. Goodness pity us all, said Mrs. Hagan. And was that the story she had? Sure now, it's the quare woman that wouldn't be making up lies to rightify her own belongings if she got the chance, and it's the quare ignorant people that would be blaming the Cruther for it. Not that you or me, Abby, has any call to be considering any such a thing, and it's like enough your son will be bringing home a wife before any great while. Wouldn't he be apt to think of getting married up in Dublin? Nanny Dwyer was telling me her sister's son was intending he would, because they have the name of owning pigs, so it's a heavy fee Father Hayland have to be getting off them. They'd do it a Dale chapper in Dublin. As much as to say he'd better go look for a girl in a strange place where they know naught about him, Mrs. Mulrain said, whirling on her brown shawl, and again her hostess protested. Musha, not at all, not at all. What'd ail anybody to be taking up that notion? And sure it's not running away with yourself you are yet a while. Stop now, woman dear, till I get you a sup of thick milk. Nevertheless, Mrs. Mulrain was very soon running away with herself down the steep cliff path against the bleak March wind, and as she went, she realized more fully than she had ever done before the irrevocability of her false step. The druidical mist of untruth which she had raised could not now be dispersed by any spell in her power. Confession was of no avail. She had indeed robbed her sons of a jewel, and not only so, but had herself hopelessly lost it. She could never restore it to them again. And a few weeks later, Dan Mulrain was voyaging, a forlorn and listless passenger, in a big liner across the lonely ocean plains between Liverpool and Boston. He had departed unbeknownst, wishing to shun a domestic scene of lamentation and remonstrance. Beyond that circle he had no need to apprehend any excessive regrets, for though naturally of a sociable disposition, he had not a single friend. The sentiment of the parish was that it would be a good job if the other two had went along with him, and his mother's grief was embittered by the reflection that when the Daly's two brats of boys set off to New York, a convoy as big as a fair saw them as far as Lugard, but her poor Dan might travel away to the well of the world's end, and no more talk about it than if he was an old stray seagull. End of section 9, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 10 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Footsticks of Slughnatraigh, Part 1. The strange childer must have come to Clochranbeg a good while before young Dan Mulrain, the man-trapper's emigration, for at that time they were quite settled in the place. That is to say, they were so in fact, though by a sort of convention it was always assumed that they were only temporary sojourners. Upon their first arrival, this had promised to be really the case, as the elderly vagrant with whom they were travelling intended to pass but one night in the village, and did actually make an even shorter stay there, for the people who tried to awaken him next morning found that he had set off again some hours earlier. Whence he had come seemed to Clochranbeg a more unanswerable question than whither he had gone, nor could the small girl and smaller boy who were left behind throw much light upon his past. Their recollections, which might be supposed to reach back a couple of years or so, were of nothing except tramping about with himself, otherwise the man, and they could give no account either of their relationship to him or to each other, or of how he had become their guardian. They called one another Min and Atty, which was all they knew about names, so that there were not enough to go round the three of them, as Mr. Haney the schoolmaster remarked in the course of a discussion about funeral arrangements. It was lucky that nobody's feelings would be hurt by this stranger's coming on the rates, for burial at the expense of the Union seemed inevitably to await him. But there was a general opinion that he should not be allowed to go to the Pauper's Corner of Killanure burying ground, unprovided with at least a name, and it appeared as if that much could easily be done for him by a simple invention, until Dermot Cassidy, who had a turn for raising difficulties, started a question about the impropriety of as good as putting a lie in the poor man's mouth, and he on the way to his grave. For it was 50 chances to 1, Dermot argued, against their guessing a name for him that would be even an offer at his own. It might, for anything they knew, said Dermot, be cast up to the crother where he was going. This speculation appealed to fears and fantasies that were always rife among Dermot's hearers, and it was a relief when the schoolmaster recommended what could be approved of as a safe and blameless step by those who felt most strongly that you cannot take too many precautions when dealing with matters of such mysterious moment. "It's liker than not," Mr. Haney said, "that he had the one Christian name with the little gossoon, if he was the grandfather, as the chances are, and if you add to that just man, I see the name now and again meself, spelt with the 2 N's, you'll be saying no more of him than you might of any mother's son of us all. A man or art man. No fear but that's a right guess anyway." This suggestion being accepted in all seriousness, and an inquest being deemed unnecessary, the death of a man was officially registered, while the surname became less formally a property of that forlorn little pair, who were thenceforth known collectively as the Strange Childer, but individually as Min and Atty Man. Since their late guardian had transmitted to them nothing else except a walking-stick and a red cotton bundle containing a few rags, some crusts, and 4 halfpenny in coppers, it seemed evident that the workhouse would have to provide for them also, and the relieving officer's deputy did, in fact, propose to convey them thither in the old man's hearse. But Mrs. O'Hagan, with whom they were meanwhile lodging, so vehemently protested against the unluckiness of such a plan, and was so strongly backed up by all her cronies, that he agreed to leave them where they were until the next time he had business in the neighborhood. And when before long this did happen, he was met on her very threshold by Mrs. O'Hagan with a flat refusal to hand him over Atty and Min. She gave him impudence, he said, and asked if himself wasn't the sensible man to be thinking to take children driving 10 or a dozen miles in a draughty old covered van, and they choking with the whooping cough that mortal minute. Faith, then, he might catch them himself if he wanted to. She couldn't tell where they were playing outside, down along the road. Whereupon Mrs. Daly next door had poked out her head, and peremptorily troubled him not to be drawing up his old workhouse yoke in front of her place. Poor Alec Hanlon reported these affronts with not a little resentment, but without obtaining much redress from the authorities. The truth was that they were by no means eager to make themselves responsible for the support of the derelict children, and were more than willing to be relieved of it by anybody else. So they instructed him to leave the woman alone, if she had a fancy to keep the children, well and good, she'd be sure to let them know plenty soon enough whenever she got tired of it. Trust her for that. It was perhaps a rather unofficial and irregular line of action, but it satisfied all the persons concerned, except Alec Hanlon, who could have wished to be charged with some alarming reprimand for the overawing of impudent Mrs. O'Hagan and abusive Mrs. Daly. The strange childer themselves acquiesced in their new situation quite contentedly. They continued to lodge with Mrs. O'Hagan, who, living her lone, had room to spare, and they boarded dispersedly among the neighbours, who never failed to produce at least a sufficiency of potatoes. It could not be said that either of them did credit to their ungrudged fare, as they both remained thin and peaky-faced. In appearance they resembled one another, though Min's hair was dark chestnut and Art's a brownish hay colour, and though the sun that had tanned his face had sprinkled hers with constellations of freckles of the first magnitude. In disposition there was less likeness, yet more than showed on the surface, the difference between them lying in development rather than in character. It was, however, noticed that two peculiarities were equally shared by each of them. Both feared horribly policemen and all kinds of officials, and both were most reluctant to set foot anywhere except along the road. Evidently the main precepts of their moral law had been, "Thou shalt keep out of the way of the police, and thou shalt not stravade about," while its sanctions had comprised shutting up in gaols and workhouses, and getting lost and starved. Several weeks passed after their arrival before the little Clockrun-Beggians could persuade them to venture out upon the bog, and for many a day did Min and Atty cast dismayed and mistrustful glances at good-natured Andy Emvoy, who happened to be wearing an old postman's cap. Although, as time went on, familiarity and the force of example undermined the authority of these fears, they never wholly lost their influence. It was furthermore discovered that the strange childer were both endowed with the gift of song, possessing voices unexpectedly powerful for persons of their age and growth. Min, whose years were estimated at 6 or 7, had obviously formed her style upon that of various street singers, and in a high treble reproduced the quavers and flourishes with more exactness, happily, than the words of their ditties, which in her version had at least the grace of complete unintelligibility. Atty, her junior by some 12-month, owned the clear pipe of a blackbird, and appeared to be an improviser into the bargain, the stock piece in his repertoire showing all the signs of an original composition. A simple and artless lay enough, it became exceedingly popular at Clockran-Beg, and was so repeatedly demanded by audiences of both young and old that its strains might often be heard rising from some out-of-door playground in the daytime, and after dark from some flickering fireside. I would I were a mountain pig, I would indeed be dad. It ran to a monotonous, mournful sort of chant. I would I were a mountain pig, a-walking in the lane. And it continued thus indefinitely, varying only with respect to the occupation of the mountain pig. Perhaps the very monotony of its music may have been found soothing, or possibly the charm lay in the perfect senselessness of the words. Undoubtedly it somehow hit the fancy of the neighbours, and it is probably chanted to this day upon the bog-lands of Slughnatraigh. One summer morning, when they had been a couple of months in the place, Min and Atty wandered down towards the beach with a number of other children, and near the end of a sandy boreen halted in a convenient hollow, where Atty was called upon for his song. Seated under a gold-flecked furze bush, he was chanting to a well-satisfied audience, when a young fisherman came along up from the shore and paused to listen. He had a dark, melancholy face, which did not look at all amused, though he presently remarked, "That's a comical lilt you have, sonny, entirely." His voice sounded gruff, and, as it were, rusty, but in no way menacing, yet several of the children immediately in warning tones bade Atty whist, while the eldest girl pulled him up by the hand and rushed off with him out of sight among the banks and bushes, all the others stampeding after her. Little Tim Nolan, looking back as they scampered, and seeing that the young man had turned away, threw a small pebble slightly in his direction, as if to symbolize their sentiments. "Who was yon thin?" said Min. "Has he anything to say to the police?" "Sure not at all," she was informed. "Pat Mulrain he is, one of the man-trappers that's living down below on the strand round the corner there, along with the old mother of them. Quare and cruel bad they are. One time they took and drownded the old grandfather they had in a big black hole in the middle of Slughnatraigh, and they'd be apt to do the same on anybody they got scrambling about the rocks near their house. You'd a right to keep out of it." The warning impressed Min and Atty all the more because it came from contemporaries of their own, and thenceforward to their list of perils to be avoided were added the man-trappers and the man-trappers' home. Before very long, Atty's mind began to be harassed by yet another anxiety, and this was the conduct of Min. Ever since Min could remember, she had walked literally in a prescribed track, from which she dared not deviate, controlled by a will not to be, even in imagination, gainsayed. And now that she found herself in a state of unprecedented freedom, her long-repressed energies tended to run riot. Within the limits imposed by her abiding fear of getting locked up on the one hand and lost on the other, she waxed rather wild and venturesome. Foolhardy she appeared to Atty, whose spirits, less elastic, had not rebounded as vigorously as hers, and whose further-seeing mind foreboded evil from her exploits. Often did he watch her proceedings with scared and scandalized eyes, and often did she turn a deaf ear to a low whisper admonishing her, "They'll put us out of it, Min, if you do be going on that-a-way." Many a time, as he gave by request a recital of his mountain pig, his thoughts were all the while full of apprehensions about the pranks which he surmised her to be playing, and the calamitous consequences which they might entail. As things turned out, he might have seemed entitled to say, "Wasn't I after telling you?" Yet it may be doubted whether men's misdeeds had in reality much to do with the event. Her habit of hunting the neighbors' poultry and of rising rows among their children did, it is true, cause some annoyance, but would hardly have produced such an effect unaided by other circumstances. These other circumstances, however, arose a year or so after the arrival of Min and Atty. A spell of exceptionally hard times set in at Minalclochran. Disastrous weather on land and sea, wreck of crops, failure of fishing, took heavy toll from lives that had no superfluities to renounce. The cheapest of yellow meal began to be reckoned a luxury. Nay, at last there was a demand outrunning the supply even for the savourless salt leaves gathered off the rocks to be boiled into the sorriest pretence of a dinner. Everybody was pinched, and nobody could tell how long the trouble might continue, since the wisest person knew hardly more than little Jim Daly, who drummed on his soon-empty saucer in vain desire for a refill, or old Bridie Ahern, who said hopefully, "Plaise goodness, there might be a pitatey in it tomorrow," to console herself over her dismal seaweedy repast. And when matters were at the worst, nothing would suit Miss Mann but she must needs go meddle with Mrs. O'Hagan's hens and the Fautrells' goat. She had incited a number of the children to join with her in building a very elaborate sand house under a bent-matted bank on the North Strand, which was all well and good, keeping them quite harmlessly employed. But her proceedings ceased to wear this blameless aspect one unlucky afternoon when, in the absence of her older comrades at school, she took it into her head that the new structure would make a grand shed for livestock. Whereupon she had captured Mrs. O'Hagan's 4 best hens and the Fautrells' grey goat, and conveying them severally to the sand-house, had stuffed into it the whole reluctant party. Grave results ensued, for in struggling to get free, Nanny broke through the crumbling roof, which dropped in heavy lumps upon the hens, killing one of them outright, and giving the others a shock which they weren't the better of to their last day, while the terrified goat rushed away and was lost on the bog for the best part of a week, during which the little Fautrells had to forego their drop of milk, a very serious privation. Certainly this piece of mischief happened most inopportunely at a time when, as Mrs. Fautrell next morning observed, it would be hard enough to find feeding for an extry chucken, let alone a couple of growing childer, and they destroyin' all before them, she added severely. She was talking in the kitchen of Mrs. O'Hagan, the strange childer's especial patroness, having called upon her early to report the continued disappearance of Nanny the goat. "'Deed, yes, ma'am," Mrs. O'Hagan replied. "I'm thinking this while back we maybe had a right to let them 2 go into the house. 'Twould be better for the Cruthers after all than running wild here and coming short as like as not. They'd be kept under rules there, anyway, but it's too old I am meself for traipsing after them to hinder them doing mischief on other people that aren't well able to afford to be at the loss of anything at all." "Bedad they are not, ma'am," Mrs. Futrell said very promptly. "Clochranbeg does be a poor place these times. Most whiles there'd be no need for grudging the likes of them their bit of food among the whole of us. But the Union van's to be at Dunscaig to-morrow, and himselves going over to Ballylow this evening, and could lave word with them to send it on here, and pick up the strange childer on the way back." "I wouldn't say but it might be the best plan," Mrs. O'Hagan said doubtfully. "Then that's what I'll do," Mrs. Futrell said with decision. "Bad luck to it. I wonder where they're after hurushin' the misfortunate goat to. She's a terrible loss." Now this conversation was overheard by Min and Atty, hidden behind a turf creel in the corner, whither they had guiltily fled upon Mrs. Futrell's entrance, and horror-stricken eavesdroppers they were. In fact, Min seemed to Atty so nearly on the point of betraying them by breaking forth into loud lamentations that he dragged her out unseen through the back door, and then they both ran wildly until they reached the border of the widest bog. "Don't you be stoppin'," Min said, tugging Atty on in her turn. "It's away we must get, the furthest ever we can contrive, before they come after us with their dirty old van." "Where are we going to?" said Atty. "Och, how should I know? Anywheres at all," said Min. "It's starved and lost we'll be," said Atty, hanging back and looking distrustfully over the lonely black land that swept out a great circle rounded off far away among the dim white November mists. "If we are itself, I'd liefer get lost than to be shut up in the Hidgie's old house all the days of our lives' ends," said Min. "I wished to goodness, then, you didn't take and friken the old goat on them," Atty said querulously. "That's the reason why she's so mad, and they're putting us out of it." And he sat down under a clump of broom, looking as if he intended to stay there. "I wished I was drownded in the middle of a bog-hole," Min said with sudden desperation, which caused Atty to clutch her frantically, crying, "Och, Min, honey, never mind. What's to become of us at all? Maybe we might find the old goat sometime," Min suggested with a reactionary gleam of hope, "and then they'd be apt to let us stop. 'Twas that they thought so bad of, worser a dale than Mrs. O'Hagan's hin. We'd have a great chance if we found her." "Let's go look," said Atty, jumping up. "Och, Min, I declare to goodness there she is just over yonder." "It's the moral of herself, bedad," Min said joyfully, and they both hied off across the bog towards a boulder glimmering greyly among some rushy tussocks. End of section 10. Read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 11 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Footsticks of Slughnatraigh, Part 2. Before noon on the following day, the two children had come considerably nearer the fulfillment of Atty's prediction that they might be lost and starved. Lost, in truth, they were very thoroughly, for their quest of the Fautrell's goat had lured them with many false hopes so far over the bog that they no longer knew in what direction Clochran Beg lay, and a fast of 24 hours feels unpleasantly like starvation to people of 7 or 8. In the lonesome track through which they were straying, they had met neither man nor beast, and after a night spent huddled in misery under a furzy bank, they had been since the return of light wandering on, growing hungrier, colder, and more terrified with the lapse of each endless hour. The Union van, loaded with constables, would have appeared to them a blessed ark of safety. But now, when midday was still distant, they had espied before them, not far off, the pale twinkling of the sea, and they made towards it, rejoicing at the sight of any familiar object. On the edge of the cliff they were once more disappointed because no houses came into view. Still, there was an easy slope leading down to the beach, and it would be a relief to escape from the dreadful desert that stretched behind them. If they had but known, they were at that moment standing on the brink of a grimmer peril than famine, captivity, or any other of the harms that threatened them, for there at their feet lay spread Slughnatraigh. The bit of the strand so called does not outwardly show much to account for its very evil repute all about Mina Clochran. It is a little semi-oval of a bay, curved round by cliffs with swarded crests. Midway in their curve, a spur of the cliff shelves down to the strand, jutting out seaward in a low rocky ridge, overgrown with a curious entanglement of seaweed, woodbine, and briar bushes. The highest tides seldom reach quite to the base of these cliffs, and it is to the sands spread beneath them that Slughnatraigh owes its ill-omened name. Quicksands they are, of the most treacherous and tenacious quality. Woeful has been the fate of many a one who, setting foot unawares on their smooth grey face, has felt a cold mouth open and fasten upon him, enlarging itself, and gaping wider and deeper for him, the more wildly he struggles against its grip, until at last, half sucked in, half sinking, he goes helplessly under, and the rest of his miserable tragedy, stifled away from light and air, is to be surmised only by the heaving and quivering which subside slowly as the death-trap gulps down its victim. More than once it has happened that those trailing bramble bushes have served as bait. On this Bog-Land they grow rarely enough to make blackberries seem a covetable prize, and roving children have sometimes been lured by the sight of them into terrible toils. They attracted Min now, and she pointed them out to Atty, saying there might be an odd few berries sticking on them yet. With which hope they began all the more eagerly to descend the rough track towards the beach. But when they had scrambled nearly halfway down, they came upon a much more important discovery. From behind a projecting crag gleamed into view the whitewashed gable end of a cabin. "Look there, Min," said Atty, who saw it first. "It's a house. If there's any people in it, they'd be apt to give us a bit of bread or something. Min said, "Glory be, we'll try, would they?" and was hurrying on to make the experiment when a sudden thought checked her. "I declare to goodness," she said, "I believe it's the man-trapper's house. They said it was just beyond the stones on the strand, and there's the big stones, sure enough, and there's itself. We'd a right to not go near it." Min's conjecture was so far correct. The man-trappers did live almost on the verge of Slughnatraigh. In fact, to its neighbourhood was partly due their long-continued ill repute, as many an anxious parent endeavoured to scare the children from that real and ghastly danger of the place by setting up the man-trappers as a half-mythical bogey. All the rumours she had ever heard about them now occurred to Min. She remembered how a cross-looking old woman had been pointed out to her at Mass as the mother of the man-trappers, and how she had been assured that any one of the family would drown a person as soon as look at him. Here on the spot, these stories seemed more true and more terrific than ever before, and Min resolved firmly that, hungry or no, she and Atty must give the house as wide a berth as possible, without returning to the desolate bog. "Let's try first as there e'er a blackberry yet," she said, "and after that we can creep along down close by the edge of the say below there. Some more houses is sure to be in it presently a wee bit further on." She turned towards the thorn-clad rocks, with Atty following her. But their path brought them at one point a fuller view of the cabin, with its blue smoke plume, and glint of red fire through the open door, outside which a pinkish pig and several speckled hens rooted and pecked round a large black pot, while a white goat browsed on the patch of thrift-sprinkled sward. And all this looked so homey-like to Atty, who was just then less conscious of fear than of a chilly hunger, that he warily lagged behind Min till he found an opportunity to slip aside and make a dart for the scene which seemed to him much more attractive and hopeful than those dark bushes shivering in the bleak morning wind. Mrs. Mulrain was mixing meal and water for stirabout on the dresser, when a shrill sound of singing rose up suddenly close by. What is it, to goodness? She wondered with a start, for nothing like it had been heard there since her sons grew up, and going to the door, she was aware of a very small boy in a bluish woolen bib, who sang the louder at her approach. It had struck Atty that a rendering of his most popular lay might prove a successful introduction, and, accordingly, "I would I were a mountain pig," he was chanting. "I would indeed be dad. I would I were a mountain pig, a-atin' of some bread. I would I were a mountain pig, a-drinking of some milk. I would I were a mountain pig, a-getting bits of food." The last line vibrated with a vehement shrillness, and Mrs. Mulrain said, "Och, whist, whist, where at all are you streeling about to at this time of day?" For she was never very early astir, and had but lately made up her fire. "We're going home to wherever the town is," said Atty, "and if I had e'er an old crust of bread, I'd sing you a lot more of the mountain pig before I begin atin' it at all." With an abrupt dive backwards, Mrs. Mulrain vanished indoors and speedily reappeared. Her hands were filled with the remains of last night's supper, 2 flat griddle cakes, either of which would cover this page. "Here's for you," she said, interrupting a piercing "I would. "Take them, and stop your mouth, and run off home with them before you have the crother inside roused up." This crother was in reality a most harmless person, but the vagueness of the term left room for alarming imaginations, and Atty, with an uncomfortable remembrance about the man-trappers, ran off as fast as he could to join Min, whom he soon saw clambering on the low rocks across a smooth stretch of sand. The rocky spit went dwindling seaward and ended in a line of detached boulders with sandy spaces between, like a row of stepping stones, only suited, however, to a giant's striding. And the last boulder was almost reached by the white edge of the tide as it came seething in. Beyond the cold slate-colored water, a band of dull red lingered on the northwestern horizon. A belated remnant drifted round from the morning glow. Running at the top of his speed, with both hands full, Atty tripped over a shriveled black coil of seaweed, knotted to a stony weight, and he came down headlong on the sand. He fell soft, and at first his chief concern was to recover his 2 cakes which had flown out of his grasp, but when he scrambled to his feet, it was only to feel that cold, clammy mouth closing round his ankles, and to find himself sinking swiftly, horribly, until all the solid world seemed to be crumbling away beneath him. Min, who had come hurrying to meet him, almost rushed into the same entanglement, but luckily stood still on the lowest boulder, a small seaweedy slab, scarcely showing above the sand, whence she reached him a hand before it was too late. "What ailed you at all?" she said reprovingly, as he struggled up beside her. "Can't you walk where it's firm like?" But immediately afterwards, attempting to set foot on a firm-like place, she plunged down even more deeply than he had done, and floundered back again in much affright. Their plight, in truth, was extremely grave, and the more so, the less they understood the real nature of their peril. On one side the rough breakers were rolling in loud and swift, and all round was spread the deadly snare of the quicksand. At any moment the children might be urged by the more visible danger to flee into the jaws of the more fatal one, too far for retreat. Meanwhile, however, they only uttered dismayed little shrieks as they groped vainly with tentative half-steps in every direction for a footing they never could find. It was just at this time that Stacy Colgan, with her daughters and the widow Joyce, and old 6-pound-10 Gallagher, accompanied by several lads and lasses, reached the end of the shingled belt which forms the beach most of the way from Clochranbeg to Slughnatraigh. They had gone out early in quest of salt leaves, and finding these scarce, had wandered on till they came to the precincts of the man-trappers. A possibility of lighting upon the missing strange childer was present to their minds, though nobody thought them likely to be astray upon the strand, and the seekers for them had scattered themselves over the bogs and along the roads. So the whole party were surprised and excited when Judy Colgan exclaimed that she saw a couple of people over yonder down by the water, and that, according to her belief, it was the strange childer themselves. True for her themselves they are, bedad, Mrs. Joyce declared. I know them by Min's red skirt. Besides, who else would it be stravadin' about there? And they in the very worst of the soft places. Sure it's destroyed they'll be. Woman dear, what'll we do at all? No sooner was their identity established than the nimblest of the gossoons and grissetches raced off homewards, partly for help and partly from emulous eagerness to communicate with the least delay the doubly sensational news that the strange childer were after being got below on the strand, and that they about drownded themselves dead in the middle of Slughnatraigh. The rest of the party advanced as close as they dared to the verge of the dangerous ground, and stood there in a group, clamorous as seafowl, and as little to the purpose. For a strong breeze beat back the sound of their voices, so that their injunctions to stand steady where ye are, and set hand nor foot off the dry stone for your lives, never reached Min and Atty, who in any case would not probably have profited much thereby. But more effectual aid was at hand. By and by these helpless onlookers saw that two young men were coming rapidly down along the rocky spit, and finally jumping from one detached boulder to the other, till only a narrow sand strip separated them from the children. They be Pat and Art Mulrain, said Mrs. Colgan, and by the dropping of the nickname she unconsciously showed that in this desperate crisis she had fixed some hopes upon their friendly intervention. The first action of the brothers was hardly encouraging. One of them shook his fist fiercely at the children, and his threatening shout rose above the dull drumming of the rollers. If them barbarous young miscreants of man-trappers take and do anything agin the unfortunate little cruthers now, I hope they'll get hung for it, I do so, the widow Joyce said half-whimpering. Biddy Colgan simply ran away screeching, because, as she afterward explained, she'd as lief not be seeing the two of them massacreed or swallied up. "Och, be aisy, 6 £10, said to the widow. Sure it's only dispersuadin' them he'd be of skiting out into the soft holes. Ah, woman, have sense." Pat Mulrain had in fact roared at the children, who seemed about to rush toward him. "Don't you offer to stir an atom off that, you young thieves of the world, or it's setting the dog here at yous I'll be to ate yous alive." He would have found it difficult to carry out this threat, as Gary, the black and tan collie, himself had been once nearly engulfed, and ever since had resolutely avoided setting a paw on doubtful places. However, it effectively deterred Atty and Min, who remained rooted in dismay. A finishing touch seemed added to their tribulations by the advent of these notorious bugbears, at whom they had now and then flung with due circumspection a censorious pebble or clod. as they cowered together, motionless and mute, Min could only make some vindictive grimaces with her face hidden on Attie's sleeve, and Attie thought wildly of setting up a propitiatory song, but could not screw up courage to begin. Meanwhile, a brief and anxious colloquy was going on between the two man-trappers. The urgency of the situation allowed scant time for words and small choice of deeds. In a few moments, the swift rising of the tide would swamp the children on their little ledge of safety, and though that lay within a man's jump of the Mulrane's station, to spring upon it without dislodging its other occupants was, by reason of its diminutive size and slippery surface, an altogether impossible feat. "Musha, good gracious, what at all quare antic is the fellow at now?" commented Mrs. Colgan to her criticizing companions on the other side of Slughnatraigh, as they saw Pat Mulrane suddenly plunge forward as if about to dive off the lowest shelf of the rock. "Is it fallen after his head he'd be, to the back of everything else? Begorra, it's making a footstick of himself he is, 6 pound 10 averred, to let the children across." And so it was. By wedging his toes tightly into a crevice of the big boulder, and gripping with both hands a hold of the slimy, tawny-potted wreaths on the small one, Pat, prone at full length, just spanned the interval between them, over which Art stepped thus on a footbridge, and returned with a frightened child swinging from either arm. This maneuver was executed with the utmost dispatch, yet barely in time, for Pat's precarious clutch of the slithery seaweed failed just as the other three were safely landed, so that down he went face foremost into the smothering slough, whence his brother hauled him out, blinded, half-choked, hideous to behold in a mask of blue-black, oozy mire, after a desperate wrestle with the clinging horror of Slughnatraigh. All serious danger, nevertheless, was at an end once they were set high and dry upon the big boulder, where they could wait securely until the rescue was completed with the help of inanimate planks and ropes. The strange childer were before long transferred to the Mulrane's house, and joined there by the Colgans with their party. Not for many a year had Mrs. Mulrane entertained so much company, and more kept dropping in through the afternoon as rumors reached the town and brought neighbors to investigate upon the spot. Deep concern had prevailed at Clochranbeg towards the close of the day before, when Min and Attie were found to have entirely and unaccountably disappeared. Not only were the children general favourites, but a feeling existed that the parish was in some measure responsible for them, and that a slur would be cast upon it if they were allowed, as Joe Fautrell said, to go to loss. Most people had a sense that such an event would be unlucky as well as lamentable. Search parties had been roaming over the bogs all night, and some were still going to and fro among their holes and hillocks, but an opinion that they would not again be seen alive was steadily gaining ground. Nobody wandered more widely and with a more distracted mind than Mrs. O'Hagan, the strange Childers landlady, who was reproaching herself bitterly for having maybe scared them away with blaming them for the old kilt hen and talking about the Union. She had gone so far afield that the news of their recovery did not find her till near sunset, and even then in the shape of reports at once disquieting and contradictory. Some said that the strange childer had been last seen right in the middle of Slughnatraigh. Some that old Mrs. Mulrain had hunted them away from her door and set the dog at them. Others, with much convincing persistency and detail, related that the man-trappers were after drownding both of them below on the strand, and they screeching the way you might hear them in Derry. Her relief was therefore intense when she found them happily established by the Mulrain's fire, little the worse for their adventures, which several neighbours graphically recounted to her, laying especial stress upon the heroism displayed by Pat Mulrain, who had come, £6 said, within an aim's ace of losing his life over it. Upon Pat, who still looked limp and woebegone as he sat in the chimney corner, Mrs. O'Hagan showered, vastly to his further discomfort, profuse praises and benedictions. "Long sorry I'd be," she said in peroration, "to be passing remarks agin any person in the parish, but I question is there e'er another boy in it that would take and make a footstick of himself above the bewitched old hole out yonder. That's neither land nor water, unless 'twas the divil had the stirring of them together according to some plan of his own, as is like enough for the unnatural thrimbling and quakings in them yet. Sure now, if it wasn't only for yourself, Pat Mulrain, it's at the black bottom of that awful place them two little imps of innocent crathers 'ud be lying this minute, supposing there is a bottom to it at all, instead of sitting here as grand as you please, atin' bread and treacle, the bold little torments, and half the parish heart scalded running over the country after them the length of the night." "Och, they're welcome, ma'am," Pat muttered ambiguously. "Take a cup of tea, ma'am. It's dry you're apt to be, after all that fine talk you're giving Pat," his mother said, with a sub-acid suavity, for while exulting on his behalf, she retained a resentful memory of her last visit to Mrs. O'Hagan, and of Dan's rejected suit. Mrs. O'Hagan accepted the tea unsuspectingly, though protesting that she had only looked in to fetch home the children, yet in the end she went her way without them. The Mulrains were loth to relinquish them so soon, chiefly on account of Maggie Dowling, who from her imposing box bed declared that the little gossoon with his queer song done her heart good, and who seemed sadly cast down by the prospect of their departure. "You might lave them at all events," Mrs. Mulrain suggested, "till the cruthers tired of the fatigue." And Mrs. O'Hagan consented, mindful of what poverty prevailed in her own and her neighbours' houses, and not ignorant that the Mulrains were at this time some degrees better off than the rest. As for Min and Atty themselves, the friendliness of Garry and the abundance of freshly baked griddle cakes very sufficiently reconciled them to their change of quarters. In this way it came about that the strange childer took up their abode with the man-trappers, and one result of it was that the latter shook off the bad name which had been fastened upon them. From that day the youth of Clochranbeg transferred their animosity to unchancy Slughnatraigh, which they thenceforth regarded with increased dread and aversion, and at whose impassively sullen, grey face they pelted vanishing stones from an even more cautious distance than when the man-trappers had been their mark. 6-pound-10's oft-repeated narrative of the strange childer's hair's-breadth escape always wound up with, "Ay, bedad, was the fine footstick he made of himself entirely that time," and this helped to suggest the new nickname with which it somehow seemed necessary to replace the old. It became customary to speak of Pat Mulrain and his brother as the Footsticks, a title which, in the circumstances, nobody could shout after them with hostile derision. Moreover, as Min and Atty often accompanied them to the Strand or the town, they were gradually drawn out of the isolation into which they had shrunk, and began to hold again some intercourse with their kind. These changes were all more or less soothing to Mrs. Mulrain, and under their influence she showed a perceptible diminution in the eccentricity and moodiness of her demeanour. But her clearing sky showed its brightest patch one day when a friend of the envoys looked in on her, charged with what were obviously overtures to the making up of a match between their Lizzie and her Pat. On that occasion she uttered dark and riddling speeches which would not have misbeseemed an ancient Pythoness or the heroine of an Aeschylean drama, about people whose ignorance and pride hindered them of taking what was offered them, when belike nothing ailed it at all the while, except being a dale too good for them or the likes of them, and who were very apt to find they had missed their chances if ever they come looking after it again. Nevertheless, this lifting of her clouds was only partial and transitory. Their shadow dropped upon her once more before the dissatisfied go-between had well recrossed the threshold, and she fell into a gloomy reverie, standing idle at her door, while the chant of Mountain Pig came faintly from the inner room, where it was beguiling that long spring afternoon for Maggie Dowling. If she had put her dejection into words, they would have run somewhat as follows. "It's poor Dan I do be thinking bad of. Them other two boys might be right enough, but me heart's scalded about him, for he didn't get ferrety with it all, troth he did not. And it's blamin' me he is, I well know. There might be a letter at the office again next Saturday, but it's not to me he'll write. Last time it was to Pat, and before that to Maggie and Art. Niver a word he sent to me. It's him I'm thinking bad of, the poor child, but I might maybe get news of him on Saturday." End of section 11, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 12 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old Isaac's Biggest Haul. Grace Envoy heard the boys talking about it after supper as they sat on the rocks before their doorway in which she stood knitting, and the conversation very much grieved and vexed her for several reasons. She was the only daughter of old Isaac Envoy, and sister of the boys, so called merely because they were still unmarried. They were all three her elders, and she herself was well on to 30. Theirs was a fishing family, and the chief event of her days had always been the going and coming of the boat. Not the same boat, for their old Granuale, condemned as unseaworthy, had lain discarded by the tiny rough pier for the last half-dozen years or so. Her successor and namesake, however, sadly dissatisfied old Envoy, who seldom failed to draw invidious comparisons between the two craft when embarking or disembarking. He had done so this evening as the Granuale Junior was being fastened to a staple wedged in among the boulders. "Sure, if we'd been in her, the cruther," he had said, looking regretfully at the black slug-like shape, "we'd ha' got home in one half the time. She knew how to be taken advantage of every breath o' wind she met wid. But this lump of a Bastille'll go sulking along wid herself before the handiest breeze ever blew in the bay, as sudden as a gob of mud." "At all events," Thady had replied, handing out an oar to Grace, "she isn't apt to be springing a leak on us any minute. Might land us to the bottom like a handful of cockles dropping out of your pocket." But his father had stumped unheeding across the shingle strip that led indoors. He was smoking a last pipe now by the hearth, safely beyond hearing of his son's discourse, although to Grace in the doorway the voices came so clearly that she sometimes glanced to and fro nervously, apprehensive lest they should penetrate too far. "The long and the short of it is, it's too old he's gettin'," summed up Thady, the middle brother. "We'd do a dale better wid him out of the boat." "Aye, would we so," said Tim, the youngest, "and himself would as well." "If he'd content himself at all," Joe said more doubtfully. "Goodness knows he's been at it long enough. But he's as headstrong as a 2-year-old, and, sure, how can we go agin the man if he's got a mind to be comin' along?" "What I was thinking is this," said Thady. "We might slip out early tomorrow, very quiet, before he's awake, and pick up young Farrell going by the point. He's smart enough, and then, wid nothing on board delayin' us, we'd have a good chance of a bit of luck." "Bedad now, 'twould be the best way," Tim said with decision. "Me father'd be ragin' and annoyed, belike, over it," Joe said with doubt. "Sure, man, it's one of them things that can't be helped if he is, like the rain fallin' straight and the water flowin' crooked," said Thady. "He might better be ragin' than drowndin' himself and the whole of us, as he might very aisy one of these rough days, let alone losin' the mackerel on us. It stands to raison we'll have to take and lave him behind sooner or later, if he won't lave himself. We can bid Grace tell him we didn't like to be disturbing him that early, and she'll contrive to pacify him. If he wants to be doing something, there's plenty of nets to mend." After a little further discussion, this plan was adopted, and as a preliminary step, the boys presently went indoors to bed, for they agreed that they must start with the soon returning summer sun. But their sister lingered for a while in the doorway, looking out into the waning twilight with a pucker of anxiety between her eyes and an angry grief at her heart. Cruel annoyed himself he'll be, was the burden of her meditations, cruel annoyed. And he as gay and pleasant in his mind this evening as anything, and saying it looked to be grand fishing weather the morrow. And so it will, worse luck. But they'll all be after slipping off with themselves on him, and nobody only me about the place to try put a good face on it, and I might as well spare meself the trouble, for he'll see the reason they done it as plain as I see the moon rising up behind Sleeve staring. Sure now, if I was them, I'd liefer every mackerel ever swum in the green say went to loss than to be vexing him that way, the crother. Troth, I would so. And Thaddy agin him, that he thought a dale on ever. She continued bitterly. I wouldn't scarce have believed it of him. But sure, after all, 'tisn't Thaddy's fault entirely if himself's getting old, a trifle oldish on us. Going on for 80 he is, and then suppose he went, and by chance anything happened him. Grace had lived too long by the sea to underrate the risk of such chances. I daren't say a word, she said to herself, only it's sorry I am in me heart with thinking of one thing and the other. So, still disconsolately thinking, she shut herself into the dark little house, with a mind full of evil auguries for the morrow. And next morning everything began to happen very much in accordance with her forecasts. It was serene blue and white weather when she awoke somewhat later than usual, because her unquiet thoughts had delayed her falling asleep. There was not a sound to be heard, and for a while she cherished a hope that her father had been roused after all, and that the plans of the boys for leaving him behind had thus come harmlessly to naught. But presently her heart, hopes and all, sank plump down like a full jug when you let it go its handle in the well, for a call came from without, "Grace, Grace," in tones of peremptory excitement. Old Isaac was tramping about on the boulders when she obeyed his summons. He was a tall, long-bearded old man, gaunt and stooped, and Grace fancied that he looked more gaunt and more stooped than usual this morning. The many lines on his face were complicated by fresh creases of anxiety, and the gaze he bent upon his daughter was as intent as if he had been landing a 12-pound salmon in a doubtful net. What's the mischief and all's took the boys and the boat? Was the question he had been waiting there to ask her. The hope he was cherishing was that he might hear they were only gone a little way to get bait, or on some such errand, and would be calling back for him. But Grace replied, in as innocent and matter-of-course a manner as she could, "Is it the boys? Sure they went off with themselves this good while ago. Starting early they had to be, for fear of missing the tide in the headstones. Away beyond that they said they would be going after the mackerel, and they thought bad of wakening you out of your sleep. Down sank her father's hope, and up swelled his wrath. So that's what they done on me, he said. That's the trick they're after playin' on me, the young thieves of the world. Just for 'fraid of wakening you, Grace interposed, clinging desperately to her one flimsy excuse. For 'fraid of wakening you out of your sleep, Daddy, darlint. Aye, begor, afraid of that they'd be, sure enough, said he. Deed were they, Grace said, eagerly receiving his assent as a sign that he accepted her explanation. Rail quiet and cautious they must ha' went, the way you wouldn't be woke. The divil doubt it. Arrah, then, get along with yourself out of that, standing there telling lies, he said, turning upon her with a sudden savageness. Is it doting and demented you consait I am, for by an old creeping cripple? The schemers, the villains, well enough they seen 'twould be a grand day for the fishin', so they thought they'd slink off and do whatever pleased themselves without me obstructin' of them. That taught every one of them to handle an oar. I'm no better in a boat these times, and it me own boat, than a lump of ballast. That's the opinion they have of me, and wishin' the whole pack of them is, Thaddy and all the rest of yous, wishin' I was in me clay instead of to be wastin' their time, if you plaze, and hindering them of their chances, because I'm grown a bit stiff and clumsy. Get along with yourself, and hold your fool's tongue. Grace retreated indoors, where she stood aimlessly by the grey hearth, too much dejected to set about stirring up the smouldering peat sod. They'd a right to be ashamed of themselves to go do such a thing on him, she was thinking, but I wouldn't be sayin' aught agin them anyway behind their backs. 'Twould only annoy himself there the worse, and indeed now they have him greatly annoyed. A good-for-nothing pack they are, and I don't know is there a hand's turn I could be doing for him, unless I baked him a bit of griddle cake for the breakfast. But as like as not he wouldn't look at it. On these sad reflections broke a sound which sent her darting out of doors again. It was the rattle of a chain, and a grating on the shingle, such as betoken arrivals and departures by water. And there, indeed, was her father, fumbling about the fastenings of the old granuale. In a moment the rusty boat slipped, falling with a clank, and he began to shove her down seaward. "Och, saints above, what are you at, father, at all?" Grace called to him aghast. But he only continued to push the boat. The light canvas frame slid along expeditiously, and close to the water's edge he righted it with a sudden twist. "You aren't ever thinking to go out in that old cruther," Grace protested, pursuing him in extreme consternation, "and she lying there this half-dozen year and more, and leaking like 20 sieves." "Bedad, then, it's fine and dry she ought to be by this time," old Isaac replied grimly. "To be sure, in course you wouldn't be that cracked and crazy," Grace asserted with a confidence she was far from feeling. "Never you mind troubling yourself to consider how cracked and how crazy I've a fancy to be," said her father. "Quare enough in his head you might say anybody was that'd sit at home the best fishing day of the season, and it's not what I'm going to do,
not for to please all the impudent young rapscallions in Ireland. Run along and be fetching me the coil of line there's lying on the ledge of the back windy." But instead of running, Grace sat down on the rugged little pier end and began to cry miserably in the golden early sunshine. "It's drownding yourself on us you'll be, I well know," she said, "and ne'er a bit of breakfast you've had, and the fire not made up to be getting you anything quick. Och, what'll become of me at all, for it's sinking under your feet she'll be." Her father answered nothing, but stumped off into the house, whence he soon reappeared, laden with a coil of line, a small bundle, and a flappy brownish roll, the boat sail, in fact, which he had reached down from among the rafters. The sight of these final preparations seemed to freeze Grace into composure. She watched him silently for a while as he fitted the little mast into its socket and shifted boards and benches. Then she said, in the tone of one stating some incontrovertible proposition, "Well, you'll have me along wid you, anyhow, Daddy. Joe always says it's meself's the great one for pullin' and bailin' out, and mindin' the boat I'll be while yourself's fishin'." At this her father chuckled cheerfully as he spliced a rope. "Why, to be sure," he said, "unless it's one of the old Hins I'll be bringin' along to take care of me, or maybe old Tib the cat 'ud suit me better. In course I'll be takin' the either or the other of yous. Jest you wait there aisy till I do, me dear." "May goodness forgive me, but it's yourself's the ungovernable man," Grace said, and then stood watching him in dumb despair. He had apparently recovered his spirits and laughed to himself occasionally, but Grace saw his hands shaking as he tied the knots, and she felt bitterly that her own hands were bound into helplessness by some invincible, invisible power. The fair morning seemed to her like a dismal parody of other fair mornings very long ago, when she, a small child, used to be watching him get ready to go out fishing alone, for the boys were not yet big enough to give any substantial assistance. Hale and hearty he was in those days, and the thought of his ever being otherwise occurred to her no more than did doubts about the sun's duly rising. And when he had rowed or sailed away, she could run indoors to her mother with her razor shells and wonderfully curious pebbles. Now, with herself dead on them this 10 year, and himself, old and feeble, setting off to get drowned, for all she could do or say, she seemed to have strayed a terribly long way from that carefree paradise. Suddenly a change in the light made her look round, and as suddenly she plucked her father by the sleeve. "It isn't going to be anyways such fine weather, then, at all," she announced triumphantly. "Look at the fog where it's blowing in like a stone wall. Sorra the boat'll be after mackerel in the bay this day, whatever." Grace was right in her facts. One of the low-lying cloud banks that wander more perilously than the ancient jostling rocks upon the plains of ocean had drifted shoreward by some caprice of the wind, and was now crowding into 100 inlets, among them the Envoy's Creek. She was wrong, however, in the conclusion to which she had so happily hurried, and she speedily learned her mistake. "Well, now," old Isaac said deliberately, looking round the shrunken horizon, "all I can say is that if there was 5 fogs in it, or 50 fogs, or 500 for the matter of that, every one of them on top of the other, niver a bit I'd be at a loss of me day's fishin' for the likes of them, or anybody else." And he stepped on board with a determined stride. "And the boys'll go to loss in it too, belike," Grace said, standing by in her woe. "Ne'er a one of you's'll ever be comin' home to me again, and I haven't a soul in the width of the world. I wished to God I was away in the old buryin' ground there at Lisconnell, along wid herself, and then me heart wouldn't be broke among yous all." Her father, now in the very act of pushing off, gave no signs of hearing, and she sat down upon the pier, oppressed by utter despondency. If she had any motive at all for lingering there, it must have been supplied by her last flicker of hope. The boys, she thought, might possibly soon return, to be instantly despatched in quest of the mistrusted Granuaile. How long Grace sat, crouched on the stones with her head in her hands, she could not have guessed. All her thoughts were out at sea, whence it seemed to her that news, good or bad, must soonest come. But it was a sound of steps clattering on the loose shingle behind her that first caused her to start up expectant, and what she saw made her stand gazing in wide-eyed terror. For the newcomer was young Farrell, the boy's comrade, alone, bare-headed and wet-haired, with drops glistening and falling as he moved. "Is it you, then, Con Farrell?" she said, "and what's gone with the rest of them?" "Och, Grace Mavroni, the headstones," said Con Farrell. Now the headstones is a name of fear round and about Killavan. It has been bestowed on a small square-shaped bay which bears an evil reputation. The salt water has there flowed over the grey-crested ridges of a sea-sunken hill, and these rocks emerge in such numbers that they give it somewhat the aspect of a burial ground. Jagged reefs and sandy bars help to make the place a very difficult passage to thread safely, even in fair weather. Storms, and especially fogs, convert it into a mazy labyrinth of perils. Many a luckless keel has missed the clue and come to fatal grief among them. Con's brief answer, therefore, conjured up a clear and cruel picture in Grace's imagination. "Is it drownded all of them was, and you comin' away?" she asked calmly. "Look you, Grace, you cruther, this was the way of it," Con said in a breathless hurry. "Taking the short cut through the headstones we were, intendin' to try off Millinish, when up come the fog like a wing clappin' down on us, and we in among the thick of them snaggy rocks. You could see as far through a feather pillow, and a wind whistlin' up along wid it. So the first thing we knew, on agin a one we druv, and knocked a big hole in her. She wouldn't keep afloat while you would be shipping an oar, that's certain, and sure you know ne'er a one of them swims a stroke, only meself. So they bid me get to shore, if I could at all, and they'd make a shift to hold on to the rock. But tellin' you the truth, I misdoubt could they. I heard them lettin' a woeful shout just afore I come to land. That was the most I could do, he confessed, but I run round along this strand, thinking I'd borry the loan of your other old boat, and try would there be e'er a chance of reachin' to them in her. She'd be apt to keep afloat that far, and the fog's liftin' a bit. I might maybe find them right enough yet, if I had no delayin'. Where have you her lyin' now? Sure me father's took and drownded himself in her this mornin', Con, Grace said, quietly still. He wouldn't take me along wid him, sorra a bit would he, or else 'twould all happened very handy-like. But the old boat's gone. The Lord be good to us, Grace. Is it romancin' you are? Asked Con. Why, what would bewitch the man to do such a thing all of a suddent? Ne'er a word the lads told me of his comin' out this day. True for you, though, the boat's away, and what am I to be at next? Why wouldn't you go look for another one, then, this minute? Grace said, with a flash of vehemence. Wasn't you sayin' there might be a chance yet? And is it standin' there you are and talkin' foolish, instead of runnin' for your life? Runnin' I could be fast enough, said Con, but where to try for a boat's more than I can tell. Divil a one have I in me mind that I could be layin' me hand on. However, I'll do me endeavours, Grace Envoy, troth will I so. Con darted off again along the beach, and was quickly out of sight. He left Grace in an infinite solitude. She had spoken truly when declaring that her father and brothers were all she possessed, for outside the little circle gathered round yonder central hearth-fire, she could count no kinsfolk and few neighbours. Daddy and Joe and Thaddy and Tim, she felt certain that she was never to behold one of them more. Under stress of that appalling belief, she could only cower down among the boulders, closing eyes and ears to the outer world with a fold of her grey shawl, as if she might thus exclude also the inward desolation. She was holding back her thoughts much as she would have held her breath, drowning under deep water, conscious all the while that the terrible moment could not be long deferred. Grace, you big gawk, is it asleep or wool-gathering you are? Sitting crouched there like an old wet hen. Grace, you great stronsatch, you, instead of catching a holt of the rope, and us bawling to you this last half-hour. Her father's voice, thus loudly accosting her, broke roughly on her muffled ears. But seraphic strains could not have sounded to Grace more bewilderingly sweet. Up she started out of her black dream. The white fog had lifted and lightened wonderfully, so that there were golden gleams shining about its farthest silvery edges. But this was not what she saw, for close by bobbed up and down the old Granuaile, with her father standing in the bow, just striking the sail, and with all the three boys sitting in the stern, safe and sound, albeit rather sheepish and disconcerted of demeanour. Grace seized the tossed rope, and in another minute the whole party were tramping on the noisy stones. They had no fish to unload, not so much as a herring. "Well, Grace, it's the quare fine haul I'm after bringing home this day at all events," said old Isaac. "The biggest ever I took, if it was good for much, which it may be, or maybe it mayn't. Where am I after finding them? Sure now, telling you the truth, 'twas more be good luck than good guidance I happened on them, for the fog was that thick you couldn't sort your fingers from your thumbs, when I come where I heard the balls. But says I to meself, 'That's Thaddy,' says I, 'be the powers, it is himself.' For he was a great hand at the roaring if anything went agin him, ever since he was the length of a sizable mackerel. And, be the same token," he continued, "very presently I come within a knife's edge of scraping destruction into the old boat off the lump of a rock me 3 harrows there was sittin' gathered up atop of. And bedad now, according to the look of them, for all the pleasure they were getting out of it, they needn't ha' troubled themselves to be flouncing off that outrageous early, and bad manners to them, before other people had got rightly asleep. They might be none the worser if they waited till their hurry was over. Och, we're us through, Dad. You've got the laugh agin us this time, and no mistake," Joe said, with his wonted good-humoured grin, "and we're very apt to not hear the last of it this season anyway." Joe's forebodings proved to be well-founded, but the morning's event had another result which nobody would have predicted. Old Isaac has never gone fishing again. Many a time, such is the contrariness of the human mind, have Joe and Thaddy and Tim come talking to him persuasively and wistfully about the grandeur of the weather, but his answer is always the same. "I'm after taking me biggest haul," he says, "and nothing less 'ud satisfy me now. Stopping at home I'll be, and contenting meself with that."
End of section 12, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 13 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wrong Turning, Part 1.
Dwellers at and around Beltranagh assert that a man who can find his way about their shore by daylight won't be bothered anywhere else in the dark, and the saying is tinctured with truth, for those high cliffs which show to the waves and west winds a long front seldom broken, seem to have been left with the debris of their building materials littered at their base so profusely that it crops up perpetually above the water pavement, or, still more perilously, lurks unseen just below the surface. The sea is thick with rocks and reefs, shoals and bars, which so vary in aspect and obstructiveness from tide to tide, that to thread the shifting labyrinth is a difficult feat even for a mariner holding the clue of maturest experience. It is perhaps most intricate just outside Carrick-on Bank, a long shingly isthmus lying stretched across the mouth of one of the few gaps in that great cliff wall which here abruptly swerves inland to form a deep embrasure filled with hill-girt low. Such a mere thread is the isthmus in breadth that only its extremely tenacious stuff could have refused to snap ages since under the stress of thundering seas. A piled-up glacis of smooth oval granite stones, like an ogre's sugar almonds, each one a heavy 2 handsful, slopes seaward almost its whole length, and so far has clattered defiance when the clutching foam leaps highest to snatch it down. But near the northern end is one weak point, where the gigantic pebbles are scattered sparsely with silvery sand showing between them, and it seems probable that, in the course of some 1,000 centuries, the Atlantic will there break through into Lough Oren. Meanwhile, not many years back, the inhabitants of Beltranagh farmhouse used the slight depression in the shingle bank as a sheltered berth for their couple of boats. The Beltranagh farm seems a curiously situated little homestead even for that countryside, where tillage is carried on in unlikely places, and holdings have not uncommonly a more or less amphibious character. Its existence is due to a small triangle of land, as opposed to strand, wedged in between the foot of the cliffs and one end of the stony isthmus. A jut of the towering rock wall screens a few precious stacks and sheds from the full sweep of the west wind, but the dwelling-house itself stands aloof from this protection and faces the sea across only a meagre, dryish strip, even at low water. It has 2 windows and a door below, and 3 windows above, and is washed with a livid Silurian blue, which seems to parody the color of its surroundings. About it are shredded the short furrowed patches, with soil dwindling towards their dikes from mitigated to unmitigated sand and shingle. Potatoes struggle there sometimes into fairly vigorous existence, and old John Moriarty's whim was always to have a scrap down in oats, which kept him heart-scalded half the year. He was a proud man if his grain crop loaded the little ass or the slug-shaped curra. This scantiness of the farm produce certainly saved some trouble, as all that went to market had to be conveyed painfully along the rough natural causeway, or at the owner's greater risk by the lapping water, which in wild weather can range fiercely even on the landward side of the barrier. Up the steeps behind the house, nothing less primitive than a goat and gossoon path leads to nothing more civilized than a wet bog, while at the further end of the isthmus you come upon only one road that deserves the name, blustery, sea-skirting, 3 lonesome miles long before it begins to be fringed with the outlying cabins of Hagenstown. As for the boreen that turns off to the left and runs along the low shore, it very soon degenerates into the rudest of cart tracks, and except for the name of the thing, you might as well take your own way across the grassy-ledged hill slopes, girdled with sheep-walks and seamed with water-courses. when Jim Moriarty came back to Beltranogh Farm after an absence of more than a dozen years, there were circumstances that threatened to make a peace-lover's course as troublesome steering as if it had literally lain among the adjacent reefs and shoals. He was the eldest son of old John Moriarty, whose death had been the cause of his return to a home from which a falling out with his stepmother in early youth had banished him to employment in a woolen manufactory at Mallow. The joining of threads so long severed always calls for considerable tact and adroitness, but Jim brought to his job, which was unusually complicated, rather less than an average equipment of these qualities. He found the household, now consisting of his brother and sister, Andy and Biddy, whom he had parted from as children, and his much younger half-brother, Jack, whom he had never met at all, so that he must needs make 3 new acquaintances, a thing he was slow to do. But he had not simply to deal with the inevitable estrangement of absence. There was also his father's will. By this document, John Moriarty, to the surprise of all parties concerned, divided his property, comprising several acres, into 6 equal shares, 3 of which he left to his son Jim, and 1 apiece to his other children. Furthermore, Jim had power to buy out his brethren compulsorily, if he pleased, or sell the farm to somebody else, so that his position was one of very commanding superiority. The fact was that these dispositions had been made not many months back by old John in a spleenful mood, which caused the absent, who are not quite always unduly blamed, to appear less distasteful than the perpetually and irritatingly present. The little gossoon's an ass, their father had grumbled to himself, and the other 2's as headstrong as a couple of pigs. Done the very thing I bid them to not do with the Kerry heifer. It's my belief Jim 'ud make a better offer at looking after the place if he got the chance. And acting upon these views, he instructed Councillor Dowdall that Jim's the chance was to be. But Jim's brother and sister were vastly aggrieved, the more so because for the last year or 2 they had managed domestic affairs much as they would, and they immediately formed the opinion that this arrangement had been designedly brought about by his sluthering letters to their father. Jim's letters had been, in reality, few and brief, and entirely free from sentiment. Andy and Biddy, however, were guided less by probabilities than by a natural desire for an object of resentment still accessible. Jim would have borne the whole brunt of theirs had they not been constrained by other considerations to manifest it in modified forms. They dared not quarrel utterly with a person who could no doubt oust them from the old home in which their affections were rooted. Accordingly, their behavior was a series of compromises between wrath and prudence. They stopped short at direct accusations and confined themselves to innuendos. Andy never up and told him to his face that he was a scheming villain, and had as good as grabbed the bit of land off them behind their backs. he only muttered, with the vague elusiveness of Greek tragedy, about some he could name that had been a great hand at feathering their nest with the scrawl of a pen now and again and the price of a penny stamp. And if Biddy at dinner-time wore the aspect of a gorgon who had tasted something bitterly unpalatable, or if she flounced ostentatiously out of the room upon Jim's entrance, she would afterwards apologize through the medium of hot cake for supper or an offer to do a bit of mending. More overt demonstrations must, they felt, be deferred until their present precarious position became assured one way or the other. Jim himself was both more and less alive than they supposed to the state of their feeling. Under a somewhat stolid demeanor, he concealed no small chagrin at the discovery that them two weren't always disposed to be over-friendly. But his wits were not quick, and his conscience was clear of anything except a regret that he had kept aloof from Beltranog all those years, nor sought to restore amicable relations with his father more effectually than by intermittent letters, and this made him slow to guess the true cause of their animosity. Thus the sallies which they themselves feared might have gone too far failed to reach him with explanatory effect. He merely perceived that they were meant to be somewhat disagreeable. Yet even if Andy and Biddy had been a bit pleasanter in themselves, Jim would have found Beltranog a dreary abode, comfortless within as without, and remote from familiar friends and occupations. His stay there would most likely have been brief only for the special circumstance that at this time his right arm was still partially crippled by an accident which hindered him from attending to his business and made him think it advisable to spend his enforced leisure rent-free on his property. So while he waited for the tardy re-knitting of injured ligaments and sinews, the season slid on from autumn into winter. His chief resource at first against the monotony of those empty hours and his hankering after the meadow and woodlands about Mallow lay in the companionship of his young half-brother Jack. Rather dull and backward for his 9 years was Jack, partly by nature and partly owing to a life of singular isolation and insipidity, flavored only with acids and bitters infused at the discretion of elders' uncertain humours. It was a strange joy for him to associate with a person whose temper seemed to be uniformly unruffled, and whose dexterity, even though one-handed, appeared quite marvellous. By the time that Jim had constructed a fascinating miniature lake and canal with lows on it among the boulders, Jack had become his faithfully attached ally. Whereupon Biddy expressed to Andy some gloomy expressions. "Mark my words," she would say, "it's making a fool of the little ape he is, the way he'll have him aisy persuaded to stop along with himself here whenever he throws the two of us out of it, as he's apt to take and do one of these days. And then 'twill be mighty convenient for me fine gentleman to keep the poor child growing up big and strong, to be doing him a man's work about the place for nothing. That's what he's up to, you may depend. However, as weeks passed, and he betrayed no disposition to encroach or interfere, much less evict, matters were, on the whole, tending towards improvement at the time of his first call upon the Macneys.
End of section 13, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 14 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wrong Turning, Part 2.
The voyager up Lough Oren, having passed through the straits where it is cut nearly in two by the sheers of opposing hills, will see on ahead a snowy gleam which grows on his sight from what might be a floating lily, a gull's wing, a skiff's sail, into the white front of the Macneys' little house. It stands on a steep bank overlooking the lough, whence its reflection often strikes back sharp and clear, for this green-rimmed bowl of fair water is seldom a flawed mirror. Jim Moriarty had not been long at Beltranagh before he learned to welcome the white fleck when it came into view as he made his way towards it by boat or on foot. These Macneys were distant cousins of the Moriartys, and for all an intervening league, their nearest neighbours. So lopsided visiting terms were maintained between the two families. That is to say, the Moriartys occasionally called upon the Macneys, who did not return their visits. It had long been a joke among them to apologize and account for this by declaring that the lough was doable the length going backwards. Andy had more recently begun to add, with significance, to his versions of the jest, "Sure it knows who it does be separating us from. Isn't that the raison, Lizzie?" But Lizzie had never yet let on that she heard him. It was true enough that the Macneys' situation seemed almost more out of the way than their friends, considering the disabilities of the household. Mrs. Macney, an elderly little widow woman, with her two daughters, Maria an invalid, and Lizzie, whom her sister half wistfully called as cogglesome about setting out to go anywheres when she got the chance, as if every foot she put down would be treading on red-hot pitaties. Accordingly, they were rarely to be met abroad. Andy and Biddy were rowing over to them one fine Sunday afternoon when Biddy invited Jim to join the party, mainly that it might be graced by his fine mallow tweed suit, but also to disoblige Andy, with whom she was temporarily affronted, and who she well knew would have preferred his brother's room. Jim, on his part, regretfully consented, lest they should think too bad of his refusal. But the expedition, after all, proved more agreeable than he could have by any means expected. He was afflicted much less than usual with gawky dumbness, and in fact found it so possible to converse with Mrs. Macney that he regarded the visit as a rare social success. This encouraged him to repeat it, and he presently acquired a habit of doing so at short intervals. Sometimes he went with Andy and Biddy, but more often with Jack to supplement his one-armed rowing, or he tramped alone round by the low side, a longer and slower route. Soon, as he grew quite at his ease in the society of the quiet, good-natured sisters, their kitchen being warm and weather-tight, with a transfiguring illumination of firelight shaken over it, seemed to him a far pleasanter living-room than his own at Beltranagh, which had several of the features of a sea-cave. Still, his original and permanent attraction was old Mrs. McNee in her frilled white cape and large plaited little shawl, with her last generation reminiscences, and her assumption, not displeasing to his consciousness of approaching 30, that he had not yet ceased to be merely a youth. Now nobody could be long in Mrs. McNee's company without becoming aware of her 3 ruling passions. These might be summed up as a love, a fear, and a hate, of which the respective objects were her son, ghosts, and spiders. None of these emotions existed unmixed with another, and no one holds any such possessions in fee simple. She had to pay a heavy fine of fear for her interest in Paddy, all the heavier on account of his absence in terribly far-off states. Fear, again, mingled with her abhorrence of the long-legged spinners who, hideously sprawling, let themselves down by sudden threads from the rafters on top of a body's cap, maybe, or glanced in hobgoblin gallops over wall and floor. Nor could she truthfully have denied, though she dared not avow, a mortal antipathy to those ghostly enemies, whose presence, less frankly manifested, was scarcely a whit more doubtful and more dreadful by far. She found it a solace to discourse about these things to a sympathetic hearer, and such a one she had in Jim Moriarty. With respect to Paddy and the ghosts, he was nothing more. All he could do was to listen appreciatively while she expatiated on the various virtues of her son, or related how the Low and its shores had come to be infested with phantoms of an ill-omened sort. But in the matter of spiders, he was able to lend more practical assistance, and it became his custom to spend part of each visit in pursuing them, with the help of a heather-tipped oar-handle, to their most obscure and recondite recesses. Lizzie doubted whether he mightn't as well be offering to hunt the clouds off the sky as them cruthers that kept on patching up their old webs out of nothing at all. And Maria sometimes complained that he stirred up the dust to fly about choking them. But as the chase seemed a satisfaction to Mrs. McNee, it was persevered in until at length it brought disaster. One evening after tea, Jim was flourishing his mop with especial energy on the track of a huge spider, which his hostess had described legging it up the wall beside the turf bin, with horns on its hideous head the length of your arm, and as black and hairy in itself as the divil's hind foot. This prodigious object was elusively swift in its movements, and dodged about for a long while among the rafters with tantalizing disappearances and reappearances, until at last Jim, making a desperate lunge, tripped over a stool and brought down his weapon with much violence on the jingling dresser. It stood so thick with crockery that the resulting damage seemed strangely slight, being limited to the fracture of a single cup. Only Jim and Lizzie witnessed the accident, Mrs. McNee having stepped into the other room, bringing tea for Maria, who was laid up with asthma. "That's contrary now," said Lizzie. "Of course nothing would suit it but to be the one our Paddy gave me, mother, just before he quit, and that she sets the greatest store by at all." Aye, it's too bad altogether," Jim said, standing in large disconcertion and looking down on the small pink and white victim of his clumsiness. "The worst of it is," said Lizzie, "that she'll be sure to think it's a sign of something happening him, and fretting herself into fiddle strings she'll be till we hear from him again. I wonder now, would there be e'er a chance I could match it anywhere?" Jim said, ruefully examining the pink-banded cup with the piece out of its side. "It's not too uncommon a patron. It wouldn't be the same thing to her as Paddy's one, even so," said Lizzie. "Suppose it happened she didn't know the differ," said Jim. "To be sure, if I kept the right side turned out, she might maybe never notice it till you tried for the other," said Lizzie. "Do then, like a jewel," said Jim. "It might be the best plan," said Lizzie, "for I well know she'd have us all bothered, hearing banshees and dreaming ugly dreams, and saying it was a sign of troubles. And you might have a good chance of matching it at the fair there is tomorrow or next day down below." "I will so," said Jim. Thus the conspiracy was hatched, with what seemed a fair prospect of success. But the fowl of fortune never will sit upon only a single egg, and it seldom happens that at least one of the brood does not turn out an unchancy bird. On the next day was Hagenstown Fair, at which 6 of the Moriarty sheep off the mountainy lands were to be sold. Andy had intended to drive them over with the help of Gary the collie and Jack, but at the early breakfast Jim proposed to come instead of the latter. He said it was because the young chap had a heavy cold on him to be going out under the wet, and Andy said, aside to Biddy, it was because the big ass did be always stuffing himself wherever he wasn't wanted, but neither explanation was strictly true. And at the fair, the first acquaintance Jim fell in with was Lizzie McNee, who, for a wonder, had been persuaded to accept a seat on the Duff's sidecar. The meeting seemed a lucky event, as they both hoped that the right teacup might be found in time for Lizzie to carry it home with her. And that, said Lizzie, would be a great thing, for she's apt enough to take the notion of using it at the party tomorrow night, and then where'd we be? Tomorrow was no less an occasion than Shrove Tuesday, which the McNees were to celebrate with friends to tea. But the Duffs were in a hurry home out of the rain, and Lizzie had to go before the China hunt had well begun. "I'll get it sure enough yet, no fear," Jim prophesied at parting. "'Twill be on one of them stalls, and I brought the broken bit along, the way I mightn't be mistook in the colour." He showed her, with some pride at his own providence, the pink and white fragment which protruded from a pocket of his best coat. "Don't be late bringing it over tomorrow," said Lizzie. "Of course Biddy and little Jack'll be coming along, and Andy, maybe, that's too much took up with his old sheep to come and spake a word to anybody." Andy, standing black-browed at a little distance, looked as if any words he might see fit to speak would be far from agreeable. He had watched the meeting of Lizzie with Jim, and through the voluble bargaining of old Joe McGarrity had overheard snatches of their conversation, which he thought betokened some secret understanding between them. His impression, when setting out, had been that Jim was coming to keep an eye on the sale of the sheep, lest he should be defrauded of the profits in which he owned so large a share. But now a different motive suggested itself, and shriveled up the more sordid suspicion as a wave of flame might scorch up a muddy little puddle. As the Duff's car drove off, he withdrew scowlingly into the seclusion of a dense crowd, and for the remainder of the fair evaded notice so completely that Jim had to return alone.
End of section 14. Read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 15 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wrong Turning, Part 3.
The next morning, which was the last one of an inclement February, wore so murky and menacing an aspect that Biddy Moriarty decided upon walking over very early to the McNees, lest if she waited till towards evening, the threatened poltoges of rain should catch her in her good things. She started in her best humour, too, for Jim had just presented her with a grand blue silk scarf, and moreover, to her delighted exclamation that it was the very same colour as the one that looked so elegant on Lizzie McNee, had replied, "Bedad now, Biddy, you'd be twice as purty a girl as any McNee if you'd done your hair a trifle tidier." This qualified compliment was no more than the truth, but compliments of any sort had so rarely been her portion that it elated her exceedingly. Passing the turf stack, she saw Andy lounging against it, and accosted him with, "Well, Andy, do you know what Jim's after saying to me?" Andy, however, kicked over a zinc bucket which lay near, and growled amid its clatter, "Och, go to the mischief! What the divil do I care what the bosthoon's after saying to anybody?" So, inferring his mood to be unsympathetic, she huffily went her way with her news untold. Jim, who had thought of entrusting her with the surreptitious cup, which he had successfully matched, saw that she was bundle-laden, and resolved to row himself over with it at a reasonably early hour. But by the time that it seemed late enough to set off, the weather had altered seriously for the worse. Not only was the wind rising in fitful squalls, but through the nearest gap in the hills a procession of low trailing clouds came on interminably, with the gait of winged things that chose to creep, and in a lull about noon, one of these lit like an immense white moth on Beltranog Farm, blotting out its world with blurs of blank fog. It might take off with itself in a couple of hours if the wind got up again, or it might settle down for the divil knows how long, was Andy's forecast when he came gloomily groping indoors and was rather anxiously consulted by Jim. And what odds does it make one way or the other? I was thinking of getting over to the McNees, said Jim. Then you might as well be thinking of breaking your fool's neck while you're about it, stepping into some hole, and welcome, said Andy, dumping himself down into the hearth corner. He had brought home yesterday, instead of one fairing that he had changed his mind about getting, a bottle of new whiskey, and today's evil humour was aggravated by its contents. Jim perceived that Andy did not propose to accompany him, which was inconvenient, inasmuch as an experienced guide would have been useful, sullen or no. However, he reflected that morose society might be better than none for Jack, whose cold forbade stravating about in the chilly fog. So he tied up his teacup in a large red cotton handkerchief and went out, uncertain whether to make his way by land or by low. This question soon seemed to be decided for him by his losing himself with a thoroughness which he would have thought impossible upon a strip of ground nowhere many perches wide. The fog pressed on him so impenetrably that he could not see a hand, much less a foot, before his face, and in skirting rough, tall boulders and crossing little creeks, he lost his bearing completely and irretrievably. To and fro he circuitously strayed, until he would have abandoned his expedition in despair, had not home become as unapproachable as any other place. Then at length he stumbled against something and discovered that it was the small boat in which he had made his last voyage up the Low. She was lying, as usual, on the little sandy patch close to the water, which he heard lapping unseen, and he forthwith felt assured that his plan could be carried out after all. He generally disliked giving up a plan, and particularly wished the teacup to arrive in good time. As he faced the water, a cold blast blew steadily in his back, and he said to himself, "More power to it. That wind'll soon raise the fog, and 'twill give me a fine lift up the Low. Me arm's right enough anyhow for rowing that far. I needn't put up the sail while it's so thick." He launched the boat easily, with his bundle stowed carefully under a bench, and was just pushing off when somebody chuckled startlingly close by. The fog was lightening, for he could almost imagine that he saw the outline of the somebody seated on a boulder. "Is it fishing you're a-going this fine evening?" said Andy, and laughed derisively. "To be sure I am. All the way up to Mrs. McNee's. Are you coming along? Jim replied, choosing to assume that Andy's sarcasm was amicably meant, but not by any means supposing that the invitation would be accepted. Andy, in fact, did reply, "Am I goin' to blazes wid me great-grandmother's cat?" But the next moment he jumped up, saying, "Och, bedad, I might as well," and suddenly had one foot at sea. "If you've drink taken, you'd a right to stop on shore," said Jim, to whom this infirmness of purpose looked suspicious. But Andy only said, "Drink away, boys," and swung himself on to a bench. His embarkation was immediately followed by another, which sought and failed to be unobserved. "What's that clatterin'?" said Jim. "Och, to goodness, is it Jack?" It was Jack, who had furtively attended Andy when he sauntered out. "Get along wid yourself home, you young rapscallion," Andy said, making a grab at him, whereupon Jim shoved the child out of reach behind him into the bows. "He'd better stop as he's come," said Jim. "He might be all night finding the house again." "Och, have it your own way," said Andy, with another laugh, taking an oar. Jim also began to row, not rejoicing in either of his companions. For some time he pulled on silently, and gave no signs that he was growing puzzled. Their progress seemed to him so inexplicably slow. The high wind certainly was with them, yet they made little way, and as if against a strong current. The blinding white fog had thinned somewhat and lifted, but nothing came into view except dull green water, and that was strangely turbulent. "Begorra, there's no end to it," said Jim at last, or rather shouted, the noisy wind prescribing loud and laconic speech. "We should have been past the Narrows long ago, but ne'er a sign of them, and it's wilder the water's getting on us instead of smoother." "Sure now, yourself's the quare man," Andy shouted back, "thinking to be in the town of New York by tay-time. If you get your breakfast there, you'll be doing right well." "What at all are you romancing about? Where else are you expecting to get it, and yourself rowing out to say as hard as you can pelt for the last half-hour or more? We'll be off Inisharbeen by now." "It's a lie you're telling. Sure, I knew you were demented with the drink." "Take a sup yourself, then, boyo, of water, and you'll aisy see if e'er a drop like it's in Low Orrin to wet Lizzie McNee's tay." Andy yelled hoarsely, hindered by his own passion as well as the rising storms, and Jim involuntarily obeyed the injunctions as a splash of scudding spray was slung across his face. Tasting the sharp Atlantic brine, he was convinced that Andy, drunk or sober, had spoken the truth. "Then I turned the wrong way, and you never told me. Of all the bedlam tricks," he said. "But we must be getting back out of this the quickest road we can, and it's as much as we'll do." He stopped rowing and held water, so that as Andy continued to pull, the boat swung round with her broadside to a wave, which, swooping by, almost swamped them. "Quit them fool's antics," commanded Andy. "We couldn't make an offer to get back agin that wind, and if we could, we'd only be bet to sticks on the shingle. What we've a right to do is try run in under the lee of Arbween headland over yonder." He pointed across a field of mounded foam to where, on the more stable-seeming vapor, quivered a dim outline, showing the soft curves of silvery flower petals, but in reality representing a bastion of black rock reared above buttresses shagged with murky weed and hung with seething white fleeces. "It's our best chance," he said, "and a bad one." "Try anything you can. I'm a landlubber to you," said Jim. It was indeed no time for self-assertion. The wind was ravaging in a full gale as they began to struggle towards their refuge, awfully distant beyond whirling chasms and drifting cataracts. No conversation was possible, save the argument between the powers of the waters and the air, carried on with skirling shriek and moaning bellow. At last, in a brief pause, a human voice, small and futile, made itself heard. It was Jack, whose hitherto implicit faith in his elder's capacity for managing affairs had been shaken by the fiercer plunging and battering, and who now inquired breathlessly, "Is there e'er a chance of us going down the way the Mulhall's boat done with them before Christmas?" "The devil resave the chance there is of any such a thing, sonny, sorra a one and all," said Jim, with a vivid recollection of how he had decreed the child's fate. "Take the cup out of the handkerchief there beside you, Avic. 'Twould have been in smithereens if you hadn't kept a hold on it, and bail away with it like a Trojan." He set Jack this task as he might have blindfolded a frightened horse. But when Andy saw the cup unwrapped, his eyes glared in the black and white of his drawn face. "It's not drinking tay out of that Lizzie McNeil be this night, nor ere another night she won't be, I'm thinking, for all the fine hurry you were in taking off with it to her," he said triumphantly. "What blatherin' have you about Lizzie McNee?" Jim answered. "'Twas a cup I was bringing her mother in place of when I broke on her." "And I didn't see you colleaguing with Lizzie yesterday at the fair, and she so took up with you she couldn't look the way anybody else was. Lizzie McNee's nothing to me, alive or dead, or myself to Lizzie. There's the whole of it. And that's what you've drownded the three of us for, you mad divil." "We're not drownded yit, forby how could I tell it was going to blow a gale?" Andy rejoined, half apologetically, after one more hopeless wrestle. "It's just a quare bit of bad luck all round. Faix, there's an end of that, anyway," for at this moment the cup, slipping from Jack's hand, broke in two. The mishap made him look up with an apprehensiveness that in the circumstances struck Jim as singularly piteous. "Never mind, Jack, me man," he hastened to say. "Sure what matter at all? 'Twas the unlucky old cup, and we'll do as well without it every atom." He was thinking to himself, "If I could be sartain 'twas an aisier way than drownding, I'd knock him on the head with the oar. I would so." And he spoke his thoughts aloud. "I hope Biddy'll be stopping the night at the McNees. What I do be thinking worst of is her coming home, the cruther, to the empty house. She and Lizzie was great friends ever. Lizzie'd be very apt to keep her." For further reflections they had no time. A vast wave, sweeping along to hurl itself against the cliffs, was caught and swirled round close by in a boiling crater, whence it broke forth through a flurry of smothering foam, and rising higher and higher, poised itself over the huddled heads in the little boat. Another instant, and it fell sheer upon them, as a rearing horse falls back to crush his rider. At this time, which was about sunset, the MacNees, in their fire-lit kitchen away at the head of the low, made up their minds that it would be ridiculous to expect any guests on such a wild, wet evening, and had begun to prepare tea. "Your brothers might be looking in a bit later, when the wind goes down," Lizzie said to Biddy. "I wouldn't wonder if Jim did anyway." "If they'd be ruled by me, they'd keep off the low after dark," said Mrs. MacNee. "The dear knows what else might be out and about on it this minute." "Ah, sure, they'll do well enough, so long as they meet nothing worse than mother's old ghosts," said Lizzie. "They'll maybe have little Jack along with them," said Maria, "and a child's a grand thing, folk say, for keeping away any such. We mustn't forget the sugar sticks we have for him." "Yes, mother, I'm just putting out the common cups," said Lizzie. "What need is there to be using Paddy's good one, when nobody—" "Whist," Biddy interrupted. "Isn't that them outside?" She listened for a moment, and then, "I thought I heard Andy's voice calling," she said, "but it must have been only the howling wind."
End of section 15, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 16 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crazy Mick. "So them half-dozen big giants," said Felix the Thatcher, "did be drinking off their cups of tea, as pleasant as anything, sittin' over yonder fornint us, every one of them cocked up on his own bit of a hill." Felix pointed across the small round valley to a concave hill line, which does show 6 more or less distinct summits. "And if they did some fine evening, one of them took and slung the grounds at the bottom of his cup, slap down there into the middle of the grassland, and you may see them lying on it to this day. The end of Felix's reaping hook dropped till it quivered at a black patch that occupied a large space in the middle of the level green floor below, and spread with splash-like streaks towards the slopes surrounding. Amongst them a few white dots were scattered, gleaming clearly, and to these Felix referred as he continued, in an unmistakable tone of self-quotation, "Bedad now, I'm thinking he must ha' chucked out 2 or 3 grains of lump sugar along with them. I wonder they're not melted again now, unless it's breadcrumbs they were. You might wonder anybody wasn't tired trying to git a living on a wet bog, and there'd be some sense in it, begor," Dinny Coleman, who rented one of the white cabins, interpolated, rather resentfully matter-of-fact. But Felix finished his conceit perseveringly. Bad luck to the big bosthoon. Why couldn't he have the wit to sling the old tay-leaves over his shoulder into the low, or into the say beyant, where they'd make no differ, instead of to be destroying the bit of good land on us?
He'd little to do, let me tell him. Felix the Thatcher was also, though not by trade, a shanachi, or storyteller of some renown in his district, and he had now produced the favourite local legend of the Giants' Tea Party, ostensibly for the information of Larry Dowdall, a newcomer, but principally for the entertainment of 4 gossoons who listened with unjaded interest. They, with their 3 elders, were sitting on a furzy bank at the foot of a very steep oat field, which the men had been reaping all the forenoon, while the boys did such odd jobs as their size and wits permitted. Now, just as Felix had finished accounting for the existence of the Black Bog, another object that seemed to demand explanation presented itself. A figure moving along the lane, which at lower level girdles the hillside. It was a tall, elderly man in a long, ragged cotamore and battered caubeen, who walked slowly and stoopingly with down-bent eyes, apparently talking to himself. "Here's crazy Mick traipsing along," said Patsy Coleman, "himself and his little brat." "If he's been till now gettin' here from Foinish, he's took his time," said Patsy's father, "for I seen him half-ways afore breakfast." "Sure he does be stoppin' continual to rest the little greasach, goodness help him," said Felix. "What's he lookin' for all the while?" said Larry Dowdall, as they watched Crazy Mick's progress, intermittently visible between the high banks of the winding boreen. "He's peerin' down before him as if he had the notion he was walkin' after a lost shilling." "Och, that's not his notion at all," said Felix. "It's discoursin' he consates he is, to a little girl he owned one time. She's dead this 20 year and more, herself, and the mother, and another child. They all died on him in the fever within a couple of days, and he's wrong in his head ever since. But his belief is that he's got Peg along with him yet. It's her he's having the talk with there this minute, you may depend. And she and her clay maybe before you were born, and walking slow he does be to humour her, or whiles carrying of her about. If you pelt a lump of stone or a sod of turf or anything at him," said Art Fitzsimmon, the biggest gossoon, "he'll be grabbing her up in his arms like, and letting on to hide her away under his old coat, and bawling and cursing. It's as funny as anything you ever seen. When he comes past here, I'll show you." "If you offer to do any such a thing, I'll clout your head," Dinny Coleman said, and poked him preliminarily with the disapproving toe of a heavy brogue. Art wriggled out of reach, but after all there was no opportunity for executing his purpose, as Crazy Mick turned off down a bypath before he came to where the lane ran beneath the party on that bank. Crazy Mick did not go very far, only just out of sight round the spur of the hill that marks an entrance to another little valley holding a narrow water, more like a short length of river than a low. He knew that countryside well, as he had tramped about it for the last quarter of a century almost, so that his recurring calls were quite an institution in the district, and the inhabitants of its scattered dwellings would have found their situation all the lonelier if the Crother had ceased to look in on them for a bit and sup, or a taste of the hearth-fire. They had learned to take it as a matter of course that he should insist upon sharing all these things with an invisible Peg, and they humored his fancy as best they could. Experiments such as that proposed by Art Fitzsimmons were strenuously discouraged, and Mick was seldom molested. He was very harmless, well-meaning indeed, though generally self-absorbed, like one in a half-dream. Danger threatened to Peg alone could stir his wrath. The people, a diminishing number, who recollected him before his troubles, used to say that he had been always a trifle soft, but as good-natured a poor boy as you'd meet between the 7 seas. Nobody could tell exactly how his hallucinations had begun. It was only known that for several days following his wife's and children's funeral he had been seen to sit quiet and moderate-like among the tall nettle clumps in Killanure burial ground by the Low, and then for some weeks had disappeared. When he returned, it soon became evident that he believed himself to have recovered his 3-year-old Peg, and that he was in quest of herself and the baby Dan, whom he expected to find in the little house where, only last spring, he had had all his wealth and pelf gathered in one glow by the flickering turf-sods, while fate and death had seemed as remote as the dim midday moon. These 2 delusions were the source of all his solace and the cause of all his misery, the first comforting his days, and the second bringing him bitter disappointment almost every night. For dusk seldom closed in, but a light gleaming from some cottage window filled him with an idle hope of what was further beyond his reach than the evening star. It was at sun-setting that his expectation grew strongest, because the hour had been wont to bring him home from his work, when work and home were his. More than once he went back to his old tumble-down cabin, but seeing it empty of familiar faces, he declared it to be the wrong place he was after comin' to, and continued his search without mistrust of ultimate success. Though he might have had lodging for the asking among his neighbours, he did not wish to be shut up indoors. Faces and voices that were strange, or at least other, to him, saddened and bewildered him, so that, if possible, he would sleep out under ricks and hedges and banks. He said that Peg liked to be looking up at the stars, but in wet and cold weather he was obliged, on her account, to accept with reluctance the offer of bed as well as board. A rainstorm had driven him to do so on the night before this September afternoon, and the consequence was that his sleep had been broken and scanty. Therefore now, when he sat down in the shade of a hawthorn bush on the sloping shore of the Low, a drowsiness crept swiftly over him, and he was soon fast asleep. His slumber lasted for hours, and it was not far from sunset when something suddenly roused him. It was a voice and a laugh from a little further up the hillside, along which the reapers were going home. "There's himself and his Peg," Art Fitzsimmons was saying. Crazy Mick started up half awake and walked round the bush into the brightness of the long sunbeams which were slanting across the Low. The sun had dropped low into the gap between two purple pyramids, and his rays on the smooth water had woven a strip of matting as if with a skein of fiery golden thread. It was like a carpet for some wonderful sort of footpath, he thought, blinking at it with sleepy eyes, and he said so to Peg. But immediately afterwards he blamed himself for putting such a notion into her head. It might encourage her to run into the water some day, which would be a terrible thing entirely. And then, all in a moment, with the swift shifting of a dream, he began to see that terrible thing actually come to pass. Peg darted away from him and raced down to the edge. He made a rush, too late to stop her, and in an instant was floundering helplessly out of his depth. Larry Dowdle was just in time to plunge in and rescue him, with no small peril from the blind, drowning grip. But then Larry and the two other men needed all their strength to keep him from struggling back into the low, where he averred that his little girl was being drowned dead. At nightfall they brought him, exhausted and passive, to the district asylum, for which he was clearly a suitable case, as he had been seen to throw himself into the water, and his looks and words bespoke unreason. However, he did not rebel against captivity. With Peg had gone all his business and desire. He did not even wish to meet his wife and little Dan now. Herself would think too bad, he said, of his losing Peg. And after moping for a while, one morning he turned his disconsolate face to the wall, and unwittingly went perhaps the very way he had been in search of so long.
End of section 16, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 17 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Widow Farrell's Wonderful Age, Part 1. Clochranbeg, the tiny Donegal town, half of which, on the brink of its tall sea cliff, stands overlooking its other half, set low on the shore, is a place whither we may return after a lapse of years to find not only everything but everybody very much as we left them. And though this is partly because many of the children, whose growth would have been perplexing, will unfortunately have emigrated, it is partly, too, because many of their elders wear so well and change so slowly. Not that Clochranbeg is a Tir nan nog, such as one lights on now and then in the soft south, where brows remain strangely unwrinkled by passing time's inscriptions. Here in the bleak north, face to face with the roughest weather, we seldom find, as did of yore the Northumbrian king, beauty that blooms when youth is gone, and the inhabitants have to be satisfied with vigor and energy, continuing unusually long after visages are tanned and furrowed. What they do pride themselves on considerably is the hale old age to which they often attain, and which those of the upper town account for by the airiness of their situation, subject to every wind that blows,
whether across the boundless Atlantic or the wide Minel Clochran boglands, whereas their neighbours in the lower town ascribe it in their case to the splendid shelter from all save western storms enjoyed by them at the foot of the high cliff. Sure now, it's ourselves gets our plenty of the fresh air, one way or the other, boasts Jim Doyle. If we had everything else accordin', we'd be the very rich people entirely. And he sticks to his opinion, even while flakes of his thatch are flying all abroad upon the blast. But Hughie Envoy wouldn't take a shilling a day to live cocked up there like a windmill bewitched, and he does not abate his terms, though a wild night may bestrew his roof with sea-wrack and fling salt spray hissing upon his hearthstone. Both, however, agree that there are few places where people are apt to be getting their health as well as at Clochran-Beg. So it is easy to understand what jealous feelings would be roused by an incident which occurred one summer not very long since at Stradrowan, a village several miles inland, away beyond the big bog. The 100th birthday of one Mrs. Julia O'Mara had there been celebrated with every sort of grandeur you could give a name to, including an entertainment at the schoolhouse and a presentation of sundry garments and groceries, organized by Mr. Felix Riley of the parish shop. Highly colored accounts of the proceedings had been spread around at fairs and markets, but, more than that, the affair had actually got into the newspaper, being made the subject of a paragraph in the Northern Trumpeter, wherein to details of the ceremony were appended some remarks on the salubriousness of Stradrowan, as evidenced by its possession of so hale and hearty a resident centenarian. In these lurked a sting which moved the Clochran-Beggians to indignant murmurs about people who thought themselves very fine with their names on the paper, people who were mighty fond of flourishing themselves to the front, and other reprehensible members of society. Mrs. Pat Doherty, being something to the Stradrowan Rileys, had gone so far as to purchase at Logmore, 12 miles distant, that copy of the Trumpeter, and when a fortnight old it was still much in request among her acquaintances. 2 of them, in fact, were busy with it one warm afternoon when the widow Farrell looked in on her way to Geary's. The widow Farrell had been living quite alone on a potato patch in a recess of the sea cliff ever since most people could remember, though her youth had passed before she came to Clochran-Beg. She was one of the Carmodys, whose habitation had been on the townland of Moyloghlin towards Killanure, but of whom none now remained on that countryside. At Clochran-Beg she had no one belonging to her more particularly than by the vague and intricate cousinships, the tracing and recognizing of which may be regarded as a matter of kindness rather than of kindred. Undoubtedly there was nothing in the widow's circumstances that could tempt anyone to claim affinity with her from interested motives, for her position was as precarious as humble, resting upon the success of her efforts to raise potatoes enough for herself and her few hens, while the utmost she hoped for from the future was that whenever anything bad took her, it might be for good and all, by which phrase she meant to express a wish that no lingering illness should bring her ignominiously to the Union Infirmary. At this time, however, she was still a brisk and active little old woman, who could patter about the deep-sanded boreens with her piled-up creel of turf sods as nimbly as a goat, when Pather Phelan would be building her stack. It was a much lighter load she had now, as she came blinking out of the July sunshine into Mrs. Doherty's house, perched on the rim of the cliff at the northern end of the straggling street which forms the higher town. "Sit ye down, ma'am. Is it kilt you are with the heat?" Mrs. Doherty said, hospitably starting up from her end of the fireside form so abruptly that Nanny Phelan was all but tossed off the other. "Sorra bit, ma'am, am I," said Mrs. Farrell, sitting down quickly, nevertheless, to restore the balance. "It's a grand, blazing hot day, glory be to goodness. Just steppin' along to Gary's I am, with me eggs for some oaten meal." "Poor Mr. Gary, he's none too well pleased with the way they're setting themselves up over at Stradrowan," said Nanny Phelan. "Says I to him the other day, 'Well, Mr. Gary,' says I, 'Mr. Felix Riley over yonder's the great man altogether these times, himself and his presentations,' says I, and says he to me, 'Ah, sure, it's all in the way of business, that's what it is,' says he, as much as to make out the same might happen himself any time at all. So he passed it off with the form of a laugh, but if he wasn't more than a little put out, I haven't an eye in me head. He never happened to look at the trumpeter, he said. 'Och, Mrs. Hickey, it's yourself has the strong sight to be reading that quare small little print.' 'Plain enough it is,' Mrs. Hickey replied from her stool at Nanny's elbow. 'The only thing that bothers one is how at all they contrived to reckon up the old crother's age that exact. For 'twould be much if anybody had a notion of it after such a length of time, supposin' 'twas ever in their knowledge. Bedad now, ma'am, if you axed me how old I was this minute, that haven't the sign of a grey hair on me head, you'd ax me more than I could be tellin' you. Why, one does be losing count of the childer's ages once they're over 3 or 4 year. It's somethin' aisier with the basties, because one does be keepin' them mostly a shorter while. But if you owned a pig or a heifer for 50 or 60 year, you'd be very apt to disremember what sort of an age was on it before you got shut of it." "You would so," said Mrs. Doherty, "but basties is a different thing. You can't be counting up their ages conformably to what cows and pigs might have a recollection of, as if they were Christians, and that's the way they manage with them uncommon old-aged people." "Aye, do they, through for you," said Mrs. Hickey. "The venerable recipient of the presentation retains a vivid remembrance of the fateful year 98, the landing of the French, the Battle of Waterloo, and other historiological events, which she graphically relates to her interested auditors. She spelled slowly out of the smudgy column. But sure there's plenty here in Clochranbeg could remember that much, and maybe more, if they gave their minds to it. What 'ud ail them to not? Said Nanny Phelan. I've a good few things in me own recollection, and as for Mrs. Farrell, that has a heavier age on her than any of us here, ma'am, she had a right to remember all manner. But there's no talk of presenting her with shawls and gowns and chests of tay. Ah, not at all, not at all. Why would they? The widow said disclaimingly. I'm a dale short of 100 yet, anyway. Might you happen to mind any talk of the war and the French landing, ma'am? Mrs. Hickey inquired of her. Sure, I'm hearing talk of it all the days of me life, for that matter, Mrs. Farrell said. But the war I've the most recollection of was an American one, for it lasted a cruel long while, and the prices there did be on everything would frighten you. A shilling for a little weeny taste of tay you could put in a half eggshell. Sorra a sup of it any poor person seen those times, and everybody said 'twas the American war made it so dear. A drop of tay's a woeful loss, Mrs. Doherty said. There's nothing to equal it. But how long back might that be, Mrs. Farrell?
End of section 17, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 18 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Widow Farrell's Wonderful Age, Part 2.
Och, woman dear, I couldn't be telling you. It was a good while, bedad. Only I remember as if it was yesterday, Mr. Geary's grandfather saying to me 'twas the war in America riz up the price of the tay. Mr. Martin here can tell us very belike, Mrs. Hickey said, wheeling her stool half round so as to reach a small elderly man who was sitting just behind it at the window and reading the other sheet of the Trumpeter. He was the national school teacher of Clochranbeg. Mr. Martin, Mrs. Hickey shouted in his deaf ear, twitching him by the sleeve out of his leading article. Public opinion, troth, if that's what all they're trusting to, Mr. Martin said, as if she had jerked off what lay uppermost in his mind at the moment. Och, no matter for that, she said. I was axing you, could you tell us what American war there might be a great while ago had something to say to the price of tay? Oh, aye, to be sure, said Mr. Martin. That 'ud be at the beginning end of the War of Independence, the time a mob of people dressed themselves up like wild Injuns and stepped on board of all the ships that was lying in Boston harbor loaded with tay, and every bit of it they slung into the water, hundreds of tons weight. Wisha, deplored Mrs. Doherty. Themselves was the lads to go do such a mischievous thing, and to be sure that 'ud make it terrible scarce and dear. It's grew in them parts, I should suppose. But how long would it be since then, Mr. Martin?" "'Twould be before any of us was born or thought of," said Mr. Martin. "I couldn't give you the very date out of me head extemporaneous, but 'twas a dozen year or so after George the Third come by the crown of England. If you called it 1770, you wouldn't be far astray." And he hurried back to his leader. 1770, said Mrs. Dougherty. "Isn't that old ages ago?" Nanny Phelan was adding up on her fingers under her breath. 10 and 10 is 20, and 10 is 30. And at the end of her calculations she said, "I declare to goodness, it's better than 100 year, for by whatever age she was herself at the time. Is it just a slip of a grisette you were then, ma'am?" "'Deed, no, Nanny, a widow woman I was then, the very same way I am now," Mrs. Farrell said, glancing anxiously from face to face. Her 3 neighbors were surveying her with a sort of awe-stricken curiosity which was not reassuring. "Well, to be sure," said Mrs. Hickey, "she looked to be an old woman when I come here first, and that's over 20 year back, but I'd no notion she was that wonderful age altogether." "Tellin' you the truth, I was noticin' her failed a dale this good little bit," said Mrs. Dougherty, "but that's only to be expected, the dear knows, and she going on for 200. "What way are you feelin' yourself at all, ma'am, dear?" said Nanny. "I do be gettin' me health very raisonable," Mrs. Farrell said, "glory be to goodness." But her tone was dejected enough to harmonize with the condolence expressed in Nanny's inquiry. "I wonder how might she happen to have e'er a line wrote down anywheres," said Mrs. Hickey. "That's sometimes a handy way of making out things." "There's a little old prayer book I have at home this long while," said the widow, "and I remember me poor father saying me own name was on a leaf of it. I scarce think there's aught else. I niver got any learning to spake of, for I come away from school to help in the house after me sister." Mrs. Farrell stopped herself suddenly, for she was just stumbling on a bit of family history which she always avoided with care. "She's fit to drop wid draggin' herself up the steep hill, that's what ails her," pronounced Mrs. Dougherty. "I'll be wettin' her a cup of tay. It's much if the crother overs next winter," she added in a loud aside to Nanny Phelan. "I met Pather Doyle and I comin' along here, and he said I was lookin' grand," Mrs. Farrell put in wistfully. "Ah, sure, Pather's a great talker. If he says a word of truth of an odd time, it's mostly because he consates in his own mind it's a lie he's telling you," said Mrs. Dougherty. "But don't be frettin', ma'am," said Nanny Phelan. "You might do finely yet a while. Burying the half of us you might be. And I'll slip over meself now wid your basket to Gary's, and fetch you what you was wantin', the way you needn't be killin' yourself trampin' about. So just sit aisy there where you are." Nanny would not be gainsayed, but bustled off, eager to communicate their remarkable chronological discovery, and to carry out a benevolent plan of her own. Its result appeared when she returned after half an hour's gossip, and presented to the widow a small, peaked, blue paper parcel. "'Tis just a grain, ma'am, I got you meself, and your oaten mail's all right in the basket, with an egg to your credit." "Ah, sure, not at all, don't say a word. 'Deed now, it's a poor case. If the oldest old woman in the country couldn't make herself a cup of tea. When I told Mr. Gary, he said 'twas a couple of old age pensions you had a right to be gettin'. Offering to make her a present of them he'd be, if only he kept them in stock, he would so. Musha, long life to himself," Mrs. Hickey remarked with sarcasm. The gift made Mrs. Farrell very grateful, but failed to raise her spirits, which had sunk low as she sat perplexed, sipping out of Mrs. Doherty's ponderous blue-rimmed cup, and she soon got up, saying it was time she stepped home. Her hostess, though declaring it would be a sin to ask her to stay late and perhaps catch her death of cold, protested against letting her go by herself and carry down the basket, which she had carried up without a thought, and Nanny Phelan, putting her head out of the door, espied a long-legged, bare-footed little niece trotting by, and bade her come to take home Mrs. Farrell's basket. So the widow set off, escorted by Katty McCann. It seemed to Mrs. Farrell that the lane was unwontedly steep, and that never before had she waded so wearily through the deep sand. Twice she had to bid Katty not be tettering along at such a rate, fit to jig the breath out of a body. As they went between the silvery banks, which took lilac and amber hues in the sunset shine and shadow, she was groping among her memories for some way of creeping out from under the huge burden of years so suddenly heaped upon her by the computations of her friends. I was growing an old woman, I well knew, she reflected, but what they say's beyond the beyonds entirely. I never heard tell of any of the Carmodys living to 100, let alone a couple, nor yet anybody belonging to me poor mother either. People'll be wondering what's keeping me in it so long. Unnatural it is. Yet she could find no escape from their conclusions. The years that had passed since her early widowhood lay behind her all in a dim mist of monotony, confusingly alike, without any notable events for time marks. Whatever things she did remember distinctly and consecutively belonged, she knew, to the far-off days before the loss of her elder sister and her own short married life. In the featureless blur of shifting summers and winters, it was impossible to fix dates for isolated reminiscences, such as the dear Tay and the American War. 10 years or 20 or 40 might have elapsed between them. That old prayer book, the legacy of her father's brother, alone afforded hopes of a clue, and so impatient was she to follow it up, that when she reached her door, she bade Katty wait a minute till she fetched out something she wanted read. Katty, tilting the damp and browned page to catch the slanted sunbeams, spelt off the flyleaf, Nora Carmody. "Sure enough, you've got it right. That's me name," said Mrs. Farrell. But would you try, is there any figures on it, honey? 1762 there is, said Katty, peering closer at the faded ink. That's a quare long while ago. It is so, God knows, Mrs. Farrell said, relinquishing her last hope. And it stands to reason nobody'd take and write down me name before I was born. Thank you kindly, Katty. As she turned indoors, she felt the new, unaccustomed weight of that great old age pressing sadly on both body and mind, and she dropped her basket on the floor and sat down forlorn by the smouldering wraith of a fire. She had not the heart to think even of Nanny Phelan's tea, which in any ordinary circumstances would have given the evening a cheerful flavour. It seemed such a lonesome fate to be the oldest old woman in Ireland.
End of section 18. Read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 19 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Widow Farrell's Wonderful Age, Part 3. It was early in July when her neighbors discovered the Widow Farrell's wonderful age, and 3 months later found her beginning almost to look the character of a bicentenarian. So bent, wizened, and decrepit had she grown. Not that anything definite ailed her. The change was wrought partly by her own melancholy imaginations, and partly by other people's alarming speeches. She told herself that she needn't expect to have the use of her limbs any while longer, and everybody she met told her how surprising it was to see her able to be going about at all, and the consequence was that she daily felt herself becoming more feeble and incapable. On Sunday mornings she sometimes cheered up a bit, because she could not help feeling flattered by all the attention she received as she climbed the steep boreen to Mass among a troop of sympathetic acquaintances who contended with one another for the privilege of offering so distinguished a personage an arm. But even then she heard and overheard many observations which, however kindly meant, were by no means encouraging, and through the long week, when she lacked any such excitement, she sat brooding and moping until her strength waned with her spirits. Out of doors she seldom stirred. One mild autumn afternoon, however, the mellow golden light tempted her to lift her old shawl over her head and creep as far as the John Phelans, who lived close by, just across a loop of smooth, firm sand at the mouth of a boreen. Down this a stream of people had been wending on their way back from Rathcroxery Fair, and as several of them had turned into the Phelans' kitchen, the widow arrived amid quite a large party of neighbors. Nanny Phelan, maiden sister to the man of the house, welcomed her kindly, and sat down with her in a quiet corner, noticing that the old woman
looked what she would have described as skeery and dissolute-like. "Sure, I don't know is there one thing amiss wid me more than the other," Mrs. Farrell explained lugubriously. "Only I was dreamin' all last night a dale about the little round mushy rooms we did be gittin' in the fields at home, and they made me think of me sister Rose, that had an uncommon fancy for them ever. I'd bring her any ones I could find, and she'd be putting them in among the hot ashes for to broil. I mind the smell of them this minute, and she poking them out with a bit of stick, and sitting cocked up on the end of the old settle, a nibbling of them, the crother, like a wild rabbit with a weeny white turnip stole for itself. I'm thinking it's maybe a sort of sign. She's away this great while, I should suppose, the Lord be good to her," Nanny said with interest. It was a new departure for Mrs. Farrell to mention this long-vanished elder sister, of whose very existence many of her friends had never heard. "Aye, is she that?" she replied to Nanny. "For what else would she be after all this while? And Christy Dan as well. The back of me hand to him. Nobody thought anything of them Dans, but sorra tale or tidings ever I got of what become of her since then. I dunno if any of them did at home, and I question would they let on to me even so, they were that mad about it all. Many's the time I would be frettin' and wonderin', for I always had a great wish for poor Rose ever since I was no size to spake of. As pretty as anything she was, and rail good-natured. 'Twas 27 pities, but sure it was to be, and belike it's all one now which of them she took." "What happened her, ma'am?" Nanny inquired eagerly, but before she could be answered, the open door all at once admitted sounds of such shouting and clattering and trampling that curiosity about the immediate present expelled curiosity about the remoter past, and she rushed out like the rest to see what was going on. Everybody considered that if Joe Mulcahy had not taken more than was good for him, he would never have trotted his horse and car down the steep and deep-rutted boreen, and nobody thought it otherwise than very natural that the result of his rashness was an upset at the foot of the hill. The horse tripped, and Joe and his 2 fares were pitched off, but they all fell softly, and only the harness was damaged. While it was amending with fishing line, the stranger passengers were invited to take a seat at the Phelan's fire, the circle round which was thus enlarged by the addition of a middle-aged, black-bearded gentleman in light grey, and a little girl in navy blue with a curly feathered hat. Elderly Terence Layler from Moylaughline, who was visiting his married sister, Mrs. Phelan, undertook, as the person of most consequence present, to entertain the newcomer, whose furrinness appeared plainly in his accent, even before he remarked, in the course of conversation, that he had had little experience of sidecars, as they were pretty considerable scarce on the streets of New York City, which he had but lately left. "They're the queer old awkward yokes, bedad," Terence asserted with polite self-depreciation. 'Tis only in a poor backward country people would be bothered using them at all. We ourselves has to make a shift with them to be getting to fairs and funerals and such. 'Deed, now I mind the big loads there did be on our old rattletrap at home of a Sunday morning, driving over to Mass at Cranmore, and, by the same token, I mind me poor mother had a saying that a jaunting car was a terrible secret trap. For, says she, the people sitting back to back on the two seats might be talking away about different things without a notion that e'er a word 'ud get across the well from one side to the other. But then maybe all of a sudden the horse 'ud come to a stand or trot over a soft place where there wasn't a sound of his feet or the wheels, and with that every word they were saying 'ud rise up clear on the air before they could stop themselves spaking loud, like as if they intended it for the whole of Ireland. Begob, I knew that to happen meself before now, but most whiles, when you're pelting along the hard road, you couldn't tell what anybody might be saying or doing on the far side, more especially if there was e'er a big box or a couple of sacks or anything sizable sitting stuck up between yous on the well. There's a story I'm hearing all the days of me life shows the truth of that same, sir, and more be token you was passing the very place it happened today, driving over here from Moylochlin, as you was a-saying. So we did, sir, said the stranger, and I seldom ran across a lonelier-looking prospect than you have lying around most of the way. Well, sir, said Terence, it was before me own recollection altogether, but I wished I had a pound note for every time I heard tell of it. 'Twas when the Carmodys of Moylochlin, very respectable, decent people that are all gone now, were after making up a match for the eldest daughter with a strong farmer of the name of Lawrence Minellis, that owned a good bit of land and was a warm man. But this Rose Carmody couldn't abide the thoughts of him at all. The work of the world they had, getting her persuaded, and in the end nothing 'ud suit her but she'd be married away over at Carrick, where her grandmother lived. So to satisfy her, they settled it that way, and the day before the wedding she and her father set off driving to Carrick on their car, with herself on the one side and a big box of new clothes beside her, and her father on the other sate, and the well between them piled up high with a cartload of things belonging to Rose that they were bringing over. Well and good, sir. They come as far as a crossroads you might remember, where the Carrick road turns off the bog, and there's a collection of quare big lumps of boulder stones scattered just in the corner, and thereabouts old Carmody and the driver seen another car standing a bit down the Killanure road with nobody minding it, so they passed the remark that that was no way to be laving it, and that was all they noticed then. But when they got to Carrick, sorra a bit of Rose was on the car, and sight nor light they ever seen of the girl again. For what did she do, if you plaze, but took and slipped herself off unbeknownst there at the cross corner, where Christy Dan was waiting for her, lurking behind the big stones. A young rapscallion without a brass bobby to his name that she took a fancy to, and away with the pair of them to the States before man or basty could prevent it. Finely distracted her people were, that's sartain, but what become of her nobody knows from that good day to this, any more than I know what the mischief you're rafing the sleeve out of me coat for, Kate. Is it wantin' anything you are?
End of section 19, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 20 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Widow Farrell's Wonderful Age, Part 4.
If you had aught better than a pair of old owl's eyes and the ass's head of you, 'tisn't making a fool of yourself you'd be, telling stories against the Carmodys, and old Widdy Farrell sitting fornint you, listening to the whole of it, his sister remonstrated in an indignant whisper. But his attention, and indeed everybody else's, was diverted to the American gentleman, who had jumped up and stood facing the semicircle of neighbors with an air of no small importance and excitement. "I'll tell you what's become of her, sir, you and all your friends," he said. "She's alive and well this day in her son's house on Congress Avenue, Corneliusville, the widow of a highly respected citizen and the grandmother of myself, Christopher P. Dan. I was named for my paternal grandfather. Yes, sir, he mayn't have been very flush of cash at the time when he carried off Rose Carmody from the folk who were for buying and selling and breaking her heart among them all, but he made his pile out west and left a good business to his children and his children's children. Often she's told me how she slithered off the car and crawled on her hands and knees through the furze bushes, afraid of her life that her father might look behind him before she got to the shelter of the big stones. And she's never regretted it, she claims, not for half an hour. But now I'll trouble you to present me to the widow Farrell, that good lady mentioned, for it was to look her up that I've driven over from Moylochlin, where I called at the Carmody house and could get no information relating to any member of the family except the widow Farrell of Clochranbeg, my great-aunt Nora, I take it, born Carmody. Well, I declare to goodness if that doesn't bate anything ever was. And here's Mrs. Farrell herself. Step along, woman alive, Nanny Phelan said, pushing forward the widow. Musha, then, you've done well, sir, to not be delayin' any longer, if that's what you're after, said Matt Caffrey. When a body comes to be going on for a couple of 100-year old, it stands to raison them that's intendin' to visit her has a right to set their best foot foremost. Indeed, it's a very old cruther I am, sir, the widow said, and her tremulous high piping. 150 years, a quare great age for a lone widdy woman to be lastin' to, with ne'er a one left in this world. and it's true for them that I'm apt to quit very presently. Sure, I'm scarce able to stand on me 2 feet these times, let alone walkin'. But what talk have you about me sister Rose Carmody? Och, but that was the notorious young villain to entice her away from us. Howane'er, it's older again than meself she was, and in her clay she is this many a long year, God save us all. Aye, is she, for sure. You're wrong there, ma'am, said Mr. Christopher Dan, beginning to shake hands with her vigorously. As I stated, she's alive and well, has never had a day's sickness since I knew her, and that's over 40 years. But as for the advanced age you claim, Aunt Nora, you're mistaken there again. You put it at too large a figure by a very long chalk. Why, it's some 70-odd years since my grandfather and grandmother Dan crossed the fish pond, and she says she left the sister Nora that she's talking about all the time only a little slip of a girl of 10 or 11. So if you're 85, ma'am, this day, it's the very most you can total up to. Grandmother Dan herself's something just short of 90, and a fine woman still. If you'll excuse the remark, I think she's better preserved than yourself, fresher and robuster looking. But there's considerable of a family likeness all the same. Rosette, come here and tell me whether this old lady reminds you of anyone at home. The little girl, who seemed to be about 7 years old, came and stared hard for a moment with very dark blue eyes, which were overcast occasionally by a drift of soft black hair. Why, certainly, she said with confidence, if she had a red shawl and not such wide ruffles to her cap, she'd be a little like Great-Grandma Dan. That's so. What Miss Rosette Dan misses seeing correctly don't amount to a lot, her father said with pride. But, talking of the shawl, don't you feel like fetching it out of the strap on the brown handbag over there by the door? As Rosette ran off, Mrs. Farrell said, Woman, dear, I give you me word she's the livin' moral of me sister, the very eyes of her, and the toss of her head to keep the hair out of them. Me brothers would be sayin', Way there, Captain, to her, and biddin' her stand steady, lettin' on 'twas our old plough-horse she was like. Well now, to think of me beholdin' such a thing, and gettin' news of Rose after all the frettin' I had, and wonderin' what was become of her, and if it's drownded she was crossin' over the water, or starved dead, maybe rovin' about the world with that young miscreant, beggin' your pardon, sir, if he was something to you, but it's dog's abuse we did always be givin' Christy Dan. And so Rose is all this while livin' grand in the States, and no such outlandish ages on the 2 of us whatever. They had me tormented here, sir, addin' up this way and that way, till they found out I'm the oldest ever was. Scarce the heart I'd have to be as much as throwin' their bit of food to me poor Hins, when I'd be thinkin' of the show I was makin' of meself, livin' that unnatural length of time. But now it's as surprisin' as can be. Yet she considered it a degree more surprising a moment afterwards, when Rosette returned with an ample shawl overflowing her short arms, and was helped by her father to wrap her great-grand-aunt in the soft scarlet cashmere folds. They made of the little old woman an object more brilliant than the red sods glimmer through the dusky room, as her friends clustered round her, testing the fabric with finger and thumb, exclaiming and conjecturing about price and material. Rosette, however, planted herself in front of the widow, and looked fixedly at her for a minute or two. "Was it you, really, that used to bring great-grandma the cunning little mushrooms?" she said at last. "I wish you'd show me where they grow. I'd like to find some myself." "There, that's me drame," said Mrs. Farrell, clapping her hand impressively on Nanny Phelan's arm. "Didn't I tell you it was a sign of something? 'Deed, Jewel, I'm afeard it's a trifle late in the season for mushrooms, but there might be an odd few yet in the high fields up above me house. I'll skate up wid you to try is there, and welcome." "Is your house near by?" said Rosette, "for I guess we might go round there and have tea. We've brought it in a hamper, because father said we didn't know what circumstances the Carmody family might be in. And I think these circumstances are real poky and smoky. Father can carry the hamper. It's heavy." Miss Rosette Dan was a young person whose wishes were complied with as a rule. She might presently have been seen crossing the curved sweep of sand towards Mrs. Farrell's cottage, walking hand in hand with her great-grand-aunt at a brisk rate, enlivened by skips and hops, to which the old woman adapted her paces quite nimbly and cheerfully. Towards dusk that evening, Mrs. Doherty called on Mrs. Hickey in a state of serious perturbation. "I'm after gittin' a quare turn," she said, "for I looked in just now at the Widdy Farrell's door on me way up here, thinkin' she might be apt to be after takin' a wakeness. And if I did, there was the old crother dressed out in I don't know what sort of demented red rags, dancin' her steps like a 3-year-old, a jig, if you please, in the middle of the floor, with a couple of strange people, as well as I could see, sittin' inside and laughin' at her. Tinker tramps, belike. It's daft entirely the poor old body's gone." "Sorra a bit daft is she," said Mrs. Hickey. "Didn't you hear tell? Sure there's some people belongin' to her just after landin' over here from the States, and they as rich as Jews, and according to what they say, the sister of her that run away from her own weddin' this great while back's livin' out there yet as fit as a fiddler. And it's all a mistake about the widdy herself bein' any wonderful old age to spake of. The American gentleman says 'twas her grandmother owned the prayer book wid her name in it, and he knows the widdy wasn't so much as born for better than 40 year after the war about the Tay. She's raisin' to dance jigs, bedad. They brought her the elegantest shawl you ever witnessed." "It's well to be her," said Mrs. Doherty, "but here am I bragging away this day to everybody at the fair that we had the wonderfulest old ancient woman at all living here in Clochranbeg. And now it seems she's no older than plenty of other people." "Ah, well, she won't be so one of these days," said Mrs. Hickey, "if she lives long enough." And with that consideration, Clockenbeg has so far had to remain content.
End of section 20, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 21 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hins Housekeeper, Part 1. Biddy McGowran felt herself to be a person of no small importance when her grandmother had fairly set off to market and she could contemplate her own morning's work. She expected to be extremely busy, and well she might, as her task was nothing less than the redding up of their kitchen, which she rightly thought in bad need of such an operation. The mistake she made was in assuming that it could be satisfactorily performed by the hands and wits of 7 years old. Biddy had arrived at Killanure only the day before, having hitherto lived with her other grandmother in a gate lodge a long way off. Both her parents had always been dead, it seemed to her, though her grandmothers did talk as if the trouble had happened quite a short time ago. The gate lodge she had just left was a highly ornamental one, with a little terrace of colored tiles round it, and stained glass in the Gothic porch windows, and all things about it were kept very spick and span. A girl came up from the village once a week to wash and scrub, and whatever could be polished was polished, and whatever could not be was dusted every day. Why, this Killanure grandmother, whom she had so seldom seen, should now have come to fetch her away, Biddy did not know, but as she was told that she should return one of these fine days, she started happily enough, while little old Mrs. Nolan stood under the porch, shaking her head sorrowfully in the cold March sunlight. On their journey to Killanure, her new granny, as Biddy called her, had spoken much about her son Larry, Biddy's poor father, who, she said, had been the best son in Ireland, and the finest figure of a young man in the County Donegal. Whereas old Granny had often talked of her daughter, little Molly, who used to be the prettiest girl in 5 parishes, and the best daughter that ever lived in this world, God be good to them all. And a grand worker poor Larry was, Mrs. McGowran now had repeated more than once. Ne'er a lazy bone had he in his body, I'll say that for him. This phrase stuck in Biddy's mind, and it was chiefly a wish to prove herself a worthy daughter of such an industrious father that made her so eager to set about doing something without delay. But there were other reasons, too. She was really shocked at the grimy aspect of the kitchen, as far as she could see it, for perpetual twilight dwelt behind the 2 tiny windows with their panes of dusty greenish glass and beetle brows of sloping gray thatch. The state of the floor struck her particularly. It felt gritty and rough underfoot,
as if encrusted with dried mud. Biddy wondered how it could have got into such a condition. The scrubbing girl, she conjectured, might not have come this week, so that Granny had no one to help her except Grandfather and Uncle Joe, who of course were not of any use, at all events indoors. Biddy had often thought, as she watched Meg Hoey working at home, that it must be very delightful to have command of a great bucket filled with foaming suds and a piece of brown soap for the making of more, besides a cloth and a brush, and liberty to splash and slop all over the shiny tiles or snowy boards. But Meg always refused to let her try, on the grounds that she would only be destroying her clean frock and delaying other people at their work. All this somehow made it now seem quite clear to Biddy that she should set about cleaning up as soon as ever she had the house to herself, and thus be able to surprise her grandparents with the improvement upon their return. She had indeed already rather surprised her grandmother by the alacrity with which she agreed that the walk to market was too far, and her vehemence in declaring that she would not be a bit lonely by herself until her grandfather came in to his dinner at 1 o'clock. So Mrs. McGowran started on her long trudge, reflecting that poor Larry's little girl seemed to be a good, biddable child. Her husband went off with Joe to their field work, having told Biddy that she was the grandest little housekeeper alive, and Biddy found herself at last blissfully alone. She was strenuously bent upon deserving that character. Her first requirements were some water and a bucket, and she had the good fortune to find them both at once, in the shape of a battered old zinc pail, nearly full, standing at the back door. She resolved to be content with cold water, for the black, soot-shagged kettle on the hearth was almost as big as herself, and she had sense enough not to try lifting it. Brush and cloth must next be sought, but here Biddy had less luck, as no semblance of the former appeared anywhere, and the nearest approach to the latter that she lit upon was a blue-checked linen fabric lying folded on the window-seat. To the unprejudiced eye it was quite evidently an apron. However, since there were 2 rather large holes in it, she gladly decided that it could be good for nothing except a floor-cloth, and when she had torn it across to make it a more convenient size, it certainly did look like nothing better than a rag. Then, after a long and anxious quest, she found, in a broken teapot on the dresser, a piece of soap, disappointingly thin, it is true. Still she thought it would do, and she dropped it into the bucket, intending to stir up a lather with the poker as soon as it had melted sufficiently. While she waited for this, she had leisure to notice that 2 gray hens and a white one were crocking dismally in a row on the top of the half-door. She had closed it to exclude them, being much scandalized at their free and easy entrances. Poultry were never permitted to set scratching foot near the trim flower beds about the Castle Gate Lodge, so Biddy had no experience of fowls and their habits, but she felt pretty sure that 3 hens would not keep on making such a disconsolate noise like the winding up of the old wheezy 8-day clock at home, unless they wanted something very badly, and she quickly guessed that something to be their breakfast. Granny had most likely forgotten to feed them in the hurry of setting off to market. What their usual food was, Biddy could not tell, but during her late researches she had espied on a shelf under the dresser a large loaf of baker's bread, which seemed to her suitable fare. Being stale and not well kneaded, the loaf fell in 2 as she lifted it out, making it all the easier to break and crumble up. As she flung the white flakes thickly into the middle of the road before the door, fowls gathered speedily about them into a flock so numerous that Biddy thought new Granny must own a power of hens. And well she might think so, for she was entertaining unawares any of the neighbors' chuckens that could arrive fast enough, half flying, half running headlong, to share in this public feast. Watching and supplying their quarrelsome repast, and wishing the big loaf yet bigger, for it was vanishing like snow in a rapid thaw, Biddy did not see that 3 small children with ragged lesson books and a gray stuff bag had come along the road and stopped to look on. They were her cousins, Paddy McGowran's children, on their way to school, but Biddy, the stranger, knew of no such people. After a while, "Is it throwing all her good bread to the hens you are?" inquired the taller of the little girls, who was some sizes shorter than Biddy. The sudden question startled her, but as she considered it an impertinence, she did not answer. Presently, "Gimme the heel of the loaf," said the fat little boy. "It's a nice crusty bit." And he held out a hand. "Indeed, and I will not," Biddy said, twisting the tough crust. "I've got little enough for the poor hens as it is." Thereupon he tried to snatch it with a jump, but she flung it into the very center of the bobbing heads, and withdrew empty-handed behind the half-door. "Come on out of that with yourselves, Lizzie and Willie," said the elder little girl. "We'll be late, and she's a cross one." So they trotted away down the road. There was now nothing to hinder Biddy from beginning her great task immediately, and she set to work with much zeal on a patch near the door, where she fancied that the floor looked grimiest. At first she thought she was making good progress, because as she scrubbed away, the blue cloth quickly grew so very black and dirty that it seemed as if she must soon come upon something underlying smooth and clean, white boards or gay-colored tiling. But this did not happen. The more she scrubbed and wrung out her wet cloth, the worse matters looked, and in one place a perceptible hollow unaccountably appeared. If such an extraordinary thing had been possible, she would really have believed that the floor itself was turning into mud. She was feeling much perplexed and distressed, and had already splashed herself all over, when a sudden blot of shadow made her glance up to see the doorway darkened. It was done by 2 girls, elder sisters of her last visitors, and they stood staring curiously in at her. Neither of them spoke to her, but they whispered to each other loudly with giggles. Herself's off marketing, I suppose. Look a, Nan, there's the young one she said she was fetching home. Glory be to goodness, what's she doing at all? After spilling the bucket of drinking water belike, and wiping it up. A quare bad offer she's making at it then, and I declare now it's one of Granny's good blue aprons she's got wisped up there ruinated.
End of section 21, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 22 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hins Housekeeper, Part 2. These remarks so exasperated Biddy that she plucked up courage to say, copying Meg Hoey's manner as closely as she could, "If I was anybody else that came gaping at a person doing a bit of work, I'd stand out of the light and mind me own business and not be delaying other people." Her rebuke seemed to amuse the girls vastly, which was disagreeable. However, they went away directly, which was a relief. "Come along, Sally," Nan said. "We had a right to be there by now. Och, but it's the comical, old-fashioned thing." As the sound of their laughter receded, Biddy determined to prevent the recurrence of all such annoying intrusions by shutting the front door, and in her haste to do so, she overset the bucket, which sent wedges of water shooting out on every side. Then, while she struggled desperately with the stiff latch, a young man came sauntering by and stopped to give it the necessary shove and shake, partly from good nature, partly for occupation. He wore laborer's clothes, but so far had done nothing that day except whistle on the bank a bit down the road. "Is Mrs. McGowran within?" said this Matt Caffery. "Ah, no, to be sure. It's at market she is this morning. And so yourselves keeping house, are you? And after spilling the sup of water on the floor. Well now, that's too bad." "Washing up I was," Biddy said, still with some pride. "Bedad, were you?" said Matt. "It's the first ever I heard tell of washing up a mud floor. Maybe if you have e'er a drop of water left in it, you might take a turn at the road out here. There's scarce a puddle on it today at all, and you've got a grand one in there, begorra." Biddy's eyes widened with consternation as she began to perceive how much worse than useless her efforts had been. "But sure there's no great harm done," Matt added, seeing her dismayed look. "I'll show you the way it can be set to rights soon enough, if that's all that ails you." He stepped indoors, and picking up a large iron turf shovel, thrust it into the hottest corner of the fire, whence he presently drew it out, turned a glowing red. This he held steadily, much as a careful laundress tests her heated flat-irons, low over the wet patch on the floor, which at once began to yield up its superfluous moisture in pallid mists of steam. He repeated the process several times till Biddy,
standing by, saw things underfoot grow reassuringly firm and dry. There, a fly wouldn't aisy wet the tips of his old toes on it now, and you might be layin' out the table ready for dinner agin the others come home, said Matt, who rightly surmised that she was wishing to wield the heavy, scorching shovel, and then they'll find everything real elegant. True for you, I might so, said Biddy, and darted over to the dresser. But in a minute she emerged from among its deep-bottomed shelves with a mortified air. I made sure I seen another loaf sittin' in there, she said, and it's only an old white bowl. Was it there you got the one you were throwin' to the chuckens a while ago? Said Matt, for you may depend she had it keepin' for the breakfast tomorrow. They do mostly be havin' a bit of baker's bread of a Sunday mornin'. At this suggestion, Biddy looked more alarmed than she knew. Well, she can be gettin' another one before that, I should suppose, she said in an unconcerned tone. What sort of trees do loaves of good bread be growin' wild on in your part of the country, might I ax? Said Matt with polite gravity. But Biddy suddenly slid down into the depths of despair. Och, what'll I do at all? Sure, how could I tell it was the only one she had? And the hens was starvin' with the hunger and flutterin' in at the door like eagles. And it's tormentin' me you are, talkin' about your old trees. Wisht, there's a jewel, Matt said soothingly. Sure, I wouldn't be tormentin' anybody. You made a fine offer at it, considerin', and as for the loaf, we must contrive one way or another. He was jinglin' a few pennies in his pocket as he spoke, and balancing the price of whiskey against the price of bread. Just be washin' the face and hands of you that are a trifle black or so, he said, and I'll be back again with somethin' in a couple or two of minutes. Matt had not far to go, and he trotted briskly, especially past Doyle's Public, so that he very soon did return with nothing less than a portly loaf. But he found the kitchen empty, and through the open back door sounded doleful cries. "Murther alive, what's took her now?" he said, setting down the loaf and running out. Biddy had taken Matt's advice, being indeed extremely muddy, and had gone with a jug to the small stream which she saw flickering by not many yards from the back door. There, stooping over the water, she lost her footing on the slippery grass and went head foremost in. It was quite shallow, and she might easily have scrambled up the bank if she had not got into such a panic that she could only hold on to the edge and scream. Matt pulled her out dripping. "Well now," said he, "it's the unlucky day wid you entirely, as Tim Joyce said when his best cow choked herself swallyin' one of his new brogues. But the jug's only cracked, and that's somethin' anyway. We'll make a good job of it yit. And I'll just bring you in to me sister over yonder, and see can she get you dried." So he conducted her along the stream, past 2 or 3 cabin doors, till he came to one where a good-humored young woman was standing at a tub. "Here's a little girl, Bessie, from old Mrs. McGowran's," he said to her, "after drownin' herself fetchin' water, and the rest of them all away. So I thought you might maybe set her to rights." And Mrs. Bessie said, "Mercy on us all, and more too. The little cruther's dreeped. Why, to be sure, I can borry her a loan of Catty's Sunday frock till I give them muddy things a rinse in the tub here, along wid me wash, and they'll be none the worser." Meanwhile, Biddy's grandmother and her husband, who was helping her with some parcels, were on their way home through the village. As they passed the schoolhouse, about which the children were playing, little Ellen, Lizzie, and Willie McGowran rushed up to them eagerly with news. "Och, Granny, do you know what the cross girl at your place is after doing on you? She's broke up your big loaf and threw it every bit out to the hens." "The bold little thing," Mrs. McGowran said in high vexation, "and I keepin' it these 2 days a purpose agin tomorrow." She flounced on, so much perturbed that she forgot to produce the sugar sticks she had in her basket for the tale-bearers, who were thus justly punished. A little further on she met their sisters Nan and Sally, and was greeted with, "There's fine destruction up at your place, Granny. Poor Uncle Larry's daughter has the floor all swimming in says of water, and she's after tearing your good blue apron in 2 halves to wipe it up wid. And the show she is herself wid mud and dirt is a sight to behold. And the childer says your loaf of bread, I'm to be pitied wid the likes of her, the dear nose," said their grandmother, hurrying on faster still, with Nan and Sally following to see what would happen. But when they arrived, there stood the table in the middle of a dry floor, and on it glimmered a large white loaf, which a black hen was eyeing warily, as if about to aim a judicious peck. "What romancing at all had yous then?" Mrs. McGowran said, turning her wrath upon the 2 girls. "There's naught amiss with the floor, and she needn't ha' meddled with the loaf to be lavin' it out, but it's right enough. Shoo, get along, you old basty, it's one of Mary Gallagher's pullets. I wonder where the child is herself." Here Matt Caffrey put his head in at the back door. "Matt, Vic," said Mrs. McGowran, "might you happen to see little Biddy running about anywhere?" "I seen her," said Matt rather solemnly, "times and again, and the last time I seen her it's as near as anything she was drowning herself dead, the cruther, outside there, striving to fetch you in a jug of clane water you might be wanting when you come home. Och, no, ma'am, she isn't hurted, glory be to goodness. I had her hefted out in a brace of shakes. Me sister's just given her a dry at the fire, and she'll bring her round to you directly. 'Twould be a pity of anything happening her, for there isn't a finer-looking child in the parish. It's yourself she favours, ma'am." Sure enough, Matt's sister immediately arrived, leading Biddy, very trim and tidy, in a clean pink cotton frock. But at this moment Nan, who had been poking the loaf, triumphantly announced a discovery. "It isn't your one at all, Granny. Scalding hot it is, just out of the oven like, instead of being stale." "Blathers, Nan McGowran, hers it is," Matt said, and paused, divided between a wish to screen Biddy and to let his own generosity appear. Biddy, however, settled the question herself. There wasn't e'er a bit of anything else to be given the hens, she said, and the feathers of all of them standing on end wid the hunger. So I gave them the whole of the loaf. But the strange man said he'd bring another before he saved me out of the river it was. "Well, well," said Mrs. McGowran, mollified by relief from several alarms. "She done the best she could,
and she isn't of a size to have overmuch sense yet awhile. And the hens wouldn't find fault with her housekeeping anyway, said her husband. Deed now, she was a grand housekeeper for the hens. And thus Biddy McGowran came by her nickname, which she took with her so fast it stuck years afterward, when she went to keep a house of her own at Clochranbeg. End of Section 22, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Section 23 of By Beach and Bog-Land, Some Irish Stories by Jane Barlow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two Pair of Truants, Part 1. Ever since little Minnie Lawler, accompanied by her mother and younger sister, had come to live with her grandmother in a gate lodge of Shanlow Castle, her great wish had been to visit the castle itself, which was always whetting her curiosity by showing just the rim of one turret, like the edge of a crinkled cloud, over the rounded tree-tops in the distance. But it was not until some months had passed that she found an opportunity. Then, on a showery May morning, her mother set off early to Killavin Fair. Her grandmother was pinned to the big chair in the chimney corner by an access of rheumatics. Lizzie Hackett, the cross girl who scrubbed for them, sent word that she could not come till noon, and, as the last link in this chain of lucky chances, the rope reins of Willie Downing's ass-cart snapped right in front of the lodge gate just when Minnie and Baby were setting off for school. Bad manners to you, Juggy, for a contrary old bastie, Willie was saying as he halted for repairs. Would nothing else suit you but to set me chucking the old reins till they broke on us in a place where a man hasn't so much as a bit of string? Willie, being 12 years old, seemed of formidable age and size to Minnie, who was 7, but the good-natured expression of his face, where large freckles made a well-covered pattern, emboldened her to propose the plan which had occurred to her at the sight of the empty ass-cart. As a preliminary, however, she supplied him with the longest bit of twine she could twitch from the thrifty wisp hung on the hook of a dresser. After which, "Is it anywheres near the castle you'll be driving to?" she inquired, pointing in that direction. "I'm apt to be passing it pretty middlin' near," said Willie, struggling to knot a pair of rather skimpy ends. "And do you think you could be taking me and Baby along with you that far?" said Minnie. "What for at all?" he said, looking doubtful. "To see the grandeur that's in it," replied Minnie. "Up at the old place," said Willie, "I never heard tell there was any such a thing in it." "Well, there's grand people in it, at all events," said Minnie. "Me grandmother does be sayin' the Fitzalans hasn't their equals next or nigh them. Lords of the land they are, and the top of everything. I'd like finely to be seeing them, and so would Baby. But if we've any talk of walking a step up the avenue, me grandmother always says, 'On no account suffer them, Maria. It mightn't be liked by the family.' So we do be stopping in the little ugly shrubbery." "I don't know as there air a lord in it," said Willie, doubtfully.
If there is, I never laid eyes on him." This was disappointing. "I suppose you're very ignorant," Minnie remarked after a slight pause, as if she had sought and found a satisfactory explanation. "Pretty middlin' I am, sure enough," Willie said more decidedly, and then added, as if he, too, had hit upon a probable conjecture, "Belike yous would be wantin' to see Mrs. O'Rourke, the old housekeeper." Minnie might have replied truly that she had never heard tell of any such person, but as the idea seemed to remove her new acquaintance's difficulties, she answered, "Aye, sure, we could go see her if you took us along. I can step in meself over the wheel, and you can aisy give baby a heft up." "But in my belief it's goin' to school the two of yous had a right to be," Willie said, relapsing into doubt again as he glanced at their small bundle of ragged-edged books. "Och, me mother'd say we might have a holiday this minute, only she's went to the fair," Minnie affirmed confidently, though she might have some difficulty in reconciling this belief with her gladness that there was not present anybody whose permission need be asked. "I'll get in first. Themselves inside there might be infuriated with the whole of us," said Willie, still unconvinced. "Sure you're not a tinker, are you?" Minnie said, ostentatiously surveying the no-contents of the cart. "They do be bidin' us have nothin' to say to tinkers, but ne'er a tin can or anything I seen in it." As Willie's objections seemed to be overruled by this argument, she continued, "So baby and I'll run in and leave our books, and get our good hats. We'll be back agin you have the reins mended. Mind you wait for us." Her anxiety about her appearance before the eyes of the grand people made her risk losing the chance of seeing them at all, as she hurried herself and her sister into their best jackets and new hats, trimmed with pink gauze and daisies, while a wild hope she secretly entertained that they would be offered hospitality up at the castle led her to discard the basket containing their dinners. Baby, indeed, was inclined to demur at this, so Minnie compromised the matter by extracting the 2 oranges which crowned the menu, and Baby, bearing the golden balls, followed as contented as any ordinary queen. The ass-cart had obligingly waited for them, and Willie Downing had spread a sack for them to sit on at the back. He also helped Baby to scramble up, but unfortunately said to Minnie, "You'd better be keepin' a hold on her, for ones of that size don't have much wit. She'd drop off as aisy as a sod of peat, and be delayin' me to pick her up," a remark which Baby resented, as, albeit 3 years short of Minnie's age, and thrice as young as Willie, she had a strong sense of her own dignity. Otherwise, the drive was very thoroughly enjoyable. The cart was not, indeed, a luxurious vehicle, being simply a flat wooden tray on wheels, with no springs to soften its jolts, and no rail to prevent one of them from jerking out an unwary passenger. But the little girls thought it a most desirable substitute for their stuffily stupid schoolroom, and when they were rocked as if in a boat on a choppy sea, Minnie said that it was as good as going 2 ways at once. Juggy's pace was slow, as suited her venerable appearance, for many years had made her as white as if she had been bleached and as stiff as if she had been starched. Willie had a thick ash stick with which he every now and then made a loud rattling clatter on the front board of the cart. "You might as well," he explained, "be baitin' old carpets as Juggy, but the noise keeps her awake sometimes." Minnie and Baby, however, had so much to look at in the strange bog-land through which the cart was passing that they were in no hurry for the end of their drive. In fact, even Minnie felt a little forlorn when Willie drew up at a small gate in a high stone wall and said, "I'll be droppin' yous here. It's the nearest I can be bringin' yous to the castle. You'll find your ways to it pretty middlin' aisy by them shrubbery paths. Unless you take the wrong turn, you might ready enough, for there's a dale of different walks through it, but they'll bring you somewheres anyhow. Get along out of that, Juggy," for then it suddenly occurred to her that they had come a long way, which they must travel back all by themselves. Willie's directions, too, were not by any means as clear as she could have wished, but no more were to be had, as Juggy started perversely without her usual delay, and although he shouted something as he jogged away, they could make out only the words "pretty middlin'," and it was useless to call what. Soon the sounds of the creaking wheels and clattering stick died out of hearing, so Minnie took Baby in tow and ran into the shady shrubberies, hoping rather uneasily for the best. Now, on this same May morning, and in the same neighborhood, 2 other young persons were planning an adventurous expedition. Mick and Rosanna Tierney, who lived in the village of Glasdrum, not far from Shanlow Castle, were bigger children than Minnie and Baby Lawler, and attended the whitewashed school near the Lawlers' gate lodge, but less regularly than they would have liked to do. For when they were kept at home, it was by no means to amuse themselves, and they much preferred their holidays at school. On this morning, however, although they grumbled over their tasks, it was not because they were prevented from pursuing their studies, but because they particularly wanted to go and spend their pennies at Kilhaven Fair. Mick had 5 and Rosanna had 4, partly in halfpence, so that when their wealth was all spread out on the top of the old yard wall, the row of coins looked long enough to buy almost anything. And at Kilhaven Fair wonderful purchases might be made. The young Tierneys had heard that you could get 4 sugar sticks the length of your arm for 1 penny, and there were swinging boats and a theatre and other shows to which the same sum would procure admission. Accordingly, they had set their hearts firmly upon it. But unluckily, Mrs. Tierney had been told that great bargains entirely would appear there in the shape of rail grand blankets, that heavy you could scarce believe the weight of them, with a quare reasonable price on them whatever. And having scraped together a few shillings, she was very anxious to inspect these wares. To Mick and Rosanna, in this warm May weather, heavy blankets seemed highly uninteresting, but their mother saw further and considered her business of more importance than sugar sticks or merry-go-rounds. Thus it happened that Rosanna and Mick were required to stay at home minding Biddy and Peter. The charge seemed to saddle them with quite disabling encumbrances, for Peter was subject to panics at anything new and strange in his 18 months' experience of life, and would certainly roar without ceasing if brought in among the marvels of the fair, while 3-year-old Biddy, though quiet and tractable, was too little to walk and too heavy to be carried a couple of Irish miles. "Sure, you might as well be lifting a sack of pitaties," said Rosanna, and Mick added, "Ay, bedad, and you could aisy be shyin' a one of them down the road as far as she'd go without winging to rest." Yet though matters looked so hopeless, the day was still young when a promising scheme presented itself to them. Mick had just captured Peter, who was in the act of toddling off up the street on some excursion of his own, and who loudly resented his arrest. "Och now, wisht ballin'," Mick said to Peter, "was it losing yourself you wanted to be? Bobby Byrne was telling me," he remarked to Rosanna, "that they got a stray kid out on the bog one day last week, belonging to the Tinkers, they thought it was." "And what did they do with it?" Rosanna inquired. "Brought it to the Shanlow barracks down below there, till the police would be finding out who owned it." "I wish to goodness we could be laving these two there," said Rosanna. "I wish we could so," said Mick. "We could carry them that far, ready enough. It's only a shortish step," Rosanna went on slowly, as if she were considering something really possible. "And then, if we'd left them down there, we might skate over the bog to Killhaven, that's the nearest way, and see the fair, and pick them up again when we would be coming back, as handy as anything. The police'd mind them first rate. It's their business to look after whatever's gone lost." "But sorra a bit of these ones is lost," objected Mick. "And sure, couldn't we very aisy lose them," said Rosanna, "somewheres convenient to the barracks?" "The old lads," Mick said, meaning the police, "would know right well whose childer they are, and where they come from." "And what great harm if they did, you gaby," said Rosanna. "And besides, aren't they a new set that's only a few weeks in it? Very belike they never laid eyes on either of them." "Gaby yourself," Mick said, "but Biddy'd be apt to tell them anyhow. She's gettin' to spake terrible plain. Biddy niver says e'er a word except yis when she's wid strange people. She's a good child," Rosanna said with confidence. "But I was thinking if we might by chance run up agin Mother in the fair, and then where'd we be?" "Och, for the matter of that, we could dodge her aisy enough in the crowds there'll be in it," said Mick. "Let's try, at all events," said Rosanna, suddenly pursing up her mouth and eyeing him with the expression of a magpie who is not sure how near he may venture to hop. And Mick said, "We will, bedad." Not very long afterwards, Police Sergeant Corey, sitting with his pipe and newspaper in the porch of Shanlow Constabulary Barracks, saw crawl in at the gate a small child, who was followed on foot by another somewhat bigger. "Run away with you," he called to them, and resumed his reading. But when he finished his column, he perceived that they had sat down halfway up the flagged path to the door, with no apparent intention of moving on. So he went to investigate. His inquiry was, on the whole, unsuccessful. The baby's evidence was quite inarticulate, and the little girl replied yes to all his questions in a manner which made her a most unsatisfactory witness. It was a lonely place on the edge of the bog, with no other houses near and nobody else in sight, though, if he had only known, 2 pairs of eyes were all the while watching him through the thick fuchsia hedge. "They don't belong to tramps," he said to himself, "for they've got very respectable boots on them, and decent hats. Tell me, now, which way you're after comin' along here, there's a good child," he said to Biddy, and Biddy said yes. Just then it began to rain violently, which led the sergeant to bring them indoors to his wife, who was sewing in the little parlour. "Here's a couple of childer that can't give an account of theirselves," he said to her. "We'd better keep them a bit, and as like as not we'll presently have somebody peltin' in with inquiries." Whereupon Mrs. Corey, having had some experience of such cases, gave them slices of sugar-sprinkled bread and several empty spools to play with in a corner, while immediately afterwards 2 figures might have been espied running off at full speed across the bog amid the grey curtains of the shower. End of section 23, read by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.